I must say myself, that was an outstanding program. We have a few of those tapes in the back there, all the way in the back. If you want to get one, if you didn't, there's only about 3 or 4, 5 in the back. And I got one up front, which I'm just going to give away in a minute. There are refreshments in the back. Series that they've done here. Bobby Hemmett. How many of you were here for Bobby Hemmett 2 weeks ago? How many of you hung with Bobby Hemmett the whole time? Put up your hand. Did my hand go up? I don't know. It was dark though. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Y'all serious? So, but those tapes, Bobby Hemmett tapes from that night are there in the back. Dr. Valentine has some material that he brought. So anybody that wants to get any of those items before we get started, you have about 10 minutes if you want to do it now. Because you know when we take the intermission, it's going to be gone. So if you want to get any of the tapes for the previous programs, all the way in the back, or you see Brother Prentice for the lecture series right here at the front counter. And Sister Kamal has some refreshments in the back. Now, if I can dim the lights for a minute, we have a bunch of people that are still coming. And I was asked the last time, I've talked so much about my program called Perceptions Management. I'm about to do this in Harlem in a couple of weeks. They asked me to show you just a bit, because this goes hand in hand with what we're going to talk about today. We're trying to put a finger, not the finger, a finger, on the pulse of what is taking place on this planet. I don't care who you are, black, white, or any shade in between, you can instinctively feel change. Of you, it may just be a feeling. Others have documentation and been able to track the progress of change for maybe 1,000 years, 100 years. Even if you just go back 50 years, you can see all of this is about to change. What we've been trying to do with this lecture series, lectures we do at the Good Life on Friday nights, I'm sure Brother Mary Kara at the Christ Unity Center and other places have been trying to articulate what is going on. Once we know what is going on, then we can make intelligent decisions on how we want to progress as a people. We cannot make these decisions based on no information. We have to be informed. We have been doing that, making uninformed decisions for so long. That is one of the reasons why we are in the predicament that we are in today. Like I said, just go outside. Go down Crenshaw. Matter of fact, you don't even have to go outside of this mall. Just go up and down the hallways here. Look at the employees of some of these shops. The complexion is changing right before your eyes, brothers and sisters. Check. It's a weak check. See, y'all don't want to give it up on that one because you're scared. Check. Thank you. Now we all understand. We all see clearly. What is going on? Now, some of us are afraid of this word. Conspiracy. What does conspiracy mean? Right, a plot, a plan. Someone has sat back and put together some ideas that they want to put into motion. A scheme. A dirty little scheme. A white scheme. For global control. I got this from one of their publications. I mean, I thought it was so bold that they would just put this on the front page of a paper and call it the New American. What's new about it? White boys want the same thing all the time. They want it all. That's what they're saying in essence. Conspiracy for global control. How do they intend to do it? Huh? Con? You got that right. They've definitely been conning us. And we'll talk about that in a minute. Now this I got from the LA Times in 1995. I'm going to show you an updated version of this. They openly tell you that the gap between the rich and the poor around the world is getting wider. Back then, this is 1995, about 5 years ago, they said about 20% of the Earth's population were controlling 85% of its wealth. That's what they admit to. I mean, if they're going to admit to that in the LA Times, you know it's worse than that. We were able to track, even then, let alone now, it was already 8% of the population controlling 98% of the wealth. 8%. 7.5% white. The other 5% was split amongst Asians, some Latin businessmen, billionaires. You know Mexico has the second highest concentration of billionaires on the planet? Mexico? Mexico. That's right, Mexico. Right behind the United States. So back then, they were already lying. But what they admit to was bad enough. Then they tell you with these the charts and the data, really how bad it is. The Human Development Index, which is put out by the United Nations, scales combined life expectancy, adult literacy, years in school, and consumer purchasing power, and then it ranks the nation on a social economic status. Back then, in 1995, Canada was already the #1 nation in the world. Now remember, we're not talking about just overall wealth. Literacy, life expectancy, adult literacy, years in school, consumer purchasing power, and then it ranks the nations. So if you were just to say, oh, just on sheer power alone, especially military might, well, the United States would be #1. And just overall economic strength, the United States would be #1. If that's how it would rank, but that's not how it's ranked. But it doesn't matter, because in a minute you're going to see a common thread is woven between all of those with the power and all those that don't have it. It's going to jump right out at you in just a second. So back then, the #1 nations were Canada, Switzerland, Japan, Sweden, Norway, France, Australia. The United States was #8, Netherlands, and Britain. The bottom 10 nations of the world, since someone's got to be on top, someone has to be on bottom. Guinea-Bissau, Somalia, Gambia, Mali, Chad, Niger, Sierra Leone, Afghanistan, Burkina Faso, and Guinea. Now, I'm sure by now that common thread I was talking about, you see it. Check. How about y'all in the back? Do you see the common thread? Check. Now I want to hear them in the back. Check. Y'all hear it. Y'all see it. In the event that you don't, because I'm sure somebody in the audience is just looking at me like, what is he talking about? Let me spell it out to you in pure, plain, is this English or is it bastardized German? That's what we were talking about last week, right? I'm not sure. Whatever we know, it's not our language. The top 10 nations of the world: Canada, Switzerland, Japan, Sweden, Norway, France, Australia, United States, Netherlands, and Britain. The common thread that unites them is whiteness. White nations. And I see Japan sitting up there. The Caucasians of Asia. Caucasians. White Asians. The bottom 10 nations of the world. Africa. That's the common thread. Simple. These nations do not have the natural resources underneath their feet so that they can enjoy the lifestyle that they've been living for the past 300 and 400 years. What did they do? Stole it. Check. They stole it from the bottom 10. That's why the top 10 are the top, and that's why the bottom 10 are the bottom. That disparity in wealth and power sharing is what they're trying to maintain at all costs. That's the conspiracy. Or should I say that is a conspiracy. A conspiracy, because there's more to it than that, as Dr. Valentine will share with us. That was 95. Let me just update you. Pulled this one off from 96, right off the internet. All this stuff you can get off the internet. So this is no secret material. You can get all this off the internet. 96, a year after that, same thing. Except for they played the Soul Train shuffleboard game and just shuffled the nations around a bit. But it's basically the same. Canada's still number 1. The United States had jumped from number 8 to number 2 in a matter of a year's time. Netherlands, Norway, Finland, France, Iceland, Sweden, same thing. Go to the bottom, it's still Africa. Still Africa. Senegal, Rwanda, Nepal, Madagascar, Mauritania, Central African Republic, same thing. That disparity in wealth and power sharing is what they're trying to maintain. Now, for us, here in the Baldwin Hills Mall, here in Los Angeles, California, that kind of disparity in wealth and power sharing goes all the way straight here. Let's look at here. Again, the LA Times giving it up. Ain't they arrogant? They just tell you what they're going to do and how they do it, right in your face. They say, we're not even hiding it anymore. I mean, look at this. The black consumer, just like a big hippo, got all that milk, all that mother's milk. Power. Power. Life-giving power. That's what milk is. You got white business just sucking on that mother. The black business, the black consumer, should I say, getting all that life-giving power. You got the Asian business. You know this is true. You got the Asian businesses right up and down Crenshaw Boulevard, right here in the Baldwin Hills Mall, right over there doing somebody black nails, selling somebody some of that bad, greasy food, all up and down Crenshaw and Western. Then you got everybody else and figured out these two games, and everybody else and jumped on too. And the cold fact is that the black business person is on the outside looking in at everybody else getting the black consumer dollar. Am I lying? That was in the LA Times, 1996. I don't have the actual date, but it's 96. I'll make you a copy if you want one. Now, you know, we often talk about these movies and the things that they say. Again, movies reflect the ideas, the sentiments, the program of that overall conspiracy. These movies are not put in these theaters just for entertainment value. None of them. Even the so-called comedies, because they're not comedies, especially none of our comedies. Black comedies are not comedies. No, none of them. I got in an argument with a lady at the Magic Johnson Theater last week. She asked me, I don't even, she must have saw the program, because she just came at for me. I'm just sitting minding my own business. She just came at me, is this a good movie? She was talking about Shaft. I said, are you kidding? This Shaft ain't even as cool as the last Shaft. Ain't Samuel Jackson a good actor? I said, man, he may be good, but I'm tired of that brother doing all that screaming at people. That's just my opinion. Well, what about Eddie Murphy? I said, what about him? What about him? I said, did you see The Nutty Professor? Did you see The Nutty Professor? What movie were you looking at? The brother came, look, the brother brought buckwheat back to life. Let's start right there. Then The Nutty Professor with the exaggerated black features. See, that's how they slip that they make you laugh at it. But if you are an astute watcher of the films, you know that those are stereotypes that have been attributed to black people for the past 100, 200, 300, 400 years. Big lips. Brother's lip come way out here. That's big lips. Big butt. Well, some of us got a big butt. Ain't gonna lie about that. Okay. Shiftless, shuffling along in the film. These are all negative stereotypes being portrayed as comedy. Oh, what about, did you see Big Mama's House? No, I don't need to see that. It's almost as if Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence are competing for who can be the biggest buffoon in the world. And I don't know who's going to win that one. They both going neck and neck. Last thing, I'm going to wrap it up. We've got to get the brother up here. They expressed a conspiracy in a political book. Then they took it, same year, to the movies. Wesley Snipes, Sylvester Stallone. They said the 21st century most dangerous cop versus the 21st century most ruthless criminal. That's the message within itself. That is a message within itself. That the biggest thief on the planet, the biggest liar on the planet, the biggest crook, the biggest criminal now is in a position to portray himself as what? A protector of society. Turn around and paint the originator on the planet, those that brought high culture, high ethics, high morals, civilization to his white behind, and portray him as the criminal. And then the cold-blooded thing is at the bottom here, say, hey, the future isn't big enough for both of them. Somebody's got to go. Somebody's got to go. So what are they saying? They're saying it's on. The war is on. This is a declaration of war. Check on that. Thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot to check. She remembered that. Check on that. All right, I'm going to wrap it up because everybody ready now. There's a tape that I did called Perceptions Management. I may have 3 or 4 in the back where I take all these graphs, all these movies, and we just sit down and talk about it, and I lay it out. We may have 3 or 4 in the back. If you want to continue and get the whole presentation, it's there in the back. But the point is that what we are trying to do with these presentations is give you some insight on what the overall scope of the war is, what the overall scheme is. From that point of being educated, then you can make some decisions on how you want to proceed as an individual, how we want to proceed as a people. It's a chess game, like Francis Cress Welsing says. It's a chess game. And we have to make sure that, one, we have enough pieces left on the board to play, and we utilize them for our benefit. All right, let's give yourselves a black hand. I don't want a hand because I ain't finished. Give yourselves a black hand. All right, if we can turn on the lights, I think our brother is ready. Ooh, did y'all hear the show we did on Tuesday after Dr. Valentine on corporate racism? Did you hear that about corporate racism? Did you hear the sister at the end said I was a good Negro and look what they did to me? Ooh. Oh my God. No, I mean, it's getting down to the gut level with us now. Where we're openly coming out and saying, I was a good Negro for white folks, and they effed me anyway. Who didn't hear that show? Just tell me, here. There you go. There you go. Who didn't hear Valentine's show when he was on Monday? There you go, brother. All right. Give him a black hand. Huh? Well, I don't want y'all fighting over it now. What? Okay, there's 5 more in the back. There's 5 more in the back, I think. Y'all can go in the back. I'm going to be back there in a minute. All right. Brothers and sisters, we have a guest speaker today that I almost was going to hesitate by not saying this, but I have to say this. This brother is coming and presenting information in a way where I don't believe he has a peer. I do not believe he has a peer. Because not only it's not because the information that he's presenting is so unique. It is. And there are others presenting information like this. But it is his ability to take this information, break it down, so that everybody in the room will understand. If you speak Ebonics, you're going to understand it. If you speak so-called the Queen's English, you're going to understand him. If your brother or sister, they don't speak well, just watch the brother and his gestures, and you're going to understand him. That's why it says brother comes to us today without a peer. Brother Dr. Philip Valentine hails from Brooklyn, New York, where he's been doing these lectures for many years. And I can honestly say, thank God and Goddess that somebody finally got this brother out here on the West Coast. I talked to the brother for the first time about 10 years ago, and as I said last time, just by the conversation we had on the telephone, I changed my whole lecture. Just by talking to him the last time he was out here, I have basically restructured my lecture again because I already know what I just showed you was cursory. Cursory. Because I'm talking about tangible stuff. Now brother's going to come on and show you the intangibles, the metaphysics of it, the root cause. Let's give him a black hand. Let's stand up for him. Dr. Philip Valentine. Give him a black hand.
Test 1, test 2, test 1, test 2, test 1, test 2. Hotep, LA? I'm back. Can we dim the lights for a minute? Because, oh yeah, come on up here. We in for the long haul. First of all, I'd like to give all praises due to the ancestors, both cosmic and terrestrial. I'd like to give praises to the 22 starseed races that together represent our DNA code sequence, the archives of who we are, what we are as children of the dark matter consciousness. I would like to kick this moment, this space, this vortex of perception into hypertime by consecrating this gathering of masters and this presence with words I consider to be the anthem of the resurrecting starseed decoders. All you who feel what it is that is about to transpire here today, I need that. Yeah, right for now. All of you who feel what's about to be transpiring here today, like that movie Steven Spielberg did, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, y'all start making mud hills and shit. You don't know why? This is what this is about. Now, I chose these words here because a very powerful brother I was introduced to by Queen's sister said some words that I know the ancestors were speaking through him at the time he said it. And what he said to me, just like I would listen to these devils do their national anthem, I would say that this brother was speaking as an affirmation and a recognition of everything that the ancestors said through him that we were, what we are, and who we are now presently ascending to be, because we are now remembering ourselves. We are remembering ourselves. We are putting the members of our dismemberment together. The story of Osai and Osiris, and finding the different dismembered parts of the body of Osiris, the perfect black, that is our story. But that rememberment must happen through a conscious, cosmic awakening. Now, I know we have a lot of brothers and sisters out there who are downing metaphysics because they are not on the frequency. Check. That's a whole other paradigm you have to feel and know. You can't even think about it because the thinking becomes peripheral to what it is that you already know that you're operating on. So what I would like to do is for all of us to stand for the cosmic anthem of the star seed decoders. And I would like you all to listen, not just hear. I would like for you all to close your eyes and process.
I stand on the corner of the block slinging amethyst rocks, drinking 40s of Mother Earth's private nectar stock, dodging cops, cause 50 be the 666, and I need a fix of that purple rain, the type of shit that drives membranes insane. Oh yeah, I'm in the fast lane, snorting candy yams that free my body and soul and send me like Shazam. Never question who I am, God knows, and I know God personally. In fact, he lets me call him me. Yeah, I'm serious, B. Doggone niggas plotted shit lovely, but the feds is also plotting me. They're trying to imprison my astrology, put our stars behind bars, our stars in stripes, using blood-splattered banners as nationalist kites. But I control the wind. That's why they call it the hawk. I am Horus, son of Isis, son of Osiris, worshipped as Jesus, resurrected like Lazarus. But you can call me lazy. Yeah, I'm lazy because I'd rather sit and build than work a plow field, worshipping a daily yield of cash green crops. Stealing us was the smartest thing they ever did. Too bad they don't teach the truth to their kids. Our influence on them is the reflection they see when they look into their minstrel mirror and talk about their culture. Their existence is that of a schizophrenic vulture. Yeah, there's no repentance. They are bound to live an infinite consecutive executive life sentence. So what are you bound to live, nigga? So while you're out there serving the time and I'll be in sync with the sun while you run from the moon. Life of the womb reflected by guns. Worship of moons, I am the sun, and we are public enemies number one. One.
Ashe? Did you hear what that brother said? Or do I have to play it again? I think I'll play it again. I want you to listen again to what this brother said in the heat of inspiration. One more time.
I stand on the corner of the block slinging amethyst rocks, drinking 40s of Mother Earth's private nectar stock, dodging cops, cause 50B's a 666 and I need a fix of that purple rain, the type of shit that drives membranes insane. Oh yeah, I'm in the fast lane snorting candy yams that free my body and soul and send me like Shazam. Never question who I am, God knows, and I know God personally. In fact, he lets me call him me. Yeah, I'm serious, B. Doggone niggas plotted shit lovely, but the feds is also plotting me. They're trying to imprison my astrology, put our stars behind bars, our stars in stripes, using blood-splattered banners as nationalist kites. But I control the wind. That's why they call it the hawk. I am Horus, son of Isis, son of Osiris, worshipped as Jesus, resurrected like Lazarus. But you can call me lazy. Yeah, I'm lazy because I'd rather sit and build than work a flower field, worshipping a daily yield of cash green crops. Stealing us was the smartest thing they ever did. Too bad they don't teach the truth to their kids. Our influence on them is the reflection they see when they look into their minstrel mirror and talk about their culture. Their existence is that of a schizophrenic vulture. Yeah, there's no repentance. They are bound to live an infinite consecutive executive life sentence. So what are you bound to live, nigga? So while you're out there serving the time and I'll be in sync with the sun while you run from the moon. Life of the womb reflected by guns. Worship of moons, I am the sun, and we are public enemies number one. One.
Did you hear that? That's the youth. They ain't all lost. And I want to give props to that brother. Because when I got introduced to that, it sent a shiver up my spine. To see what the brother incorporated into his wordology makes me know that we are not alone. And that the ancestors and the processors, if you understand, coming from the future to the now, that's who your children are. They're coming from the future, not just the past. Be seated. And that was our libation for today. Books. So I can get it right out the way now. People complaining about me not giving books. The Wall of Light by Nikola Tesla. Wall of Light. By Nikola Tesla. T-E-S-L-A. Esoteric Occult School by Madame Helena Blavatsky. These are all devils that tapped into the frequency. The Handbook of Unusual Energies by Ledbetter. The Secret of Regeneration by Hilton Hotima. The Hidden Way Across the Threshold by James C. Street. The Hidden Way Across the Threshold by James C. Street. The Relationship of Parapsychology to Gravity by J.G. Gallimore, G-A-L-L-I-M-O-R-E, J.G. Gallimore. The Phenomena of Materialism. This is an old book by a man called Baron von Nutzing, N-U-T-Z-I-N-G. N-U-T-Z-I-N-G. The name of the book is The Phenomena of Materialism. The Astro-Biochemical System of Bodybuilding by Inez Eudora Perry. The Astro-Biochemical System of Bodybuilding by Inez Eudora Perry. The Devil's Pulpit by Robert C. Taylor. Glimpses of Masonic History by C.W. Ledbetter. The Key to the Universe by Harriet and Homer Curtis. And lastly, this will take about 2 or 3 years to read, Anacalypsis by Godfrey Higgins. That's about an 1,120-page book, 2 volumes. All right, beloved. Like Brother asked, I hope y'all ain't had any pork juice sandwiches. I hope y'all ain't stopped by Mickey D. I hope y'all didn't eat heavily before we came together, because I need all of your brain cells working today. We are going to get into realms and levels so subtle about why it is God dies. Now, why did I say why God dies? Because who is God? Then if we are God, then why do we die? There is no such thing as death in God. Then why do we go through this progressive degeneration and decrepidation? What happened to us some 75 to 145,000 years ago that created this unnatural habit of dying? We're going to also talk about the misconceptions and lies of holistic health and alternative healing. Now, I don't want all of the brothers and sisters who are practicing holistic health and alternative healing to bum rush me now, because what I'm about to do is to stick a pin into the conceptual and perceptual balloon of holistic healing and health. A lot of people are not going to like me after this, especially those who are about doing this as a business. I did it as a business, and that's why I had to do it this way, because if you do not continue to grow in whatever you're doing, then you just got a job. I hate jobs. This just over broke bullshit is not for me. Check. I couldn't work for anybody, because most of the times, after about a month of being in a job, I found out that my boss or those right above me had the IQ of a turnip, which was why they're the ones in charge. And I couldn't deal with it. So I taught my son never to work for anybody. And he has never worked for anybody. And the one time he did go to school for all of a month, I took him out. And I believe in that. I believe that somehow if we just stopped working and sat down, we could change the world. Because the deal is, the way he controls is by getting us to participate through our fear, which is what we're going to go into. The great AIDS hoax, Lord knows. I'll be going back into some very old material that I was doing back since 1985, when it wasn't very popular to say that AIDS was a hoax. But I ain't into popularity, so everybody here I know, because they are here, they ain't into popularity either. 9 times out of 10, you all have become the disturbance in the immediate influence that you are around, namely family. They all think you're fucking crazy any damn way. So I don't understand why they have this word insane, because if you are in sanity, I don't understand what's the deal. Anything outside of sanity is the one I'm worried about. So I don't mind being insane or being insanity, because that's exactly what we're going to have to be. We're going to have to reason this situation. We can't go on belief anymore. Belief is a sickness. That's a virus that eats away at your critical thinking. So the great AIDS hoax will be exposed here today. And I hope you come at me with all the critical shit you got. Because 9 times out of 10, all the motherfuckers coming in here talking shit about AIDS don't know they asshole from their elbow, because all they're doing is parroting what that beast told them. "98% of the population don't read. And if they do read, they read that dumb shit when they're going to work by some white woman having problems with some other rich white man. Who gives a fuck? Polluting their mind with all kind of dumb shit. Like, I'm worried on the daytime shows whether he gets fucked or she gets fucked, or whether that baby belongs. Who gives a fuck? The great AIDS hoax has been a mind war. It just manifested as what we see as the casualties, but it's been a mind war. They eroded your understanding that you are God. That's the only way you can die. The only way they could co-opt the programming that was essential and first and archetypal to your being. The very fact that you know you are God means that you cannot die from some little microbe. There are mitigating circumstances to the degeneration of God's temple, and you can't just catch it from getting some pussy or some dick. That's bullshit. And finally, we're going to talk about what the white man believes is his new outlet, his new territory of for overcoming. He knows it's his last days. And you know, sometimes when the old champion is walking out, you feel kind of sorry for him. You know, even you begin to see the criminal getting his at the end, and you say, well, I guess that's the end. It's over. But now we hear about the Human Genome or Genome Project, and shit just gets resuscitated. And you start saying, oh, we got more help now because the white man has found a new way to battle disease. Oh man, when we gonna give up this bullshit dependency on everything this man said? Turn off the damn television. Turn off the TV. The myth conceptions, I will start with part 2 first before I work to somatic death. But somatic death really is what covers everything. And you will find out what somatic death is. There is no natural death. That's a contradiction in terms. That's an oxymoron. Because even the tree comes back to life when conditions dictate it. You look at winter, quote unquote, and you see the tree die. But the tree doesn't die. The tree simply goes through a phase and then rephases back into what you perceive as life. This is what you do now, but that was a choice. You can stay in the body as long as you want because you are the highest, the most developed, the most sentient of all the Most High's creations because you are the Most High. The Most High just folded over on itself and bang, here we are. So why are you dying? Why are you aging? Why are you getting sick? First things first. The biggest mind fuck going on today is that there's something called disease. Disease is superstition. And I'll tell you why. Because the average man and the average woman has no clue as to the workings of nature. And I wrote things down because I have a lot to say and I just don't want to just talk out the hair. So this will go on tape because it came straight through me, through what I felt, through what I've researched, and I offer this to the masters gathered here who are in the process of remembering. It is the fragmentary concepts of medical science that has misled us for nearly 500 years. Now, with the so-called alternative health crusade of the New Age, the fragmentation continues. First, the body is a whole and complete unit of cosmic intelligence, not a series of parts sliced together to simulate life. To understand the true nature of health and healing, we must stop viewing the body temple the way the cave scientist tells us to, as a series of fragmented parts containing organs and systems. There are no systems or organs as we have been made to understand and overstand. This is fragmentation based on commercialism. The definition of the body parts by medical science are the medical church's definitions of your temple that exists in reality only on paper. I wonder if you're going to be able to get next to where we're going. There are no such things as body systems. These parts that have been identified are simply definitions of a church that exists only as abstracts on paper. These organs and systems are medical abstracts, codes of the medical church, like sacraments, rituals, saints, demons, and instruments of the Christian church. There are no parts to the body. That is an illusion. There are no systems, organs, or vessels, but outer expressions of an integrated whole. Again, this fragmentary perception of the body temple enhances our false notions that we can apply a separate remedy to that isolated part while the whole remains unaffected. That is the height of white Caucasian thinking. As a result, when a healing crisis occurs, we think that we have to go ballistic like the Caucasian does. So what do? We seek potions. We seek remedies. We seek medications. We seek vitamins. We seek herbs. The very word healing implies health. In fact, disease is actually an expression of health. Healing does not begin when you feel the first symptoms of your imbalance. Let me say that again. Healing does not begin when you, on the surface, feel your first sense of the imbalance. Healing does not begin when you take herbs, potions, or tonics. Healing does not begin when you take herbs, potions, or tonics. By the time you feel your first symptom, you are already midway to the final stages of your cleansing and healing. Taking anything other than natural energy from the air, water, and the sun at this time is tantamount to interfering and stopping a healing process that cosmic intelligence had already begun. Disease is not life-threatening. There is no such thing as a life-threatening disease. Cancer is not life-threatening. The only time cancer becomes life-threatening is when the doctor begins to stick and prod at what nature has consolidated and isolated to protect the total body. It is when man interferes that he begins to die. Life needs no help in the operation of life. The medical priest is conditioned and trained to see germs and viruses as the cause of what ails humanity. Germs and viruses are actually the demons of the medical church. But disease is actually intelligence at work. Disease is self-limiting. But enter the New Age. Now you say the New Age, now we're going alternative. We're going to do the alternative thing. I'm not going to follow the regular Orthodox church. I'm going to do something that's alternative. But let's investigate what's alternative about it. Because I am a refugee from that thinking process. The stepchild of the medical church is the alternative health community. It too is commercially driven, all on the fuel of false promises and commodities. Western medicine prompts and promotes the concept of pharmaceutical targets. Well, New Age medicine prompts and promotes vitamin and herbal targets. They both fragment the body into targets for therapy. The New Age also advertises health in the bottle. These are the ballistics of health, they call it. Those various physiological systems identified as the nervous system, the muscular system, the digestive system, the respiratory system, the reproductive system, the lymphatic system, the endocrine system, only exist as a perception in the paperwork of the cave scientist. To further entrench the illusion of systems and origins, the medical church has a branch of priests they call specialists. Special forces. Specialists are the worst kinds of doctors because disease to them and their protocols for treatment are based in the worst form of fragmentation. Their science, again, exists only as a fragmented model on paper. I use the definition, or at least the example, of if a man goes in to see a doctor who's a proctologist and he has a heart ailment, 9 times out of 10 the proctologist is going to tell him that his asshole is the problem rather than his heart. Because the only thing he is versed in is your asshole. And when you deal with fragmentation like that, you can divvy the body up the way they divvy up the cow and show you all the different parts that they're going to feed to you. So you get a respiratory therapist, a eye, ears, nose, and throat therapist, a bone therapist, a skin therapist, a gastroenterologist. But think about this. The mouth, the throat, the stomach, the kidneys, and the large intestines could not perform digestion, assimilation, and elimination without the brain and the nerves. In fact, the only purpose for diagnosis is to find out which drug or drug-based therapy you will be treated with. There is no healing model for the end results of diagnosis. Let me repeat that. There is no healing model for the end result of diagnosis. Only a drug model, a drug protocol, or a surgical protocol. Ask any doctor if he's going to help heal you when you go see him. It is the same with the so-called alternative healing community, unfortunately. What are the herbal sacraments for the medical? Drug sacraments are the same for their own particular demons. And if you look at all of what it is the alternative health community does, is they label the so-called separate symptoms the way the medical church. This is good for, what's that? Diabetes. This is good for high blood pressure. What the fuck is all that? How are you going to bring the language of the person you say you alternative to into your dictionary, into your semantics? If you are alternative, then there is nothing that you are going to bring from them to you. I don't know if you can see that. Any substance, now listen carefully, any substance that is given to a sick person to reduce their symptoms only prolongs the body's effort to heal itself. Let me repeat that. Any substance that you give to a person, anyone who is sick, anything you give to anyone that's sick to reduce the symptoms, you prolong the healing process of that person. It is cosmic intelligence that is the healer. Only that which created you can heal you. Whatever is needed by intelligence will be provided by the air, the sun, and the water. As a true naturopath, you must assist in the mode of healing or create the environment and the availability for those three aspects to be introduced to you. So if you as a true healer want to be, and there's no true healers in the flesh. The true healer is only the source you came from. So what you are is nothing more than an assistant. An assistant to a process that is inevitable. And what you do is to teach that person to create the environment in thought, word, deed. The environment that is around that person so that those three components may act optimally and to the best benefit of the person that is healing. Assistance versus interference. The body creates what it needs in all phases of its life. It knows what to do in health, and it damn sure knows what to do in sickness. Intelligence does not suspend at the moment you become ill. How the hell is it you think that the doctor all of a sudden knows something about the body because you just got sick? There is no protocol for health. There is no protocol in medical science for the word health. There's not even the word God in any of their medical books. So how in the hell are they going to do any healing? That's right. I got an amen. The ancestors just gave an ashe. Intelligence does not suspend at the point when you feel ill. In fact, it is how kicked into high gear. But your fear motivates you to seek some reprieve. Herbs, my beloved brothers and sisters, herbs are stimulants. They are irritants. They are stimulants. Get used to that word today. Get used to the word irritate. Get used to the word stimulate. Because they do not and are not the same as nutrition. Stimulation is not nutrition. Oh, you're going to find out all about the working model of that vehicle of consciousness that you've been walking around with. Y'all know more about your damn car than you do yourself. But today, by the time you walk out, you're going to be experts or imperts. Because I hope that you're all going to be able to walk the journey with us. You know, even if you're sleeping, I'm going to talk to that other part of you. Herbs are stimulants, irritants that remove symptoms only. just like pharmaceutical herbs. You see, there's no difference between pharmaceutical drugs and herbs because the word pharmaceutical or pharmacology came from the Greek word pharmakon, which means magical herbs. The drug manufacturers seeks out all types of different herbs so that they could synthesize analog materials from it to create a drug. Know this, as soon as your symptoms leave, know that your body's intelligence has rerouted your vitality from its chosen area of healing, that is the area experiencing the symptoms, to your elimination of the noxious substance that you were just introducing into your body. Whenever you have a symptom and you introduce any component into that temple that is going to ameliorate the symptom, know that that component has to be dangerous to the particular economy of the body, because that particular pain that you were feeling was the evidence of your vital life force being mobilized to your benefit. If your symptoms have been allayed, it means that the body has attenuated its attention to that area and has moved its attention to the most dangerous component, the one that is more life-threatening. See the science. Your body does not operate by thinking that you could get something out of nothing. Anything that you do to irritate the body and stimulate the body taxes your own vital reservoir of accumulated strength. Oh, we're going to get into it today. Every illusion you have about what power, strength, vitality, sickness, and disease is leaving here today. Now, I'm not saying that you should switch over radically to everything that I have come to overstand in my own journey. This is something for you to think about. This is what I'm giving to you is something that you will carry with you. And as you are moving along your path, you will adjust accordingly. And you will find yourself jettisoning all the bullshit that has been accumulated based upon the illusion of what you believe to be your body's reality. It's time to wake up, brothers and sisters, because the transition to the next time zone, you can't take this shit with you. If you ain't refining your cells, if you ain't refining who you are so that the phase shift countenance of the light code transmissions can lock into your molecular structure, twist that molecular chain into the right wire and the right frequency, you staying here with this crazy white boy. And these are the keys to over and understanding what it is you need to do psychospiritually and biospiritually. And remember, I ain't mad at you. The specific reactions of herbs, drugs, and potions do not act upon the body temple. Hallelujah, the body temple acts on the herbs. Can I get an amen? You cannot give some echinacea to a recently dead man and bring him back to life. There is no vitality in that which you have extracted a compound from. It now becomes a twisted molecular substance called a compound, which is a drug, which is an old English word for that which sedates. A herb is a drug. Now, however those of us know how to administer it so that we can ameliorate symptoms for the comfort of the person suffering, know that you do not suffer any greater than your ignorant actions have caused you to suffer. The level of your abuse is tantamount to the level of the pain or the energy ushered by the body to rebalance you. Nature is unforgiving. Bless her, I love her. That bitch is unforgiving, or we wouldn't learn shit. But in her benevolence, in her highest, she is not vengeful. Big difference between not being vengeful and unforgiving. When my mother and my father kicked my ass, it wasn't about vengeance. It was love. Didn't forgive me after I did it the 10th time. Because they forgave me 9 times. And that's how nature works. She'll forgive and forgive and forgive until you go to that well once too often. And then it's like, no, come on, listen. I am life. And this is how it works. Even though you're ignorant, I'm going to show you how it works. The specific reaction of a herb is merely to the quality of the poison that forces the body to eject it. The reaction of the body is simply to the quality of the poison or the herb or the tonic that was introduced into it. The reaction of the herb is where intelligence chooses a specific organ or system to remove it. Hallelujah. It is intelligence that is at work when you take herbs, not the herbs. It is our ignorance that is at work when you introduce the herbs, not intelligence. So right now, we're going to just take in ignorance and just throw it in the fire. And we're going to burn it and just fuel it for heat. Because right now, when you walk out of here, everything that you have in your home that has been based in your ignorance, everything in your kitchen, everything in your refrigerator, everything in your cabinets that is based upon your ignorance, I would hope, as decoders, as children of the dark matter consciousness, you will throw them out without thinking twice. Because I don't give a damn how much you paid for it. It ain't worth it paying in the amount of money that you're going to have to pay to get well from using it. It ain't going to be worth it in the pain you're going to suffer. So throw it out, start over. And we're going to work this thing. The organ or the system that the body intelligence chooses to eject the poison from is the area that the herb is said to be good for. Let me say that again. The area that your body chooses to eject the herbal poison from is the area that I used to, at the herbologist, say, hey, this herb is good for that. But because of the alignment, because of the specific combination of molecular and electron configurations, albeit mutilated when you cook it and prepare it, that particular potion that you make from that herb, when galvanized from its original source into a compound, when introduced into the body economy of cosmic intelligence, the specific organ that is chosen is based upon the resonance that that particular plant gave of the poison that it used to defend itself. You take it in, and that's where your organ, or the organ that you took it for, that's where your body chooses to get rid of it or to process it so it doesn't kill you. Ooh, did it just hit you? All right, here it goes. When you take that herb, that echinacea, that bloodroot, and all of those things I used to take, when you take those herbs, and in my book called The Ebers Unveiled, I break down how herbology started by our ancestors and why it was given to them during a time right after that great nuclear war that destroyed Chem, with that overhead blast and the wars that were going on in the interstellar wars that we were having here on this planet. Oh, y'all don't remember that, but we're going to remember that. All the wars that your people and your ancestors had. When the ancestors came here to rebuild, they built little things called Edens, which were dome places to deal with the high radiation. And the priests of Ast, she came, and knowing what the constitution for every form of life in existence at that time, knew that there were ways to ameliorate pain, the suffering of those people who were the refugees of that war. And in so doing, introduced the science of herbs to Imhotep. Now, when you introduce a noxious substance that is not nutritional, not part of your body economy's recognition system, when you take that into your body, immediately you have sensory apparatus that's in the throat, in the lungs, in the stomach, in the digestive system. And it codifies the quality of the poison and says, you, lung, you're going to be the one to process it. No, you, liver, you're going to be the one to process it. And because of the specific nature of that particular area, that area gets the most attention. And thus, if you're taking it for your kidneys will say, oh my God, I have to attenuate the energy that is being used to do the healing on one level and process it quickly through the kidneys, thus taking the pain threshold, which was evidence of the work being done, down so that you now feel a little better. But guess what? It comes back, this time with a greater force and with a greater intensity, because now the body has to compensate for what you in your ignorance did to attenuate its work, to interfere. Ow! Let's get an ashe for the divine temple. This is intelligence. Intelligence. I'm going to show you. This is intelligence here. There it is. Let me show you what you're looking at. That you are looking at is the outer component of atomic intelligence, your cell. White man first looked at the cell under the microscope and said, it's just a piece of floating protoplasm. Then when he began, because his eyes became more and more deficient, he began making stronger and stronger microscopes. He began to see, well, God damn. He said, this thing is one of the most complex, simple forms of life in existence. But what creates that intelligence? What is the intelligence that lets a fingernail cell versus a hair cell versus an eye cell versus an ear cell know which one is which? Think about that. Can a doctor grow an arm and a finger? No, they could only take certain components that already exist to try to regenerate it, but they don't know what that is. They don't know what goes into. They don't know what the intelligence was that brought about that atomic structure. Now, just looking at the fact that that is intelligence at work, we will move forward. Dead inert matter gives you nothing. You cannot put any herb into a fresh corpse, as I said, and witness any signs of life. There are no true tonics that give anything. They take with the illusion of giving. Let me repeat that. There are no tonics that give you anything. They take from the body economy with the illusion of giving you. The mistaken perception that a body struggling to eject a poison is somehow receiving energy is a perceptual lie. Let me say that again. The mistaken perception that a body struggling to eject a poison is somehow receiving energy is a perceptual lie to your senses. In the condition of disease, nature is unforgiving, as I said. It is the extent of your abuse that dictates the extent of your healing crisis. When you feel the effects of herbs and drugs, it is stimulation that eventually leads to depression. All stimulants are actually depressants. There is no such thing as a drug that sedates or stimulates. All drugs depress you. All drugs are sedatives. All drugs are sedatives. All herbs are sedatives. All reactions to drugs and herbs is the waste of vital energy to eject poisonous material. Now, you're going to see me get redundant at times, but I think I'm going to need to keep repeating myself so that we will correlate the information as we go on here today. Serums, vaccine toxins, potions, and vitamins do not help us to avoid diseases or enhance health. There's a difference between a vitamin and a food. And there is a difference between food and life. Food does not give you life. We eat to live, and we eat to die. Eating is a pathological habit of the fall. Oh, brother, now, after I thought I got all my shit together, and I thought I had it down with my echinacea and shit, and all my juices and shit, now you're going to come tell me this shit. But I wouldn't be who I am if I wasn't doing this shit to you. If I don't agitate, if I don't make you go home and think, I ain't did shit up here except waste your time and your money. Now, everything we're going to be doing is studying. Now, this is learning. This is what true school is about. Oh, oh, we done got, let me see, where we at? Oh, I had to pull it up? Okay, what we got? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's what we doing? Where the fuck is it? Oh, I know what it is. Here it is. Oh. This motherfucker don't want to work. Shit. Ah. Damn, every time I point this shit at the thing, it don't work. Ah, there it is. Oh, I know. Oh, I got it. Hey! Check it. We on. This is school. You all heard me on the radio program when I said any lecturer, anyone who speaks to you for under 5 hours ain't saying shit. Check. Why I say that is because you cannot get into not only the physics, but the metaphysics, which are the peripherals to why the physics exists, unless you had some time, quote unquote. You're going to need the type of time that we're going to be exercising here today to understand and understand where it is we need to be tomorrow. And y'all going to leave out of here being the decoders for the places that you now occupy in your homes, in your workplaces. People just being around you are going to start feeling different. Because when you think differently, you vibrate differently, and you bring different people into your periphery. Then those motherfuckers that can't stand you or can't be around you or got a Bible and gonna try throwing the shit at you, come to Jesus, motherfucker. No. That Bible, he bring that Bible close to you to burn in his hands. Because he ain't using it right any damn way. Fucking around using these very esoteric metaphysical principles to keep people locked down in a bullshit paradigm of belief. Time to wake up. Now, all your doctors and your surgeons can pull teeth, burn out fibroids, cut out gallbladders and uteruses. They can splice up your ovaries. They can extract tonsils and drain your sinuses. But not one of these procedures can bring you health. Not one. You see, in the practice of herbology, as with pharmacology, it is the atomic molecular arrangements of life in the herbs that dictate your response. The atomic configurations of herbs become perverted during preparations. This perverse molecular soup is then introduced into your body's atomic molecular configuration, where it acts immediately to defend itself. And the organ it chooses is the one that best deals with the particular recipe of the soup you introduced. Today, it's sad to say that the New Age holistic health community is holistic in name only and carries the same fragmented concepts of life, health, and disease as their stepmother, the Orthodox Medical Church. The New Age alternative health community has become 21st century's cure cult. Now, pay close attention, my beloved seekers. Junk foods that are sold to you as health foods. Junk foods that are sold to you as health foods. Now, don't bum rush me. Garlic. Garlic was used by our ancestors in chem because that was a sedative, a medicinal at the time because of the high radiation poisoning. In my book, I spoke about the fact that you see these black so-called dreads or locks that you see on our sisters and our brothers at the time of chem. Those were wigs because their hair were falling out due to radiation poisoning. It's in the archives. Those wigs were black and they were made of lamb's wool. Lamb's wool contains lanolin. Lanolin is excellent as a protectorant against radiation. Our ancestors also used toxic poisoning. The book, the Ebers Papyrus, is one of the greatest books on homeopathic treatments that ever existed. Let me repeat that. The Ebers Papyrus is one of the greatest homeopathic books ever written because they used all of the elements from life. They used the beetle. They used horse shit. They used urine. They used lead. They used everything they could. But every time they introduced something that they know would be pathological to the body or toxic, they would introduce its counter. Not the way that doctors work today. So, when they used the garlic, when people came up on them, when the Greeks came up on them, and all the other people would come to study there, would say, well, damn, these people reek of garlic. The Kemites or the Kemetu ate a lot of garlic because the garlic had a specific toxin that was helping to ameliorate the effects of the high radiation poisoning. And that was it. Vitamins. Junk foods sold as health foods. Cayenne pepper. Blackstrap molasses. Cod liver oil. Bone meal. Brewer's yeast. Honey. Apple cider vinegar. Brown and turbinado sugar. Whole wheat products, including bran and certain wheat germs. Herbal teas, potions, and tonics. Dissected liver. This is my toxin. Sea salt. Yogurt. Ginseng and all ginseng products. sauerkraut, miso, tofu, and all other soy products, protein extracts, and all milk products. Oh, shit. I'll be damned. I came all the way from wherever to hear this shit. Now, I know I ain't going back to my family to introduce none of this shit. I'm going to walk around with this in my head to keep the peace. But you know what? When you go home and you start implementing quietly and you begin to change the resonance of your own frequency and vibration, automatically your home begins to vibrate in kind. And people going to want to know what you're doing. Why are you looking so pulled up and tucked, and your energy is so high, your eyes are so clear? Well, here's what I did. And only then can you now introduce who you are, because then they're open. Don't ever try to force nobody to hear what you got to say, especially on this. When I first started this 20 years ago, I was only talking to 2 people. And 1.5 of them motherfuckers thought I was crazy. So this is a stage. I've watched my people grow. And you don't know how good it feels to see you all here looking at me, speaking to you on a level where we are equal energies, when nearly 20 years ago, people would cross the street when they saw me coming. And they were talking about, that's that crazy Valentine kid. Don't get too close to him. You might catch something. More junk food. Aloe vera extract. Oh, I got to tell you the truth. You got to know the truth. I had to deal with this. I'm still trying to get rid of some of my drugs at this time. It ain't like I'm up here, sitting up here perfect and I got some shit over you all. That's bull. We on this same path. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to get better too. You know what I'm saying? So I got to, I love my people. I love you all so much. I ush you all so much. Because, see, reason is, I can't do this by myself. I thought I could, but I can't. See, this all of us put together. Comfrey. Comfrey contains allicin, or aloin, and something called pyrrolizidine. Pyrrolizidine, if you use it too much, it creates liver damage that degenerates into hepatitis. Any chlorophyll that's in a bottle, chlorophyll in a bottle ain't mean shit. Once it's detached and removed, it's junk food. If you get it right at the point where you extract it like wheatgrass and then dilute it and sip it in there, because you can't drink that chlorophyll that quick. Why? Because you don't have the proper magnesium molecule in place to process green. That's the color that you were at one time. It was the time when you had 3 suns. There's only 2 suns now. The other sun is behind this one, and it spins at the same trajectory as the Earth, so you can't see it. But now, if you see the harmonic color references to your reality, you look at the skin of the original man and woman, and what color is it? No. What color is it that we recognize? What color is that, brother? Brown. Now, what color is the earth devoid of its green life? Okay, now, you had a magnesium alloy that gave you a yellowish, goldish tint to your blood. Because in the archives of the ancients, you can read that Ramses, when he went into battle one day, one of his soldiers saw him bleeding, and he bled gold. Ramses was one of the ancient ones. Your blood was gold because the base metal in your blood at the time was not iron. Iron is one of the lowest frequency metals on this planet. You, as the God of life, would not choose a lower energy to magnetize yourself to it. It would be part of the components of the higher energy. So your base metal used to be gold. why you die. You die, and this is just a part of what I'm going to be speaking about, from a progressive rusting of your body. Because what happens to iron when introduced to water and darkness? Yes. So what are we doing except rusting to death? Crusting to death. Atrophying to death. Because of the base metal that we are operating on today. Back to junk food, sold as health food. Acidophilus. How many of y'all take acidophilus? Come on, get it up. Yeah. Acidophilus is an intestinal strain that ferments milk. It is incompatible with the intestinal flora of the melanated man and woman. It is quickly ejected from the system. Most of us have an overload of putrefactive flora in our system because we eat so much shit. Your body is different from the Caucasoid or the Chalkozoid. Different because you, beloved brothers and sisters, because of your melanin, because you still hold on to that one ingredient, that thing that they're looking for in the Genome Project. You hold on to that dark matter spiral that allows you to eat color. You get nutrition from color. The black man and black woman's intestinal flora at its highest potencies extracts color from food. That's why people of color should never eat white food. We're going to get deep today. Never should eat white food. When the white man eats, his intestinal flora is not strong enough. The European wasp white, blue-eyed, blonde hair. His intestinal flora is not strong enough to break down whole foods. That is why, over the time of his degeneration in Europe, before he descended on Africa, his foods became refined in order to deal with the weak intestinal fortitude that he had. His consciousness had to refine his food in order to deal with the least of the evils that he was dealing with. So what you see when you're looking at a Caucasian is the blue eye. Now there is a substance in your body called bilirubin. They're going to now extract that from black folks and use that as a nutrition. Because your bilirubin is higher and more potent than his. His bilirubin needs to constantly be recycling. Now, bilirubin is what turns your shit brown. What happens is that anything you see, when you look at a tree, when the tree dies, it turns what colors? Brown. So when you extract whole colors, you do that. Now, in his foods, they're already dead, so there ain't nothing to do but turn it brown. In yours, you're supposed to be waiting to digest longer because you have more components in live food. You don't need to eat as much. And if you are a vegetarian, you now turn into a grazer, which means you eat all the time, but the right things. But as a flesh eater, you eat once and then sleep 15 hours. All progressively degenerative to the death. His bilirubin, because it is so bereft of nutrition, in his own, in the cosmic intelligence, caused his bilirubin to continue to recycle in his body. That's what turns his eye blue. When you look at our ancestors, when you see our 90 and 100-year-old grandmothers and grandfathers, by the time they've reached that degenerative state, what colors do their eye turn? And what color? And blue. You see black people eyes turn gray and blue. Now, at the point of that beautiful melanated sister and brother's time, when they degenerated to that point, they degenerate to the point where the Caucasoid begins. You understand what I just said? If we degenerate and our eyes turn blue, what does that tell you about who he is? It gives you a perspective of who the parent is in consciousness and who the child is. We are light synthesizers, and as such, we need color as food in order to maintain the resonance that melanin must have to communicate with other star systems. We are light processors by nature. All living things are light processors, but there is no greater light processor in the creation of all things than the melanated man and the melanated woman. We are the inversions of God in the flesh. From the triple blackness, the Most High had to create blackness in order to recognize itself. Because if the light came from the blackness, there's no way for the blackness to overstand the light unless it was black again. Because I understood that black absorbed all light. So when black and the triple black and that which God is creates, it has to create black again in order to speak to itself. So it knows what it's talking about when it finds out things like we do in here today. So we need to consume and process the ingredients of light, which breaks down into color. Because what happens to white light when you put a prism through it? Breaks down into 7 bands of colors. Well, that's what happens. What do you think food is? It's a second-hand version of what solar light gave to you. So it has to have been a container for light radiation, for solar radiation, which means it's a quality of light. And so what it has configured itself molecularly into being is what you now are extracting by way of your specific crystal that you call your digestive juices. Check? We digest light into color. Color is the band and frequency of consciousness for the new time. All language is going to come through vectors of color. Now, refined foods have no light to release, and so to constantly consume them is to rob your own light in the cells. See? Let me say this to you. When you consume denatured food, the denatured food robs the light, which is the activity and the solar intelligence of your cells, in order to process that death out of your system. And in so doing, you do what your Bible has said, you begin to sacrifice the innocents. That is Herod. Herod is your passions and your ignorance, sacrificing and killing off the innocents. Now, do not mistake a drug effect for a health effect whenever you take things that do not have the proper light codes and life source in them. When something stimulates you, do not think it is a health effect. It is a drug effect. Cod liver oil is the waste byproduct of the fishing industry. This substance is toxic to human metabolism, and it must be kept out of the reach of children. Garlic is highly toxic, and it's a root that our Kemetic ancestors used to combat radiation poison in the last days. It contains an indigestible component called allicin. Bee pollen. Everything in pollen is contained in the fruit. Heightened. So you don't need bee pollen. Flower pollen too. Bee propolis. Now the propolis is called a natural antibiotic. It's like honey. Honey is an antibiotic. It kills your symbiotic intestinal flora. When you take honey, They used honey as a medicinal in the ancient days, not to sweeten your damn tea. Honey creates mannite acid. It's all in my book in the back. When I broke down in the Sacred Principles of Health, I only brought 50. Forgive me, because of finance. But if you can, if you want to, copy it and send it off to somebody. But, you know, tell them that we're doing it on a shoestring. But in the book, I speak about the fact that honey creates mannite and carbonic acid. These disrupt the intestinal flora and causes indigestion, creates alcohol in your system. Anything that kills your intestinal flora or your bacteria causes the body to create conditions to bypass that particular situation. So if you put something into your system that kills your natural body's flora, your body will counteract that by creating other things in your system that will counteract what you just did to kill off that flora. So that's why you start bubbling and gurgling and farting all over the place and belching and shit, running people out the room. That used to be Thanksgiving. Shit. I used to run at Thanksgiving after everybody eat. After everybody eat, I ran outside. Now, even the American meat industry is selling you everything but the shadow and the oink. They ain't found a way to get the oink or the shadow yet, but they're going to try a way to sell that shit back to you. Here's what the meat industry sells to you as health food. And you have to look at these as part of the ingredients to certain health foods that they're selling in the GNC stores, general nutrition stores that sell all this shit as health in a bottle. The meat industry sells you glands, bone meal, gelatin, insulin, protein powder, kidneys, urine and urea, powdered testicles. Whew. Bran, liver extracts, and pancreas. People who consume glands, those who have glands, end up catching cancers. And they end up with endocrine or sexual disorders. They also have problems with allergies. Now, big money, big time money is made selling the body parts after the rendering. Let me just give you an example. Adrenals go for $14,500 a pound. Bile goes for $2,300 a pound. Bone meal is $900 a pound. Eyeballs, $7,300 a pound. Hearts, $2,300 a pound. Hypothalamuses, $11,000 a pound. Livers are $900,000 a pound, or $900 a pound. Lymph is $1,800 a pound. Parathyroids is $11,000 a pound. Pituitaries are $18,000 a pound. Placentas are $4,500 a pound. Prostates are $2,700 a pound. Testicles, are $3,200 a pound. Uteruses, $3,000 a pound. Now, what the fuck they want with all of that? The research community buys it from the meat industry. The pharmaceuticals now make a deal with the commercial part of the holistic health community and sell the byproduct of this shit as ingredients to your food. Check. Am I boring any of you all out here? Okay, good. I want y'all to be with me. Molasses. Molasses is a junk food that is sold as a medicinal and a food enhancer. It is degraded and mutated like honey. It is contaminated with pesticides from the sugar that it was processed from. It contains 30 to 50% sugar. Chemists and drug manufacturers They make industrial alcohol from it. You ready? It has MSG derivatives like citric acid, which is used in sodas. It is fed to livestock and called black strap. Now, y'all niggas ain't got beaten up enough that y'all go out and buy something called black strap molasses that they feed to cattle. Check. Make you want to holler, throw up both your hands. Yeah. Now, we ain't even begun this shit. You're just hang in there for a minute. Now, I'm going to give you a minute before I get to some dirt y'all going to really hate me on. Because 9 times out of 10, y'all going to go out there y'all get this now, because an educated consumer is a live one. Let me get that right for you. It'll get it. I can scoot it up a little bit closer. Can y'all figure? Now y'all go ahead and put that down, so I ain't got to call it off for y'all. But MSG is in every damn thing. And I mean every damn thing. And I'm going to find where I think I put the list. But in my video in the Gathering of the Masters in Atlanta, y'all asked Brother Prentice for that one. In there, I break down all the foods that have MSG and break it down so that you all go shopping, you all look for all the different ingredients that have MSG capabilities. And there's about 40 of them. And they're in all your health foods. So the name of that tape is The Gathering of the Masters. It's the nanogenetics of mind control. It's how they're going to mind control you at the genetic level by twisting your reality and making you become your own mind control slave. Y'all got that? These are the names that you're going to see. Autolyzed plant protein, glutamic acid, autolyzed yeast, gelatin, monosodium glutamate, yeast food or nutrient. You see? Yeast food or nutrient. Sodium caseinate, hydrolyzed vegetable protein, monopotassium glutamate. These are all the same as MSG. It gives you the same reactions. It makes you crazy. It shuts down a lot of your critical thinking, and you can't even feel anymore. Cops take a whole lot of MSG before they go out to do any kind of patrolling on your streets. Does that give you a clue? Finally, because they're always in that damn donut shop. What you think them damn donuts made from? Pure sugar and MSG. And here's finally, now y'all gonna really be mad at me because y'all have become so addicted. Soy. All right, let me get ready for this. Soy. Now this food product, in all of its forms, is the biggest health hype of the new millennium. Only a few decades ago, the soybean was considered unfit to eat, even in Asia. Even the damn Chinese didn't want the shit. But the holistic health community don't know shit. Let's just introduce it to them. Now, history on soy. During the Zhou dynasty, which is of 246 BC, the soybean was designated as one of the 5 sacred grains along with wheat, barley, millet, and rice. In the pictures drawn about these grains, the parts indicated the soybean shows that it was not first used as a food, where the pictographs for the other 4 showed their seed, their stem structures, and the buds. The pictographs of the soybeans only showed the root structure as the part that they used. Therefore, soybean was used only in crop rotation as a way to return nitrogen to the soil. That was it. The soybean did not serve as a food until the introduction of the fermenting process. Until the introduction of the fermenting process. The first soy foods were fermented products like tempeh, natto, miso, and soy sauce. Now, if you are carrying a seed, my sister, you need to pay attention to this. About the 2nd century, Chinese scientists discovered that puree of cooked soybeans could be precipitated using calcium sulfate and magnesium sulfate, which are, respectively, plaster of Paris and Epsom salts. All right. I'm going to say it again. Chinese scientists discovered that they could create a puree of cooked soybeans based upon calcium sulfate and magnesium sulfate. Calcium sulfate is plaster of Paris, the shit they hang walls with, the shit they make what's these facings with, and Epsom salts, the shit that runs right through you when you take it in. Now, they took these 2 components together, and from the soybean mulch, they created a curd called tofu. Now, here we go. The Chinese did not eat unfermented soybeans like they did other legumes because the soybean contained a large quantity of natural toxins, or what are known today as anti-nutrients. Anti-nutrients, the same shit that they were trying to promote to you in the form of a substance called olestra, which was a fat that was not a fat. Now, who's in their right mind going to think of some shit like that? A fat that was not a fat. So that you would eat a fat that was not a fat. And then what? Soybeans contain potent enzyme inhibitors. Listen carefully, beloved. Potent enzyme inhibitors that block the action of what is known as trypsin and other enzymes needed for protein digestion. These enzyme inhibitors are large, tightly folded proteins that are not completely deactivated through cooking. They produce serious gastric distresses, reduce protein digestion, and cause a chronic deficiency in what they call the amino acid uptake. In certain test animals, diets high in trypsin inhibitors cause enlargement of and pathological conditions in the pancreas, and they also cause cancer. Soybeans also contain hemagglutinin that causes red blood cells to clump together. Trypsin inhibitors, together with hemagglutinin, become growth inhibitors. Growth inhibitors. So, growth-depressing compounds in soy are deactivated during a process of fermentation. So once the Chinese perfected how to ferment the soybean, they began to incorporate soy foods into their diets. Now, in precipitated products, or what are fermented products, Enzyme inhibitors concentrate in the soaking liquid rather than in the curd. So what they do is when they use the two sulfates, it extracts the inhibitors in the curd, it goes into the water, but it don't get all of it. Because they scoop the shit out and put it right back in to wherever it is they're going to process it next. Thus, in tofu and in bean curd, growth depressants are reduced in quality and quantity, but not completely eliminated. Soy also contains what are known as goitrogens, substances that depress your thyroid function. It gets better. Soybeans are also high in phytic acid, which is present in the bran or the hull husk of all seeds. This blocks the body's uptake of essential minerals like calcium, magnesium, copper, iron, and most essentially zinc in your intestinal tract. Soy contains the highest phytic acid levels than any other grain or legume studied. Vegetarians who eat tofu and bean curd as a meat substitute risk severe mineral depression. Zinc is vital to cellular intelligence and is your overall conduit for electrical intelligence. Zinc is also necessary for painless childbirth. It is the lack of zinc in the women that causes the heavy pain during childbirth. It is vital for optimal development, and listen carefully, of your brain and your nervous system. Zinc is necessary for that. It plays a role in protein synthesis and collagen formation for the bones. Zinc is necessary for blood sugar control and vital for pain and reproductive health. Zinc deficiency causes that spacey feeling that most vegans and vegetarians mistake for getting high on life and getting enlightened and shit. Motherfuckers eating too much damn tofu. When you got zinc deficiency, electrical transduction and electrical transport is deficient. And all your shit ain't firing on time. So you out there like, oh, I was in another place, bro. Spirit was talking to me. Bullshit, Spirit wasn't talking to you. You're out of your mind. You gotta be in your right mind to know what spirit is. You can't be all, bro, you can't be out there. Shit, what do you think? You think somebody in their right mind now, every now and then you used to see the brothers who's on heroin. They're only in this portion of their right mind. The rest of it is gone. Now, soy protein isolate. That's something else you need to put up there. Soy protein isolate is also in most of so-called health foods. It is the key ingredient that gives soy burgers its meat taste. And soy milk its milky taste. Oh, listen carefully. The soy protein isolate that they put back into your food after they process it the way I told you is what gives the soy burgers its meaty taste. While it's giving, you see what happens is your taste buds are working on your brain to recognize taste. Now, if as you are tasting what you think is meat, analog meat is giving you a taste because they got this soy protein isolate, that means whatever it is your body is converting to a memory of tasting like meat is sucking out your zinc at the same time it's giving you the feeling that you eat meat. I know all these brothers and sisters out there in the health healing community, they just going to hate Brother Valentine. But I got to give it the way it is. Then y'all do what y'all want to do. But I got to tell it. Check. Now, acid washing the the soy. They acid wash the soy, right? After mixing it with the alkaline solution to remove the fiber. And when they do this acid wash, It's in aluminum tanks. Now, you all know about aluminum already. Aluminum tanks leach high levels of aluminum into the final product. The resulting curds are spray dried to produce a high protein powder. The final insult to vegetarians is that their original soybean is a high temperature, high extrusion or molding process or procedure. Now, nitrites, proven to be cancer causes, are formed, are ingrained into the spraying process, and a toxin called lysinolinide is formed during the alkaline processing. Artificial flavorings are added to, like MSG is put to the flavorings, are added to soy protein isolate because anything you see soy protein isolate has to have the MSG to give you the meat taste. And the reason why they add the MSG and the soy isolate is because if you eat soy at its essential state, fat to a particular area is to protect the area. Now, yet, with insane consistency, soy protein isolate and textured proteins are used extensively in school lunches and school lunch programs and summer programs. It is used extensively in commercial baked goods, cookies, breads, all of these, diet beverages, and fast food products. Soy protein isolate and textured proteins are heavily promoted in Africa, India, and South America. In other words, where melanated peoples populate and are targeted for depopulation through food giveaway programs. Soy processing factories are going up wholesale all over Africa. Why? Oh, you're going to know why. On tests conducted with school children, researchers noted that the children vomited occasionally, usually after finishing a soy-based soy protein isolate meal. 1/2 of the test group suffered from periods of diarrhea, upper respiratory infections, rashes, fevers, asthma and bronchitis symptoms. Soy consumption also linked to cancer. Soy consumption was also found to lessen your libido and was used by the Shaolin monks periodically for just that purpose. Soy protein isolate and soy products were used to take away your libido. Libido means you want to get it on. Thousands of women are consuming soy with the belief that it protects them against breast cancer. They had a rude awakening in 1996 when Swedish researchers found that women consuming soy protein isolate had an increase of epithelial hyperplasmia, a condition that sets into the body right before they begin to process and to see cancer situations. But here is the most diabolical study about soy that you've ever been told, one that could be read about. You could not read about in its effects because you would not know what soy is about. Soy degenerates the gender integrity in male children and formula-fed babies. Soy degenerates the gender integrity of male babies who are fed soy-based inframeal products. Where all these gay folks come from? In studies dating as far back as 1950, a substance called genistein in soy caused endocrine disruption in animals. 1950? They knew that the substance genistein created endocrine problems in the rats and monkeys, which meant the rats and monkeys either wouldn't fuck, couldn't fuck, and after they did fuck, the children were just completely crazy. They knew this. I don't know if that's seeping in. Because right now, brothers and sisters, bless their heart, unknowingly are giving our sisters and little babies soy products. I'm giving them the soy substitute. I keep telling them, make your own nut milk out of the organic nuts. It works. You got to work harder. You are not taking care of your children because you have been told that the imperative is at the job. You give most of your life force to that job, and you serve that devil, and you come back and just give some fucking microwave shit to your children. In 1991, Japanese researchers reported that eating just little as 30 grams or 2 tablespoons of soybeans per day for only 1 month resulted in significant increase of thyroid-stimulating hormone. Soy carries the genistein, but it also, they found out that it carries these ingredients which are endocrine disruptors. They call these substances isoflavones. And you'll see isoflavones on the side of some foods. The other name for it is called diazen. Diazen. D-I-A-D-Z-E-N. That's the other disruptor to the endocrine system that's in soy. Now, diseases like diffuse goiter and hypothyroidism appeared in some of the human subjects, along with constipation, fatigue, and lethargy. Scientists went on TV and news media to boast of soy's benefit, telling people to take 25 grams of soy protein isolate to lower cholesterol, and that was the minimum amount. This much contains 50 to 70 milligrams of isoflavones. 100 milligrams was the max that was recommended by your doctor. In 1992, the Swiss Health Service estimated that 100 grams, listen carefully, people, the Swiss Health Service estimated that 100 grams of soy protein gave the same amount of estrogen as the pill. I'm going to say that again. 100 grams of soy protein gave the same amount of estrogen as the pill. Now to the diabolical part. The isoflavones in infant formula. Daily exposure to infants based on their little tiny body weight exposed them to isoflavones in the soy infant formula that is 6 to 10 times higher than the dose that has the hormonal effects on adults who consume soy products. 6 to 10 times higher based on their little body weights. Now check this. Circulating concentrations of isoflavones in infant-fed soy formula were 13,000 to 22,000 times higher than the plasma estradiol steroid concentration in infants who drank mother's milk or even cow's milk. So the isoflavone effect that would happen to us, that would drive us crazy, is 13,000 times that when it gets into the system of an infant. 25% of bottle-fed children here in America take soy formula, and the statistics are rising. This is higher than any other country in the so-called Western world. Now check this. Infants fed exclusively on soy formula receive the equivalent estrogen intake of no less than 5 birth control pills a day. Yo! What is happening to our young brothers? Even with our sisters. Why is fibroid tumors that I've been witnessing rampant now in younger and ever younger girls? When I was dealing with it some 15, 20 years ago, sisters in their upper 30s and 40s had it. Now sisters as young in their early 20s got fibroid tumors. Shit, girl, you ain't lived that long to have a fibroid tumor. Breast cancers in girls at 24 years of age. Breast cancers in men now rising. Fagotizing the planet. Now, listen carefully. Male infants go through what is known as a testosterone surge during the first few months of life, when testosterone levels may sometimes get as high as an adult male. During this time, the boy is being programmed to express masculine tendencies after puberty, not only in the development of his sexual organs and other physical traits, but also in fixing the patterns in the brain characteristics that are connotative and specific to male behavior. Like not wanting to sit home and let your woman go to work for you. Like not feeling that something's wrong because you got your woman out there working, and the one that you by nature, it's in my book, The Wounded Womb, your nature has been perverted, where you got to think that it's all right for her to sit home. Most of the brothers in the insane asylums, most of the brothers in jail, most of the brothers that don't want to take that shit are the ones that's the dropouts of this society. Because I'll be damned if I ain't going to be a man, if nothing else. They got you doing my work. And sisters don't understand that that's the plan. That's the Willie Lynch protocol of switching the work so that you now got the money and the troubles, and your whole biological system is in chaos. When we were here to make sure that you had peace. That's what we were here for. Because we know what it is. In our instincts, we know that you are the tabernacle of life. And you can't be crazy out your fucking mind. You have to be quiet and sane to raise a sane child. If you are insane, then your child is insane. And I'd rest my case when you go out here today. Know for a fact that who you are is based upon what material was used to create you inside of that tabernacle that is your mother. And you worrying about the rent, you worrying about shit, that changes the biochemistry, which changes your hormonal integrity, which then creates a crazy-ass child. You didn't do all this heavy shit. You didn't have to do all of that. We were here for that. That's why we were built like this. To do the work. But we have been virtually turned into Mac Daddies and criminals, because in even us trying to survive, they got jail cells ready for that. Turn us into criminals. Don't understand what they're doing. You got to understand how this thing is working. The science of repression and oppression. The metaphysical science. They ain't just going out there marching and yelling and screaming and shit and telling them, kill the devil and all that shit. You got to understand the metaphysics of how they work in your ass, because that part is orchestrated too. That's right. to get you out there yelling and screaming and, oh, Message Jesse talking shit, you know, oh, keep hope alive. Who the fuck is hope? Is hope some motherfucker on an intravenous someplace and shit? We got to keep giving blood, keep it alive? Because we keep giving blood. We obviously keep giving some fucking blood. They keep killing us in the street. We got to be keeping hope alive, and hope got to be half dead and on our blood. In monkeys deficient of male hormones, these deficiencies impairs the development of spatial perception, a trait that is naturally more highly developed in men. Our spatial development is necessary because as a provider and a protector, we have to be able to react to our environments much more quickly. They say, well, women do better with languaging. Of course, you develop a part of your brain that is necessary for you to be who you are. Well, women are good at languaging. Well, why? Because babies can't talk. They say women are so much more thing than men. It ain't no goddamn competition. It is how we were structurally made to function in our particular work. So women have a better understanding of communicative cues and different nuances and so forth for communication because that's what they are. A baby got to tell you that something's wrong, and you got to be able to pick that shit up. So you got to be able to be stronger in your communication. That ain't something that's better than men. And I don't want to be you. So don't try to make me feel all soft and shit and get to know my feminine side. Fuck all that. First time you get a nigga talking about his feminine side, you say, got to get rid of that nigga. I got to get me a man. And the first thing you want in a man is a man who knows how to make up his mind, know what he's doing, he's correct 90% of the time, and he don't take no shit. He don't take your shit either. I mean, for Christ's sakes, the first time you take him out, and he takes you out, he open the door for you, you let him take you everywhere. Oh, yeah, oh, really? He's doing everything for you. And it's what you doing, roping him in as he thinks he's taking. You listen to him then. You're checking him out to see whether or not he could take care of you or protect you, provide. And then all of a sudden, what? Because he makes a mistake or two in his development to be for you, I ain't no good. We go to the next one. That's that throwaway shit I've been noticing that's going on now. Sisters with the money. Brothers are ready to settle. Sisters are saying, I don't know. And that mentality when they go shopping, you like it? No, we go to that one. Oh, this good? No, we go to the next store. 5 hours to shop for a dress, which is fine. I don't mind, but I can't shop with you. I want a motherfucking pair of socks. I know where I'm going to get it. Socks, I'm out. But that's you. Shopping is a social event, which is beautiful. We try this on, this is cute, and this is what he called it. That's y'all. I relish in that. I love it. I just don't want to be in it. So when I'm over here communicating with myself, if I want to check out something, do something by myself, that's me. As a male, I like to be off sometimes by myself or just go ahead and knock heads with the brothers. Can't fault that. So we are different, but it is our differences that make us compatible, not equal. There's no such thing as equality in any created thing in existence. I am for you, and you are with me for me. That's it. They done took the fucking simplest equation and then built this whole dumb shit all over it, and now you don't know who the fuck you are. You know, apple or orange. Now, the soy protein isolate, when given to the monkeys, also created learning disabilities in that animal. It couldn't even find a damn nipple. It didn't even know where to go. What's happening in our schools now? It was reported that during gestation, human male children exposed to the toxic drug DES. I know, Mother, you go back to the time in 1950 and before when they were giving the women DES, which was another form of estrogen, right? Now, exposed to the toxic drug DES, or diethylstilbestrol, which was a synthetic estrogen, had the same effects on animals given soy phytoestrogens. Now, the soy protein isolate is what is known as a phytoestrogen, which causes estrogen sites in your body to be activated, which means that you have this estrogen activity that is not being triggered by your own pituitary. It's being triggered by the reaction of your brain to that particular substance that causes the pituitary to be overactive. Remember I told you at the beginning, when you take a drug, the part that the body chooses to process it out is the part that is doing the most damaging to, and that's the part that you use it to quiet down. Well, that's what's happening to you when you take that soy protein isolate. Now, these monkeys who took this diethylstilbestrol, when they took the soy phytoestrogens, they came out with small or underdeveloped testicles. Now, is it coincidence then that learning disabilities, especially in our young male population, is at epidemic proportions? Parents who fed their children exclusively on soy formula in both sexes complained about extreme emotional behavior, asthma, immune system problems, pituitary insufficiencies, thyroid disorders, irritable bowel disruptions, and hypermaturity in their little girls. Hypermaturity. Girls at ever younger ages are having their menstrual flow now, 9 and 10 years old. That shows you how we are degenerating and to the level that we have fallen as a people. Now, I have taught you at least the overview of what this holistic health organization, this organization of thought called alternative health, has done to you. Now, what I'm going to do at this point is to move to a whole other subtle realm, a whole other space for referencing your consciousness. I gave you that first because you now understand the metaphysics of part of your disease state. I hope you do. Is there any questions about why you have diseases? No questions. Good. Now we can, what do you eat? That comes later. We're not into solutions yet. We too damn busy being sick and doing dumb shit, so we got to learn what we doing wrong. See, the problem is, y'all been getting too many solutions that ain't shit, and you ain't studied the problem so you know what you're doing. We have a problem of ignorance, and this ignorance is being promoted on a commercial scale. So ignorance has become a commodity. Now, I said that there is a metaphysics to death that nobody has been touching on. We have broken our own laws as God in the flesh. We have become so enamored and so in love with the habit of death that we know nothing else. Now, I'm going to teach you how God dies. Why is it that God dies? What you're doing to yourself, psychospiritually and biospiritually. Now, these next few hours together should be considered the mother of all wake-up calls and the daddy of all reality checks. For far too long, black folks have labored under the yoke of chronic ignorance about health, healing, medical science, life, atomic intelligence, and existence. Second, forget everything you thought you knew about healing. Third, forget everything you thought you knew about Western doctors and what they told you about diseases. Forget everything about herbalists, nutritionists, chiropractors, and naturopaths and what they told you about herbs. Forget everything you've ever heard about the word cure. It don't exist. Because virtually everything we have been told about life, health, healing, immunity, vitamins, and herbs are all lies. Every concept, every theory, and every protocol of Western medical practice, every fundamental tenet of Western medicine is based on the theological mindsets of faith and belief. Modern institutions of higher learning deal with medicine and theology. They do their best to hide the true facts of human degeneration through deception, the destruction of ancient records, and by misleading the people through the mass media and scientific programs like NOVA. People are made to believe that the Caucasian male has done more to advance the consciousness and social achievements of this human race than any other species type that ever existed. That he stands in nature as the crown of all human evolutionary achievement. That he leads all humanity in this human race for genetic superiority. That his scientific achievements surpass any and everything that man has ever offered to man. But as we all know, this is bullshit, because there is not one scrap of evidence to show that any of the above has any basis in fact. In fact, all sober observations of his character and his behavior as a biological entity for the last 2,000 years has shown that the white so-called elite measures the pace and worth of human advancement according to his perceptual refinement of technological gimmicks and gadgetry. All of his New Age technologies can be seen to be nothing more than psychotic refinements of the addiction to a drug called progress. That his overriding obsession to make new toys is based on his need to augment his own biospiritual deficiencies. That he, the white man's technology, advances to keep pace with his own progressively deteriorating biology and spirituality. That his own organic technology, his body, all of the working parts connected to spiritual ascension and biological procreation, has become dysfunctional or completely atrophied, largely due to his genotype, his industrial pollution of the planet, and his obsessive addiction to the artificial applications of intelligence. But no matter how hard you try, no matter how much you multiply ignorance, you will never result it in the acquisition of true knowledge. The Caucasoid has sacrificed spiritual and cosmic development for industrial and technological advancement, and you cannot serve two masters. To prove that the so-called white elite is interested in human advancement only for the sake of industrial exploitation, I offer you the quote of a man named Dr. John Harvey Kellogg in a magazine called Good Health, and he wrote this back in 1920, quote, "Civilized man is dying. Civilized man is dying." He ain't talking about us. This melancholy fact is recognized by all students of anthropology. Such eminent ecologists and economists like Professor C.B. Davenport of Carnegie Institution considers the case hopeless and believes that man will ultimately become extinct through degeneration. I didn't say it. He did. Now, that being the case, you know now that you can see the desperation inherent in his race to crack the code of the human genetic complex. But he is doomed to fail based on the present course this civilization is taking. At the present pace of environmental, sociological, psychological, and biological degeneration, his gene pool is becoming extinct. Why? Because his very theory of the working principles are chronically flawed. His working principles of life are chronically flawed. His perception and his working concepts of biology are flawed. His biology and his consciousness around life and how it works in the human machinery is spiritually unsophisticated, scientifically flawed, and socially destructive. Every working theory of medical science is just that, a theory. It's the HIV theory. So anybody in here or out there in radio land or in television land telling me they know what the fuck HIV and AIDS is, they full of shit, because it's still a theory. And now they switched it up, because I watch CNN and they say that the people in Africa are dying by the HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. They have changed the dialogue because they know when they say the HIV theory for the last 5 years that we were blowing that shit apart, because the word theory means it is not a fact. It's a working hypothesis. So how is it that you're going to kill me based on a hypothesis? How is it you're going to give me AZT based on a hypothesis? Every working theory is a theory. No working system based on scientific fact. Every systemic protocol of medical science is based on faith, administrative protocol, and theory. Every doctrine of medical practice, every discovery of medical science is based on nothing but hypothetical conjecture and experimental tosses of the dice. Therefore, all current theories about nutrition is a lie. The theory of immunity is a lie. The theory of germs is a lie. The theory of disease, as professed by medical science and most holistic health practitioners, is a lie. The theory of vitamins is a lie. The theory of herbology is a lie. The theory of research by medical science to find a cure is a lie. The theory of a cure for everything in nature by herbologists is a lie. In fact, one of the biggest secrets in the elite science of quantum mechanics is that the very theory of relativity that Einstein allegedly gave to the world and now is being interpreted and retaught is an elaborate lie. I am saying this to all my beloved brothers and sisters because we must unfold and develop a radically unique vision construct. What? We must develop and unfold a unique vision construct. What? A vision construct. Y'all leaving me? Vision construct. Now, we must use a vision construct to attempt to describe the visible phenomenon of life that are based on the flawed mental constructs. We have to learn what it is that we have been perceiving of reality around the body and learn where we have been flawed in our perception of the body. We have to rethink how we think about our bodies. You cannot look at it as just this thing that you've been holding up for the last 30, 40, 50 years or even 10 years. Our perceptual constructs and our concepts of reality are based on Plato's philosophy of labeling the dynamics of life by way of the given idea, defining principles according to what one thinks it is, what one sees on the surface. But man must be perceived as an entity far beyond anything that human genome projects can ever understand. We do not perceptualize or vision our potential selves to be more than an elaborate ape. We are more sublime, and thus we must develop a more sublime state of awareness. Making my words and our words together, we will come together to trap different concepts that we have of ourselves, and we will share that, of what the body is, of what we think we're feeling, of what the different symptoms are. We must trap those that have been given free rein in our consciousness and delete them as we would take a good shit. With his crusade into the human genome complex, the European is replacing or replaying his past invasion and vandalizing of the Alexandrian library. Let me just tell you that again. With the Europeans' invasion into and mapping of the human genome complex, he has taken his second journey into and his own interpretive journey into and crusade into the Alexandrian library. Because with the burning of the Alexandrian library, our consciousness on this planet changed radically for the last 2,000 years. Here he is getting ready to go into the book of life, which contains trillions of chapters. He couldn't even decipher the secret behind disease, and now he's going into the very book of life to apply that same stupid, myopic way of looking at life to what he thinks he sees. This library at the time, this Alexandrian library, held the greatest collection of acquired and inspired human knowledge ever consolidated in one place. Now, he is about to invade the Akashic library of the black matter. That's the Akashic library he's going into. The archives of your dark matter consciousness. He seeks to crack the melanin code. He seeks to become the ultimate code breaker, but he will fail. For we are the ultimate code breakers, and he knows it. We are the decoders of spirit and consciousness. We are the returning ancestors who provided him with the mental library to experiment with his perceptions of reality. So we must all resurrect the cosmic decoder consciousness of our ancestors if we are to be prepared for what this beast is sure to do with what he has found. And what is a cosmic decoder? What is a cosmic decoder? Well, a decoder defines, debates, delineates, details, deconstructs, declassifies, defeats, describes, determines, devours, demonstrates, dematerializes, detaches, deposes, designs, develops, deduces, and is the devil's advocate who declares that after this quest, that no treasure, no journey is greater than the quest to discover the treasure of the spirit within yourself. And after this cosmic decoder obliterates the veil of ignorance, all remnants, all evidence, all constructs of the illusion that we are dealing in, he and she becomes the initiate, the teacher, the recoder, who resonates, receives, restores, relays, regroups, redeems, reclaims, reforms, reflects, recreates, reintegrates, redevelops, redecorates, records, refreshes, repairs, reinfluences, reconsiders, reactivates, reciprocates, and reverberates. Yes, as a cosmic decoder, brothers and sisters, initiated, you resonate us to rejoice in the new perceptual immediacy of a black matter relativity. From that point, do you wish to be a cosmic decoder? Well, to do that, you have to get to your 0-point relativity. You have to get back to the point where you were at rest, where all things within you were balanced, where all things came into conjunction with a 0-point relativity, a null zone, a place where there was no action, because at this point, all your actions are wrong action. So before you can act upon whatever it is that you are doing, you must become still. Because your habits now are reactions to habits that you acted upon. So anything that you do right now is a reaction based on pathology and pathological thinking, upon habits that you have created within yourself. So that no matter what you do in your house, the very fact that you know in the dark where your furniture are so you don't have to hit them means that you are a creature of habit. You have been programmed through habit. All of your senses, all of your desires, all of your needs and all your wants are artificial desires, needs, and wants, programmed by the commercial imperatives of this beast. You have no real needs. These needs are something you generated at the time of your fall, when things began to fall on you and in you. Now, with the dawning of a new consciousness paradigm, the old identification systems for the human temple must be discarded. All antiquated concepts related to health, disease, medicine, thought, mind, body, and spirit, all intellectual boundaries and classifications concerning the workings of the human temple, as well as the ultimate reasons for our being, must be dismantled. We must morph to a new conceptual zone for identifying our reality. A new zero-point reference as given by the Olmec Mayans that can only be appreciated by a new perceptual lens. A quickening of cellular solar systems will blossom within a select group of sensitized humanity. They will morph to become Percepticons, Transmuticons, dedicated to strategies for the advancement of black matter consciousness and spiritual ascension. So, I'm morphing. I'm changing to become a Percepticon. Because your perception of the new realities cannot be done through the lens of the ones that you've been habitually trained into seeing. I can talk about health and go take your carrot juice and, take your noni juice and all that bullshit. That's that get it done yesterday mentality that the Caucasoid taught you had to do in order to get on with his business. Now, if your relativity shift is not towards you, then it's towards some other paradigm that you had nothing to do with. And now your life force, your focus of your light goes into feeding that. That doesn't belong to you. Some of the illusions that you are now operating under, beloved brothers and sisters, is that your body is attacked by disease. That there is a cure for disease. That life is just a series of chemical changes. That food is necessary for the body to function. Shit. See, if I'd have said the next line, you wouldn't even got it. That food is necessary for you to function. That pharmacological drugs are helpful in times of diseases. That vitamins help the body to be healthy. That herbs, tonics, and potions actually help to return your body back to health. That continuous exercise is beneficial. That a good cook prepares good food. Shit. Nah, okay. You ready? We can make it a movie. Now, I just dropped some heavy shit on you. Why? Because if we don't start seeing ourselves based on everything I said here is habit. You develop a habit for doing things that has structured you and made you become who you are. How you react. All of the above is a lie. From this point on, from this day on, this day will represent a collective zero-point ascension for all of us who are gathered here today. We should begin our awakening process by using the light of our collective intelligence to focus on the following words of a great ascended ancestor master, a translator of the cosmic light codes, the intermediary between man and eternal mind, the God-man that we call Jehudi. Now, the following descriptions of man, nature, and the universe, Godhead, and reality were carved into a crystal book that was literally made from slabs of the purest emerald. In fact, this book was called by the European Master Masons the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. This book was written over 100,000 years ago and was last seen in 1925 before it disappeared into the vaults of the Vatican or into the British Museum. These tabernacles and their words, when translated, became the basis for Freemasonry, the occult part of Freemasonry. From the book, The Emerald Tablets, which was translated by Don Real Source Books, You can take this down. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, translated by Doreal, D-O-R-E-A-L, Source Books, Mount Juliet, Tennessee. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, translated by Doreal, Source Books, Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Now, here's what we got of the following. This came out 100,000 years ago from one of the ancestor gods who put this down. They etched it with laser into this rock because the actual process of made it was too refined, they thought back then, to be used with gross tools. It was too small and too refined. So just see where your ancestors came from. Quote, Jehudi says, man is in the process of changing to forms of light that are not of this world. 100,000 years ago, man grows he in time to the formless. Grows he in time to the formless. A plane on the cycle above. Know you that you must become formless before you are one with the light. You have formed yourself into this particular creature of habit. You must now become deformed. You are deformed. Shit, it ain't even about you being formed. We some deformed, quasimodo motherfuckers walking around. We think we look good because we've been accustomed to looking this way. And you know what? The ones who look good are the least sickest amongst us. That's all. Quote, know you, O man, that all that exists is only an aspect of greater things yet to come. Matter is fluid and flows like a stream, constantly changing from one thing to another. The key to worlds beyond you is found only within you. For man is the gateway of mystery. The secret is that the one is in the one. Come on. 100,000 years ago, he said, your light, O man, is the great light shining through the shadows of flesh. Darkness and light are both of one nature, different only in seeming, for each arose from the source of all. Darkness is chaos, light is order. Darkness transmuted is the light of the light. Quote, deep in earth's heart lies a flower, the source of all the spirit that binds all into its form. For know you that the earth is living in body as you are in your form. The flower of life is as your own place of spirit, and streams forth through the earth as yours flows through your own form. In fact, with reference to this last verse, you Christians can read the same thing in, I believe it's Job 12 and 7. It says, talk to the earth and it will teach you. Now, if you notice, my brothers and sisters, where in his verses, check it out, what I just read to you, where in his verses did he mention the fact that you need to eat right? Where did he speak about food or vitamins? Herb tonics for you to get where you got to go? No. Until we vision ourselves outside our present perception of this flawed concept of organic reality, we will stay trapped in the cycle of birth and death. And God will continue to die. God will continue to experience the illusion of the grave. God will remain a bio-spiritual zombie. Life is only from life. Life can only be realized and defined by its external expressions in cycles. Before we can continue, we must begin by creating a basic working definition that would best code or decode its reason to be. Let's state, for now, that life is a resonating cosmic principle that qualifies itself in its most essential state as the sun. Now follow me carefully. I put this down as a lesson plan. And as a lesson plan, it's necessary for you to see it in linear equations, because as I begin to speak, certain parts of you will begin to unfold as to the essentiality of yourself. See, right now, you got a consciousness that's based upon this brick wall body that you got. And you really believe that you are your body. You really think that all of the focus that Spirit put into the matter that you call your body makes you your body. So you are afraid. You carry fear of dying. You carry fear of flying. You carry fear of driving. You carry fear of expressing true love and feeling for another person. Why? Because you're fearful of getting hurt back in return. And it is your fear that stops you from developing to the next state. The way you become constipated in love. See, your love constipation is what creates your sicknesses. When you do not give it unconditionally to those who are around you resonating on that higher level, then that thing becomes a condition in you. Let me tell you what I just said. If you do not give it unconditionally, you end up getting a condition. And when that condition begins to germinate, it germinates because of your perception of lack. That perception of lack is an illusion. The illusion now, because you are a creator, begins to call all the materials to the point of that reference of your fear, and you catch a disease. Check? What did I just say? Somebody stand up and tell me what I just said. Yes, that's it in a nutshell. But now we understand the metaphysics of that statement, because usually the preacher just talks shit to you and he expects you to say, well, Jesus did it. Hell no. You doing it. Ain't no goddamn Jesus doing shit to you. You're doing it to your damn self. And ain't nobody going to come back and punish you, because if the God is up there wondering about the little shit that I'm doing and he's wondering about fuck him. I don't want no petty motherfucker like that calling him my God. Do this cause Jesus is, and he's always there ready to kick you back. Oh, he's so sorrowful. Fuck you. Ain't you got something business on the other end of the galaxy or some shit? Fuck out of here with that bullshit. Now, I did a lecture talking about the fact that the youngest form of life in any tangible coalescing of reality is a sun. The sun is the youngest form of life. The earth is older than the sun because it used to be a sun. The sun is the sacrificial son who gives up its life for the redemption of his children. That's your Christian shit. The Son of God, the S-U-N, like your children say, yo, son. They ain't saying S-O-N. In their black matter consciousness, the brother's saying S-U-N, because I see your life. See? So when you are understanding that that son that's out there is younger than you, and that by the shift of perception, you believe that you are somehow younger than the sun and the sun is older than you, that is the effects of the illusion that began to work your brain as you went creeping deeper and deeper into matter. And you forgot who you were. But the youngest form of life in existence is the sun. Now, as such, the life charges in the atmosphere permeates it. And what we see as the life charge of the sun is what we view as light. Now, our ancestor masters said in Genesis 2:7 and Hebrews 12:9, just to keep it with the Christians, all you motherfuckers from Price's Places who are here right now, undercover consciousness, you know what I'm saying? Go run back and tell that shit. Well, run back and tell him that in the Christian Bible, It says in Hebrews 12:9 that our God is a consuming fire. The hell you think that means? So the sun came down and walked as a little man, a little white boy on the earth. How you niggas can even go to church to even listen to that dumb motherfucker up there who got a jet flying around and all that shit, telling you that you got to come to Jesus? I don't understand that shit. Goddamn years, this particular solar system was in a stage of evolution within the so-called gate of Pisces. 2,000 damn years we have been dealing with Christianity that has stultified and constipated the conduits of intelligence. Now we got to play catch up with the whole goddamn solar system because we've been down here worshiping a fucking picture of a white man. 2,000 years of catch-up. That's why you got to go to summer school and take this super senior gig that we here now doing. You got to be talking 5, 6, and 10 hours. We got to play catch-up. We got to dump this Christian shit and start looking towards the book that's in here, and in here, and here. In Psalms 97, verse 3 to 5, it says, "A fire goeth before him," which is the sun, "and burneth up his enemies around him," which is the darkness. "His lightning enlightens the world. The earth," or matter, "saw and trembled. The hills melted like wax at the presence of our Lord," which was the sun. Life, check this, is actualized and activated into matter as solar force, solar electricity, or solar radiation. Whatever it is called, this is the energy that acts upon inert matter. Life is light. Life is solar radiation. That's all it is. This is the energy that acts through organized form. Solar radiation is the life principle to all biologically organized form. Get that into your recognition sequencer. See that as a reactive part of your mind. Know that your essence is light. Your essence is solar radiation. That is who you are. And you're going to see how ridiculous it's going to be when I start breaking down what it is that we do by habit as opposed to who we are, and why the habit seems so ludicrous. Now, solar energy activates and manifests varied and specific mental, emotional, volitional, and sensational qualities that are not chemical or physical and are different in every species or plant, animal, and insect life. All of the above represents the qualification of light as atomic perception. Everything in animal, vegetable, and insect form is light qualified as organic perception. Intent is the qualifier of the light. And within the intent are the light-coded instructions that we are here today decoding. So I am touching into that archive, that dark matter archive that you have, wherein lies every page, every word, every syllable of the experience that you had as you sojourned as God throughout reality and relativity. And when you understand, overstand, and understand the essential self, then you begin to see the habits that you do that are not yourself. Right now, as you have developed your habits, your thoughts are thinking you. You are not thinking your thoughts. It is based on your habits and the trigger memory, the chemistry of your triggered memory that makes you want to have that tofu burger and that Mickey D burger. It is the appetites created by the masturbation of that area of your brain that makes you want to go back and masturbate some more. And that's all habit is. Masturbation. Psycho-spiritual masturbation. Again, getting verification from the little ancestors. Life is the highest, listen carefully, life is the highest qualified presence of omniscient being, represented in solar radiation. That is why the theory of evolution, this cave dweller's idea that a higher species ascended from a lower species, is asinine and preposterous. Man is the God of his own being and existence. It has written the body, temple, the power within it of propagation and perpetuation. Man has never and will never become extinct because man pre-exists all physical form. Let me say that to you again. Man can never be extinct. Man pre-exists all physical form. So you cannot become extinct. You can just fuck up the form you have and then start creating other types of forms that come back and give you the problems that you got today, if you know what I mean. Hint, 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 hint. Because we did not fall from the highest to the lowest because some low creature crawling out of caves came and suddenly took over. We fucked up. It was our time in consciousness. Some of them left out of here and took the consciousness leap. Left us back here. We were the back guard that was guarding the exit. We were the ones that was defending the exit so that they couldn't find their way into that particular zone. The Mayans left. Our ancient Kemetu left. The Monomotepan Empire left. All of them are on other zones of relativity, waiting for us to get there. But we got trapped in the cycle of reincarnation here in this relativity because this relativity had a specific resonance that needed raising. And we were chosen to do the raising. If we did not go through the shit we went through in the last 2,000 years, the earth would have blown apart. Because it's for damn sure this motherfucker wouldn't have reached this particular level he did today, and this earth not blow up. Because everything that shows you, he does everything he can to kill himself. Now you can go to 1 Corinthians 3:16 and 6:19, and it says, "Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you?" Now, he says in 6:19, what? Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost, which is in you, which ye have of God, and ye are not your own? What is he saying? If I am a temple of the living God, then who the fuck am I but God? Would God occupy anything that was not God? So you go in there to church to find Jesus. You one lost motherfucker, boy. I tell you, you're going to find somebody you already know and got. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker living at home with you, and you're going to church to find him. But that's some crazy shit. And I heard this shit read off by countless preachers. But the people that you're talking to, the cattle that they're talking to, don't get it yet. I'm telling you, when every preacher, every church, and all of them motherfuckers sink into the quicksand of their own bullshit, that's when the planet will rise. In those particular notes, you have proof that something cannot come from nothing, no matter what Western scientific philosophers preach. Man could not come into the visible world if he did not first exist in the invisible world. Actual existence expresses itself from potential existence. Physical existence is the materialization of spiritual existence. Clear invisible light, or ordinary white light, illuminated, is a good example of potential existence. Within that clear light exists all the various colors of the rainbow, and they materialize to become visible when the proper conditions are supplied. It is exactly the same for the invisible form of man, where under proper conditions we materialize into the physical form. This is the true secret of creation. Because the true secret of creation is not creation, because that word gives you a perception that something is coming out of nothing. We will now get rid of the word creation and call it transformation. Somebody say, oh, God created me. No, I was transformed. That's why I say you got to become Percepticons. Transform. Because you are transformers, which means that you have the potential to be anything in existence. Life is the infinite procession of transformations. So under the cosmic law of being and becoming, man could not be the God of the visible world, as they say in 1 Corinthians, if he were not first the God of the invisible world. Man could not have been the God of the invisible world to become, the man would have to be the God of the invisible world to become the God of the visible world. Man is the kingdom of God. Man is the kingdom of life. That's why in Luke 17 and 21, we say, the kingdom of God, lo, is within you. So where you going to heaven? They got motherfuckers painting St. Peter at the gates, and they got old Reverend, what's his name? Peter Pigfeet, what's his name? What you gonna do when you talk to St. Peter? St. Peter? Where you going up to St. Peter? If the kingdom of God is within you, where you going? Why are you going to church? See, that's not a figure of speech. That's a statement of fact. Now listen carefully, because we're going to get deep. Corporeal life in matter, listen carefully now. Corporeal life in matter shows itself as a protoplasm. Corporeal life, this is you. This is who you are. Corporeal life shows itself first as protoplasm. Proto is Greek for first. Plasm means a formative substance. First formative substance. Now, listen carefully. This substance is indefinable, organless, living matter, which, even though it is alive, it is not life. Let me say that again. The protoplasm, which is the first substance that is coagulated into what we see as reality, that substance, even though it is organless and it is everything else less, formless, it is still a component of life, but it is not life. Listen carefully. We know this because when we look into the microscope, we see dead protoplasm and we see live protoplasm, proving that life itself is distinct from the matter that animates it, that it animates. So life is the distinct part of what you are animating. You are life only in your capacity to engender the life principle. That makes you part and parcel, the components of life. But the intelligence that is listening to me is the life, not the body that it is animating. However, the capacity to incorporate life principles into protoplasm so that it engenders the basic principles of life are there. Now, I know you're going to need to buy the tape and hear that shit about 10 times before you understand what I said. Follow me, because it's going to get deep. Now, even though life in its protoplasmic state is organless, all organs are provided and produced by it. This is fixed and unchangeable. So, even though the life principle has no organs, has no distinct features, it creates all distinct features. Life is only from life, just as bees only from bees, corn only from corn, man only from man, and not man from no damn ape. There's no Lucy here. Right? Vegetable protoplasm will not produce animals. Animal protoplasm will not produce a man. And the protoplasm of a white man will not produce a black man. But the protoplasm of a black man that is sufficiently adulterated will. Now, who is this animated representation of life called man? First, my sisters, do not get gender jittery when I say man. Man simply means mother, father, son. M for mem, A for aleph, and N for nun. See? Right away they say, oh, okay, yeah, all right. So when we say man, all matter that we take to create any form is considered feminine. Just as in your womb, cosmic intelligence extracts certain things from the life force of your breath and the fire to create this particular tabernacle of life that you are giving birth to in your womb, so too does the thought process create, and all matter creates or responds to the invagination process of intent. So matter is feminine as it responds to the invagination of cosmic intent, which is masculine, and then she, matter, now forms the materials around that intent to bring life into being. So anything that is of matter is feminine. This is feminine. This is feminine. Why is it kept? This is feminine. But the ingredients are, I ain't. Intent is the masculine principle that manifests itself through the male. Feeling and desire, which gravitates and magnetizes, is what coalesces as the feminine form. So intent with feeling and desire, woo! Come on. Now you know that in the act of love making, that when intent is vibrating at its highest potency during the time, and when feelings and desires are vibrating in their highest potency at that time, there's a place the two of you all go into because your bodies disappear and you become the intent and the feeling and the desire. That tells you that the particular tabernacle you have is simply the vessel through which those two components flow. And that you can now energize certain components and molecular structures to kind of tap into that original source where you were the child of mom and father. Every now and then when you come together, what happens is in that space of ecstasy, you are actually listening to mama and papa fucking in the next room. You know the one where you don't want to hear that? Well, when you make love, you are participating in the original intent and the original feelings of the one Most High. Come on. That's why all y'all like to fuck so much. I know the sisters say, make love. I don't fuck. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Man is the individualization of God. Man is the supreme being of the material world. Man is the most perfectly specialized, perfectly complicated, perfectly simple abstract principle of the created universe. Each cell in the body of man is a perfect replica of the universe. Where's my brother? Brother Mark. I enlisted one of our youthful brothers. Where's Brother Mark? Is he there? Oh, he's across the hall. Can somebody snatch him up for me? Yeah, he'll come. Man is the most perfect, the most sublime, got it? Yes. There it is. Now, this is a microcosm, a microcosmic universe, and you have trillions of microscopic universes, all acting in dynamism with a central sun. All acting in dynamism with a central sun. And that central sun is the nucleus. When I call them out, just put them on it. They're all in sequence already. Okay, all right? Good enough. That particular part right there, you're looking at the way the Most High, that is the component that centralized the materials of matter to become a living, intelligent presence that is now structuring the foundational bricks to all of what we know as reality. Cells are the foundational bricks of matter. They are the intelligent components that are there to enact upon the cosmic intent. They are programmed with atomic intelligence. It is not the cell that is intelligent. It is the atoms that are within the cells that are intelligence. Understand that the place we need to go to know who we are is not in what we see. Because we have been caught up in the illusion. And remember, I told you in one of my past lectures that man's brain changes the quality of his condition through how his brain perceives. Just by his perception can he change the reality of an environment, of a time, everything we see is based upon how the brain convolutions are developed at that time. So we only operate at third density. And only few of us coming through now have the capabilities to go to fourth density matter or see into fourth density. Now, within each cell contains a point of light, a life point, a sun within the cellular universe receiving light, life, and power from the celestial sun of our solar system. That cellular point of light, the cellular sun, is the nucleus. This is the reason why the God of the New Testament is called the Son of Man. The real interpretation is that Jesus was not man as a perfected God, but God as a perfected man. That's the tip that they switched. They flipped the script on Christians, making you believe that Jesus was a man as a perfected God, that he was God perfected, and he walked as a man. No. God was perfecting himself as a man, and that's why Jesus was saying, before Abraham was, I am. Not, I live, down the corner there about, what do you call it, and, my mother was from, Tupelo, Mississippi. I am. That means that he represented the refinement of chaos, the refinement of God in the flesh. The fact that we did not give man the knowledge that he was the child of chaos and gave him religion instead of spirituality made him fail in his ability to know what peace truly is. So if you keep conditioning man to believe that he will find his peace in something other than who he is as God, then you keep perpetuating the work of the devil. The constitution of man is the constitution of the universe. Why then does man die? Why then does God die? Listen carefully. I may have to take a little more time in studying what I wanted to study. I don't want to start that as yet. I just wanted to know. Yeah, I got a little more before the slideshow, brother. So if you want to take a coffee, take a water break. I forgot where I was, you know. Now listen carefully, beloved. I pre-called you. I thought I needed you before that. If you want to sit there, it's fine. No problem. All right. The human organism is produced entirely by and through the primary cell of the parent. Listen to this part carefully. The human organism is produced entirely by and through the primary cell of the parents. This cell is composed of atoms so small that nearly 1 million of them can sit side by side on a pinpoint. Not the head of a pin, a pinpoint. A cubic centimeter of human blood contains 6 million red corpuscles. A molecule of this corpuscle creates 100 atoms. Each atom is a mini solar system with electrons, protons, neutrons, etc., revolving at incredible speeds around a common center of attraction, just like the planets in your solar system. That's why they call it a solar system. Thus, man is actually a pulsating mass of trillions upon trillions upon trillions of cellular universal systems. Each is an exploding, resonating, mass-containing millions upon millions of atoms, each of which in turn is a solar system, with planets whirling around it at unimaginable speeds. That is who you are. Now, let me say it again. Sister wants to say it again. Man is actually a which all have tiny or act as each within their own dynamic, creating who you are. You are atomic intelligence manifested into flesh. Now, all scientific medical authorities agree that the body, its organs, and all of its systems, so identified, all of its parts, are all formed from the parent cell. Check? You come from when that sperm meets that egg. Where am I? Here, brother, put this on there. Where that sperm meets that egg, what you are looking at, right there, where that sperm goes in and cuts off that tail, something happens. What happens at the very time that that sperm gets into the egg, a nuclear explosion takes place at a sub-micromolecular level. The same Big Bang theory that they talk about created the universe creates you. That's why certain sensitive sisters know immediately after ejaculation that they're pregnant. Because if she's sensitive, I know what happened to me if I felt a nuclear explosion. So all of the components necessary to create life is already there because she has an incredible constellational solar systems, set of solar systems and galaxies right there. And what happens is we, as the representation of omniscient intent, swim with this life form energy. And we meet with the divine feeling and desire. And the intent penetrates the feeling and desire with the information cast forth by the Father seed. The information now explodes because that's the orgasm of the first mother father that creates the parent cell. The two become one again. From the one comes the two. And in the so-called process of transformation / creation, the two becomes one. Then the one becomes the many. The two become the many. By 4, by 8, exponentially multiplying. Now, not one of these scientists could make the claim that the parent cell that open up that other part. Because you see, you got a cyst over there. Christians. Too busy being John Smith. The fuck is a John Smith? The fuck is a Phil Valentine? That ain't who you are. The labels codify you. And by habit, you respond to those labels. So now, all scientific medical authority agrees that the body growth and development results from cellular division and subdivision. So, what part does food play in this picture? And where and when does it begin to affect the body's performance? Well, let's review again. Number 1, the body is a dynamic, pulsating composite of cells. The cells, in turn, are composed of atoms. And the atom has proven to be a magnificent constellation of electrons, a colossal reservoir of titanic supercosmic forces, none of which comes from food. Come on. Does the sun eat? See, it becomes like work to have to understand and incorporate light codes of this magnitude. Because now you got to go back into the inventory of your behavior and say, damn, I got to stop doing this shit. And damn, I got to stop doing it. But then, shit, you know, I like doing that shit. So now, what I'm saying to you is, food is a habit. And now you got to say, well, shit, I got to eat. What the fuck are you talking about? I come here for some shit I can leave out of here with, and then go over there and say, okay, don't eat that, eat that. Don't do that, do that. But I ain't giving it to you like that. That's bullshit. We here gathered because you are the decoders. You are the code breakers. And as the code breakers, we got to tell you like it is. Instead of mamby-pamby and tell you some bullshit. You want gathering of some masters? Then come like masters. Come ready to process. Come ready to give up shit. Now, science has shown that just one atom of hydrogen contains 1,000 electrons. One atom of carbon contains 12,000 electrons. That's where you get carbon being the base of all life. That's where you get the number principle of 12, and the 13th being the Christ principle, that being the body that is being perfected as God in the flesh. So the specific electrons around the carbon molecule, which is 666, is 12. So you understand that cycling around this particular atom is 12,000 electrons. One atom of nitrogen has 14,000 electrons. One atom of oxygen has 16,000 electrons. And one atom of sulfur contains 32,000 electrons. Now, think about that for a moment. Think of these atoms in relations to solar systems with 1, 12, 14, and 32,000 planets centering around a sun. Now, spinning and whirling around a central sun at unimaginable speeds, none of them colliding in their respective orbits. And think about this as well. Think of the space between each planet in our solar system by their space and how they rotate around the atom, and think of it in relationship as the same distance. So the spatial relationship of an electron to an atom is the same space relationship as an Earth to the sun in distance. Did you get that shit? Come on! I just told you some profound shit. In you right now are suns with solar systems that have 32,000 planets spinning at speed so fast that you need 154,000 barrels of dynamite gunpowder to propel a bullet at the speed one of these motherfuckers is spinning around this atom. That's the shit you are made of. And ain't no food gonna give you that. Now, that's some deep shit to have to think about. When you think about how long it takes for our Earth to go around so-called this sun, 365 days, imagine this shit going around at microseconds with the same orbiting energies. That's some deep shit to think about. That makes me begin to realize and read with my real eyes the God self within. Now, the atom is a mini solar system with electrons spiraling around it. Now, this common center, it expresses speeds of 10,000 to 90,000 miles a second. In other words, it would require, again, over 150 to 360 barrels of gunpowder to give one bullet the same speed that some electrons attain as they dart in and out of their respective groups. 1 gram of nitrogen, a tiny portion of the simplest known gas, contains enough power to lift 1 million tons over a distance of 100 yards. 1 gram of hydrogen. That's going to be the next fuel of the future. Now check this. In just the cortex of man's brain alone, there are, at the very least, 600 million billions of these atoms. 600 million billions of these solar systems. And the medical church claims that man's energy comes from food. 600 million billions. That shit is unfathomable. And y'all worried about paying the rent. Worried about paying the rent. Science claims that a chemical atom is so small that a group of not less than 1 billion must come together to make a speck big enough to be viewed by the most powerful electron microscopes. And you need thousands of these billion groupings together to make it just barely visible to the naked eye. This is what man is comprised of. Atoms do not eat. Electrons do not eat. Cells do not eat. So the energy of the body is based in the power of the atom and the cycling of its electrons. So logic dictates that we analyze the electron. Electrons are said to have a tangible reality only as a waveform, while the atom that it orbits exists only as a bundle of such of these waveforms. The nucleus of a living human cell, with the exception of the nuclei, always seems to be empty. When they looked at that nucleus cell, they thought it was empty. They saw right through it. But instead of being simple, the chemical composition of the nucleus has been found to be staggeringly complex. This complexity is actually the organizational of eternal intelligence. The nucleus is the laboratory of cosmic design. The cells of the body organize themselves through their own efforts into biochemical societies. Each of these tissues, here, eyes and heart, kidneys, livers, lungs, all of these are biochemical atomic societies that went into the creation of this magical temple of God. So the societies of consciousness, playing all their respective parts, gives you the one perception of the self that you are. Check. Just like the hive of the bee, listen carefully to those little cells that you don't pay no attention to. That's why my sister's bleeding is not natural. Bleeding is normal, but it ain't natural. Big difference between normal and natural. You don't lose your life force every month and expect that to be natural. Don't believe the bullshit that most of these feminist women are talking about. That's your time of power. Men feared your power at that time. Shit. Men were scared the hell of you because you got crazy during that fucking time. That's why men were scared of you. You ain't got a damn thing to do with power when you're losing the very thing that gives you power. Going out of your minds with that PMS shit. Yeah, we were scared of you. Have the dog test the food first. Now, just like the hive of a bee or the ants, the cells all seem to have advanced knowledge of the specific part they each play. Advanced knowledge of the parts they were destined to play in the life of this society that is this sacred structure. All your cells, check it. All of the cells that created you from that point all seem to have a divine knowledge, a precognition, a previous knowledge of who they were before they came who you are. Check that out. This advanced knowledge of the cell means that the cell is operating on instructions and knowledge that is way beyond the medical mind's present perceptual construct. There has to be a divine knowledge, a divine intent, a divine desire, and a divine feeling involved in this thing. But science has separated itself from that which was the divinity of man. And this is why we must stop categorizing ourselves by the definitions and descriptions of medical science. In fact, check this, in the process of their work, our wonderful cells seem to already know geometry, numerology, mathematics, architecture, and physics. Let me just tell you what I just said. If you watch the work of the cells, they already seem to know geometry. They already seem to know numerology, mathematics, architecture, and physics. How is that? How is that they know just what to knit when they're healing a wound? How is it that these little cells here, from that one parent cell, begins to go through geometric progressions and mathematical progressions, begins to geometrize the features that your physiological intent is to represent, your spiritual intent is to represent? How is that it is just happening? There is a precognitive consciousness, a precognitive cosmic intelligence at work in everything in you, and that intelligence don't eat. The very fact that it expresses these dynamics of mathematics, geometry, numerology means that it is an expression of infinite omniscience and eternal intelligence. So, with all of what I just said in mind, I think we can safely speak through the ancestors when I say that cellular nutrition is a myth. Let me say that again. Cellular nutrition is a myth. Now, though man appears to eat to live, he actually is eating to die. Because if food was really the components that kept you alive, why are we dying? Something don't balance. You got to think about that very carefully, brothers and sisters, because if the man is a monstrance of the Holy Spirit, temple God, and the ancestors knew way in the past that cellular nutrition is a myth, that we are comprised of trillions of universes, then nutrition of the cell is a myth, and that man eats not to live, but eats to die. Now, what man consumes as food does not supply nutrition by assimilation as taught by science. All ingested substances we call food only produces activity in the cells through stimulation, not nutrition. All right, now we're getting ready to take off. All foods eaten have no nutritive base. Everything you eat is the least common of the abuse that you could use. What I have here as the cherry is what happened as a result of the fall. Nature had specific ingredients that we became inhabited with or habitually attached to based on the fact that our bodies could no longer process the solar radiation through the skin and through the particular components that are now lying atrophied within us. There are organs that died out that we never had existed. And there are organs that are here now that have never existed in the prototypical man. One of them is your stomach. The stomach was previously a nerve that channeled information through what you had at the time of your archetypal body as the frontal vertebra. You were the bowl, the cosmic bowl, the receptor of light. And you channel energy down and up. You will see that your esophagus is attached all the way down as what looks like your alimentary tract is a degenerated frontal spinal column. And the eating habit of the present body was a structure that adapted to the abuse of eating, and because of the magnificent adaptive ability of God in the flesh, you began to create organs to respond to the habit that you cultivated after the fall. And I'm going to show you why. Are y'all with me? Well, just take a moment because I'm going to the bathroom. Well, you know what? 5 minutes we're going into it, and we're going to take an intermission. And when I come back, we're going to see why God dies. Y'all ready? Then go. Nah, about 15 to 20. We're going to have another break. We'll have another break as well. All right. We on the set. Now, last time you remember, all right, now, we're getting ready to get heavy. There are going to be certain things that I'm hoping that you're taking notes about so that you can start asking questions on the question and answer part. Also know that I'm going to be doing consultations Sunday, Monday, and if everything works all right, maybe part of Tuesday. Right here. And the times will be hopefully around your times. You know, we'll try to set it up around where it's comfortable for you. I also will be doing, as far as the books are concerned, I do consultations, but the consultations that you'll be getting with me within the half hour to the hour, there was a sister that wanted a full consultation. She hasn't come forward as yet, but the consultations that I will do for the price is only for the people who are here. And it'll be anywhere between a half hour to 45 minutes. And you have to bring yourself a cassette tape. All right? You have to get a 60-minute cassette tape. Bring yourself the questions that you need answered. I suggest that you write the questions down. I will be taking personal questions about things for you to deal with at the consultation. In this one, the questions will be dealing around the subjects we'll be talking about, which has to do with the principles of life, somatic death, the principles of holistic health, fraud, those topics. If there are personal things going on with you, I would rather keep that private, because sometimes when I start reading, I start telling your business to everybody. And if you don't want to hear your business being told to everybody, you know, I can do it. But anyway, now, when we were here last time, we said, at the point where we broke, that all ingested substances that we call food, those elements only produce an activity in the cells that is akin to stimulation, not nutrition. What you eat that gives the minimum amount of irritation to the system is what we call good food. I'm going to say that again. The substances you eat that gives the least amount of side effects when you eat them is what you call good food. There are two types of stimulation that appear to be essential for the functioning of the living cells. That is vital and chemical. But there is another type of stimulation that's non-vital. That's when you get down into the actual eating. We're on another level now. We're talking vital and chemical stimulation. Vital stimulation comes directly from the sun, which is the source of all life. And chemical stimulation comes from the air, the liquids, and the solids that we consume as food. So those are the two types of stimulation that the body can become susceptible to. It is vital stimulation and chemical stimulation. Now, but what is it we would like to ask you is the activity that is created by food. What happens when we eat? Well, when we eat, the ingested substances make contact with the cells and stimulates the cells into a certain activity, after which the substances are made to leave the body through the eliminative channels. See, I'm telling you something that is like, shit. I'm eating and I'm thinking that I'm absorbing shit and stuff like that. You know, I'm getting healthy and I'm feeling better. That is not the way the principle of life works. And you will see. Now, an excellent example of what food is to your body is looking at the miller's wheel. The miller's wheel has a turn wheel that water runs under that spins the wheel because of the force of the water. Inside the mill, there are these cranks that, because of the spinning of the wheel, it turns the grinder. The grinder, you throw the wheat or whatever it is on there, it grinds the stuff, but none of the stuff that the mill grinder grinds becomes part of the mill. Listen to what I'm saying to you. The mill spins because the water is flowing. That be the water of life. That be the flow. That be the air that you breathe. The flow of the wheel seems to give life to a whole complex of machinery inside of the mill. The mill now grinds up the materials that gives the byproduct to the farmer. But the grinded up material doesn't become part of the wheel, it doesn't become part of the cogs, and it don't become part of the spinning the turbine. Now, try to process that into how your body flows through the breath, through the waters of life, how you are flowing. And look at what happens when you are chewing food and consuming it, swallowing it. Nothing is happening to the body except the stimulation that you are giving it. And it is the stimulation of life. See, sisters now, she's checking out what I'm saying. This is the deep metaphysics. The food you are eating is simply stimulating the cells that happen to be along the alimentary tract, in the digestive tract, throughout the blood. And whatever it is that seeps into the blood, it seeps into the blood only in the form of gases and liquids. That is the only substance that truly enters into your bloodstream. Huh? We're going to get deep, because you will begin to see that you are eating for no reason but a habit that you have cultivated. And this habit started over 175 to 200,000 years ago. No, even more than that, a couple of million years. In the slow degeneration of man, as man began to condense from the etheric planes into what became the material planes. Your etheric organs are no longer functioning. So the etheric intelligence, the atomic intelligence, began to adapt the etheric material to become the material that you have as your organs. And the habit that you created of eating is what perfected the organs. Because you get good when you do something over and over again, don't you? Now, that takes some other kind of imaging to really see that. Now your body takes on a whole other perspective. And you just sit with that for a minute. That eating was a habit developed based upon the fall. And why we die will soon come. As we move along, you begin to see why we really began to die. All right? Now, in the metaphysics of life, more elements come from the air than from the soil. More elements come from the air than comes from the soil. Every change, every new atomic arrangement of protons, neutrons, and electrons sets up a corresponding vibratory resonance, building up atoms of higher mass, for all body reactions are electrical. Thus, it is useless to try to apply chemical methods. Now, listen to what I'm saying to you. When you are sick, everything that happens to you sets up a corresponding resonance based on the necessity that the atoms has found must happen. Disease is a resonance that the body begins to tune and create in itself to localize the point needed. It vibrates in that area and you see it as pain or discomfort. But it is localizing a force to throw off whatever thought processes you had at that time. Because all of your thoughts are vibrations. And the thought precedes the thing. And if your thoughts thinking you, that means your habit is what's making you eat. Your habit is making you do all the things that you're doing. Now that sets up a contradictory vibration in your body. Disease comes in and sets up the counter vibration, which becomes the discomfort that you feel, which is essentially a realignment. And that's why I put up the word action, actor, activity. Now, understanding how the electricity and the vibration of life works, you'll see that all active processes of the cells reveals the presence of a strange power that could be defined as prevision and provision. Pre and provision. All right? Prevision is the power to visualize and realize the ultimate effect of any habit or substance where they accept immediately that which is not harmful to them. Let me say that again. The previsionary powers of the cells know exactly what they need based upon the habits that you've created. To survive or to prolong the life of the body, they know what's necessary to take in. That's the prevision of the cells. They will immediately overstand and see what it is, bring it right to them, and okay, this is what it is, boom, this is not harmful. Prevision. Provision now shows that there is a vitality in the body when harmful substances go into it. So prevision says, yes, this is good. Provision says, no, this ain't. And both act spontaneously upon the stimulus. One accepts and the other provides the means to defend itself. Okay? Now, the reaction that you see the cells have in its prevision and provision, the reaction of the cells can be condensed into calling it the law of vital adjustment. Now, we'll explain what laws are later on down the line. They're not laws like you think they're laws. But just for the sake of conversation at this point, the law of vital adjustment allows the body's intelligence to act upon specific stimuli. As that stimuli is taken into the body, prevision tells you it's good for the body. Provision immediately sets the mechanisms into place to protect the body, to provide for the body's defense. Now, the appearance of disease or the law of adjustment only kicks in, listen carefully, when the body's first reaction to harmful substances is ignored, disregarded, or repressed. The law of vital adjustment only comes into play when you ignore the provision part of the energy of the cell. When you do not listen to what it is that the body is saying at the point when it is ready to react to your wrongful behavior. So what do? You drop a pill on it. You drop a herb on it. Huh? You take an injection for it. You put a salve on it. You start slapping all kind of shit into your mouth. Up your nose and in your ears and up your ass. Okay? So now, the law of vital adjustment is the body's response to specific things that you are doing that it no longer has control over. It is also the law of vital adjustment of the body to harmful substances that doctors call immunity. Now let's discuss this word immunity. Every adjustment to a wrongful act has the consequence of weakness as its byproduct. I'm going to say that again. All enactments of the law of vital adjustment, with that adjustment, there is always weakness. Provision is more formally defined as the power of selective adaptation. Now, the prevision is the law of adjustment. The provision is the law of adaptation. Follow me. Now, the law of prevision and provision, which is vital adaptation and vital adjustment, acts on the subconscious level as well. Because Lord knows we as black folks, we as dark folks have adjusted and adapted to the bullshit that we've been dealing with for 500 years. Now, adaptation involves the power of selection, which therefore places the activity of the cell and the dynamics of the body on the dimensions of cosmic mind. The very fact that you know and you can see that the cells have the power to precognize what it is, recognize, and then procognize. What you're looking at is the divine action responding through intelligence. There is no other way to look at the fact that a cell knows what to be than to know that that is cosmic intelligence that is responding to a stimulus that you've given it. There is no chemistry involved in that. That is intelligence at work. The state of cellular awareness arises from the intelligence and consciousness of the atoms. The ultimate act of mind is its ability to appropriate or reject whatever supply of materials that are offered. This act implies intelligence, sensation, and volition. Now, cosmic intelligence expresses itself as the cross of life, the same cross that Spirit was crucified on, and the very cross that was stolen by Christianity. The cosmic cross is based on the intersecting of 4 phases of solar electricity. All cells that are manifested on the material plane are fixed to the actions of the 3rd dimensional plane, or the cross of life. That is what the original symbol of Christianity, no, it wasn't. It was the secondary symbol of Christianity. Check that, because the first was a fish. No, it was the 3rd. Check that even. Because it was first the fish, then it became the goat or the sheep with the cross, and then in 625 AD, it became the man on the cross. So now, all cells are based upon, all life is based upon this cosmic cross. Now, the cosmic cross is based on the intersecting of 4 phases of solar electricity. All cells that are manifested on the material plane are fixed to them. Now, show me the cell one more time, brother. Each cell is comprised of atoms. Each cell is a bipolar mechanism. By being a bipolar mechanism, it means it has a north gate and a south gate. It means it has an electrodynamic and a magnetodynamic. That means it has a bipolar resonating field, which means having 2 equally repellent forces of diametrically opposed natures. 2 equally repelling forces of diametrically opposed natures is what the cell's biospiritual polarity is based on. Each cell has a nucleus of solar electricity. Each cell has a nucleus of solar electricity there. That is the inner core of the dynamic. In fact, if you look at it, that is exactly what the nuclear regulatory Commission and all of the nuclear industries create that atomic core to look exactly like that cell. So each cell has a nucleus of a solar electricity and is centralized or held together as a singularity by magnetism. The magnetic forces that consolidate the infinitesimal representation of intent is done so by magnetic forces creating bipolar resonances that brings about this intelligence. And of this intelligence, you have all of the atomic components obeying the dictates of the polarity to create what you see here. It's a little difficult, but it's all right. We're going to be all right. Hang on. The polar properties of attraction and repulsion of the cells are distinct. They unite and separate as two electrified bodies because that's exactly what they are. Depending on the needs of the body, the cells take their instructions from divine intelligence on whether to employ their electric or magnetic personalities. Again, let me say that again. Depending on the needs of the body, the cells take their instructions from divine intelligence, or I'd rather say atomic, cosmic intelligence, on whether to employ their electric or magnetic properties in your healing. They know how to recalibrate the machinery and what is necessary. So if you look at the cross, the dynamic cross, you'll see that the dynamic cross is represented as magnetism, electricity, volition, and sensation. Now, in looking at that and seeing for what it is, volition, sensation, magnetism, and electricity. Volition is the power of the cell to select and reject. Sensation is the power to respond or to react to impressions. So your cell has a bio, but also a spiritual and bio, also psychic nature. They gave me the signal to be quiet. That volition and that sensation crosses with the dynamics. In other words, the cell structures itself or continues to cycle atomic energy into different various regions of itself in order to set up the specific charge in order to do what it needs to do. So it is a cyclotron and a nucleotron of energy that through divine intelligence and through the recognition of the atoms cycles this electromagnetic energy around so that it is in the proper perspective for volition and sensation to take place on the physical realm. Come on. So just that one thing inside of all those trillions who know where to be, trillions of cells that know exactly where to be and what time. What to do, when to respond, when not to respond. Incredible. And they move in concert with one another. Now you watch ants, they're moving. They look like they're ready to bump into one another, but they just get right past one another and go about their business. That's how your cells operate, in synchronicity and in concert with a dynamic conductor at the helm. So to see who you are, not just to look at it, because to look just needs a pair of eyes that work. To see means you have to use the first eye. And to see the reality of the dynamics of how the cell repositions atomic energy within its structure to give you the sensation that you call life. Adapts to all the cruelty that you put upon yourself. Incredible. Now, these four fundamental functions of the cell, all right, they all come from the action of solar forces on the poles of the cell. So there's a north pole and a south pole. Now, these actions of solar forces on the poles of the cells produce all the activities that you know of as life. And this is the secret life principle for which science is searching in the Human Genome Project. But they will not be able to define it because they don't know what they're searching for or what they're looking at. Instead, they map the primary effects of cosmic intelligence as it condenses itself into geneto-molecular life. All they're doing is mapping a sequence that they found of physical life, a byproduct of intelligence. They will never know the intelligence. They can never bottle the genie. You see, you can't bottle God. Now, the funny part of this whole project is the fact that with the intrusion into dimensions and realms of cosmic intelligence, with minds whose perceptual mechanics are flawed, their twisted and degenerate conceptual constructs will have warped the lens of their perception, and nothing of what they discover will be seen at the level of its true nature. It can only be perceived through their degenerate perceptual matrix. So what they're going to see is flawed any damn way. You have to see God, you have to be as God. And I'm going to let you hear something too, because the overwhelming, unmitigated ego of these motherfuckers. Standing and professing to the world what we have discovered. And how are we going to help people with cancer? Get the fuck out of here. Now, these there are three primary organic tissue salts that work in the body as the foundation light fixtures, which work in tune with solar electricity. Now, these are molecular dynamos that essentially just carry the ability to make electrical charges in certain areas. When you take tissue salts or homeopathic tissue salts, what you're doing is you're just putting in molecular configurations that the body has. The body has 12 tissue salts, as you know. These 12 tissue salts are essentially conductors for specific types of energies that the body needs to do to heal. This is what the basis in homeopathy is, to rebalance the body by using a toxin that the body will recognize and thus try to heal itself faster. But there are specific tissue salts of which your frame are made, and based upon your habits of eating, you delete them from your body by the foods that you eat. So there is a consistent need for you to put these tissue salts, or these 12 inorganic salts, back into your body through the same habit that took it out, which is a cycle of death. Now, the caliphosphate, magnesium phosphate, and calcium phosphate. Caliphosphate, which means fire. Magnesium, which you know is an igniter, gunpowder. And calcium, which is an electrical conductor. These three salts help to polarize and channel or translate solar electricity into the working dynamics of vital force in the body. They help to build the cross of life, or at least set up the polar opposites necessary to create the circuitry of life within the cell. Let me just say that again. The tissue salts that you put into your system, when they are positioned by intelligence in the place in the body that they need to be. It's to set up the particular resonant field that the cell needs to operate in. Only the cell doesn't take the tissue salt into itself. The intelligence of the body simply repositions what was deficient in that area so that the charge that was supposed to be conducted through that area can now happen. There is nothing needed by the cells. The cells do not eat. All of the food, all of the extractions that you take from food, is simply comes into the bloodstream as gases after it's been broken down. The rest comes out as shit. And the same weight you put in is the same weight you shit out, or you're supposed to anyway. So if you can understand that even the components that you eat is not even assimilated, because by the urine that you pee out and the shit that you take out of your system, it comes up to the same dynamic net weight that you put in. So the cells aren't taking anything in. And they're not converting anything because, again, atomic intelligence does not need to eat. Again, then, brother, why are we eating? Why do we need to eat? We're getting to that. But you see, you got to take it by certain steps. I can't just drop it and say, hey, everybody go home, we don't need to eat. Fuck, I'm going to go to, hey, yo, you going to Mickey D, you down? Yeah, let's go. You ain't going to listen to me unless I'm breaking it down slowly. But you have to have that precognition. You have to have that understanding about your divinity, which means your deviltry, so that you can understand the fact that your divinity is conspiracy to why you are so evil. Because what is divine is the devil. Come on, all you little devils out there. All right, now tell a Christian that he's the devil, Satan. Oh no, I found Jesus. Shit, Jesus told you he was Satan. When? Revelations 22 and 16. I, Jesus, am the scion and David and the bright and morning star. Come on! See, Lucifer was your first redeemer. We told you that, didn't we? Pert near like to tar and feather my ass on that one. That's all right. Anyway, they help build the cross of life by setting up the resonant polarities wherein the body is at stasis and at rest. Now, these salts are represented in the Bible. How come it's so damn quiet in here now? Oh, shit. Damn, I thought it was Lucifer. As soon as I said Lucifer, the shit got quiet. Well, come on, Lucifer. Shit. Yeah, it's going to get hot in here now, right? Now, these three salts, the one I just represented as kali, phosphate, magnesium, and calcium, are represented in the Bible as Simon, which means Peter, Simon Peter, which means Petra, which means mineral, who carried the cross for Jesus. And the two thieves that were on the cross crucified beside him. That's who those three tissue salts are. And the one I told you about, Inez Eudora Perry, in the biochemical building of life, she'll drop that on you with that. Now, listen carefully. The cosmic cross of life is the intersecting point of consciousness where light becomes polarized as intelligence. Now, let me say that again. The cosmic cross of life is the intersecting point of consciousness where light becomes polarized as intelligence. The light is the atomic structure. Without these four fundamental functions of polar dynamics, of repulsion and attraction, there would be no creation. There would be no universe. There would be no organized forms of life. It is in the attraction-repulsion that matter comes together and creates itself as life. Now, how is how is the temple of man formed? All cosmic intelligence appears in the form of the atom. The atom knows its functions. They know what their work is. Your cells perform their work as if they understood, again, geometry, mathematics, numerology, trigonometry, chemistry, biology. What these motherfuckers in church, in school, they ain't no shit compared to a cell. A cell knows what it is. They trying to know it. No doctor, no scientist can create a cell. You cannot create one of those. You can have artificial intelligence and play shit with all, but you cannot create a cell because only cosmic intelligence creates that. Your cells perform their work spontaneously. And that spontaneous tendency of the cells towards the formation of organs by uniting themselves in an astounding example of the workings of omnipotent intelligence. Imagine they come together to create your organs, to create your brain, to create sight, to create hearing, to create cognizance. The aggregation and consolidation of atoms produces cells. When they are formed into body cells, their atomic nuclear power is intensified by the combination of all of them coming together as cells. So you have the atomic structure coming together to create a set of atomic structures coming to one cell, but then all of them coming together magnifies that energy a trillionfold. From this, we advance to the aggregation and consolidation of atomized organs which produce the body. Cosmic intelligence now appears in the body as the biologic, psychologic, and physiologic intelligence, all of which originally came from just the atom. Being intensified in consolidated form, in degrees based on the combined intelligence brought to you by the atom, together they all work in concert to produce the biospiritual phenomenon that we call the unconscious and the subconscious. Now let's get to that point, because here we are with an outer body giving us sensory consciousness, but the atom also gives us the connection to the unconsciousness or the one consciousness or the subconscious. There is a subconscious component to atomic work. The atomic work connects us directly to the mind of the intent and the original desire. By its actions, it is expressing the original intent and the desire. And you can read what God's mind is by the pre-programmed intent, desire, and feeling that is now given and exposed to you as the atom. So within the atom, whatever it is the atom did to consolidate to become you, shows you the divine intent of that creator. The very thing that you are standing up in is the shell, is the house, is the tabernacle that the creator in its own intent, in its own cosmic intelligence, created so that it may know itself in matter. So if you know that the original intent was to you to be God in the flesh, how is it that God now stoops to all this stupid activity that we have now become so preoccupied by? Think about all the dumb shit that we do, and then look back and say, well, damn, are we God? Or did we forget that we were God? You think the dark ages are gone? Hell no. You think we are now living in an age of enlightenment? Well, you're only 1% right. The other 99% of what comes to you as information on health and wellness is carefully crafted, well-publicized, commercially propaganded bullshit. As a result of your ignorance of the truth of who you really are, you not only eat to live, but you also eat to die. You not only breathe to live, but you breathe to die. And you not only drink to live, but you drink to die. Most tragic of all, you not only think to live, but you think to die. So why do gods die? Again, the human body contains trillions of cells guided by cosmic intelligence. Each cell is a mass of millions of atoms. Each atom is a solar system with planetary electrons spinning at unimaginable velocities around a common center of attraction. The solar system, the solar system, has no use for food. Electrons has no use for food. It does not eat so that it can cycle around the atom. Atoms do not eat. Cells do not eat. So why does man eat? For that answer, we must look at the parent cell. The parent cell represents the end point for God and the beginning point for man on the plane of matter. Let me say that again. The parent cell represents the end point for God and the beginning point for matter. The parent cell begins the body of man, which by itself expresses an uncanny intelligence, which it inherits from the cosmic principle of creation. This parent cell does not come from food, nor does it depend on food. The body is not the product of food, and therefore should not depend on food, but it does. Why? Food cannot sustain that which it did not create. Let me repeat. Let me repeat. Food cannot sustain that which it did not create. That in itself should tell you that we are eating based on habit and not on necessity. You are gods. You are light. You are trillions of universes consolidated. You need food. I'm hungry. I'm starving. Yeah. God, I know I'm going to die if I don't get that eat. I got to eat. Oh, yeah. It's funny how they put those two together, right? Yeah. It's not as the food and drug, it's the food as drug administration. Again, food cannot sustain that which it did not create. As the body is not the product of food, logically it is not, nor can it ever be sustained by food. Infinite intelligence is at work within the cell from the parent cell on through the entire existence of the body that it formed from it. Being directed by infinite intelligence, the cells know spontaneously what functions they are to perform. The body, from the parent cell on, is built by intricate techniques and directed by an intelligence that is totally foreign to the best scientific minds. You see, man's original etheric state was as a Solarian. Yeah. Everybody say, you're a breatharian. Nah, that was the secondary phase. Because there was no atmosphere where you began. You were light. So you are a Solarian. And as you began to condense into matter through the etheric components, the first stage that you did, when you came as a perfect unit from where you were in ether, you came the perfect unit that you were in matter. And at that time, you needed nothing else. Because as a Lightarian and a Solarian, the light was your source of light. That was the direct menu of the Most High. Think about that. As man condensed, transformed, and descended into the denser planes of physicality, he was, by archetypal nature, a Lightarian or a Solarian breatharian. As the temple degenerated, man fell from a Solarian breatharian to a liquidarian, a fruitarian, a vegetarian, and a carnivore. It was in the latter stages of degeneracy that man adapted to the habit of eating, became addicted to the sensations of eating, and now through pathological adaptation, through the law of vital adaptation and adjustment, eats to live, but as a result, eats to die. Oh, we're getting ready to get heavy. Let's just get heavy. Let's get heavy. I like getting heavy. Now, man eats to live, but actually eats to die. Everywhere, you now see books and tapes on how to prepare food so you can eat for health. No one seems to realize that eating itself was never natural for man, but an acquired habit. Just like smoking and drinking. In fact, if we only knew the truth about how wonderful our temple is, we would immediately understand that it is the air that is the cosmic reservoir of all life, including all the substances that builds and sustains the human body. It's the cosmic recipe of the vital life force that cooks up to become the molecular menu that you take in as solar light. Once again, the body is built up of cells. Cells are built up of molecules. Molecules are comprised of atoms. Atoms are comprised of electrons. And electrons are nothing more than spiraling centers of light through the forces of ether. Electrons do not eat. Atoms do not eat. Molecules do not eat. Cells do not eat. Now, I have to keep saying this to you so that it keeps registering, because I got to go through programming of over 125,000 years. You are not what you think you are, because your thinking has been colonized. So you can't even think about who you are anymore until you delete the programming that has been put in there. The very perception you have of yourself when you look in the mirror is false. Everything you are doing to try to sustain and maintain your youth is false. You die because of what you inherited of the habit of the fall. And you will see why. The body is built up and sustained by cells which, as we have shown, are controlled or constructed of something infinitely more sublime, and not what man eats. Proof that eating is not only a habit but a progressively bad one is shown in the fact that a sick man almost immediately begins to recover when he starts to fast. If he was sick and something was wrong, eating should take care of it, if that's what we were constructed to do. In fact, this could not happen, fasting. And it would be, in fact, very dangerous to fast if food were not vital and essential to the everyday workings of the organs and systems of the body. In fact, a man could go without eating for 45 days and live, and remarkably, look a hell of a lot stronger and younger. And I've done it. I fasted 57 days. And it was the most incredible experience. I couldn't have conversations on the same level anymore. You know, because you could sense people. You know, yeah. You just become, your nerves are no longer being, the energy and electricity in your nerves are no longer being deterred to the action of digestion, because that takes the most energy from your body. Once your nerves are no longer under the command of the habit, the nerves now change to who they are, and the essentiality that you are begins to conduct information on higher light code frequencies. And your body is simply not, it's not the same anymore. You have been changed in the twinkling of an eye. So how is it possible that we eat to live and eat to die? If we eat to live, how can we eat to die? Why do we die? If we eat to die, how do we eat to live? Now, breatharianism is physical perfection. Man came into physical existence a perfect breatharian. Your Bible speaks to this directly in Genesis 2 and 7, where it states, God breathed into the nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living solar system. It didn't say that God stuffed food down man's throats and brought him to life. Check. If the primary component that was placed into, and of course we know it's allegory, but if the primary component placed into the body of this thing was breath, then the primary component to sustain it is what? Yes. You could stop eating for 40 to 50 days. You could stop drinking for maybe even 7 days, but stop breathing for 5 minutes. And that will show you what is the most important component that activates who you are in the flesh. Now, at the very instant that the breath of life was breathed in. Nothing was lacking in this creation called man. Nothing more was needed by it. So you see that the breath of life symbolized all of the requirements needed for animating material flesh. Now, I know you Christians are having a hard time dealing with this, interpreting, and 99% of you, conscious brothers as well. See, we have to reinterpret the light codes that were intercepted and purposefully misinterpreted by the Caucasian. It was he, through the Roman State Church, that wrote the rules for perception 2,000 years ago. And we've been playing by his rules ever since. His rules for divinity were turned outward so as to distract you from the divinity that you were within. Thus, all the illusions, your cellular focus, your cellular lens of perception began to respond to the outside influences, and thus to the habits that they were developing. Now, in the state of biospiritual harmony, man has no wants. The elements within his body are balanced, spiraling in perfect synchronicity with the perfect breath. The polar opposites are balanced within. That's why you have a right nostril and a left nostril, not just one nose. When the right nostril is breathed in, this is the electrical component. When you breathe in, this is the magnetic component. When you close this off, you get magnetic energy that calms your body down from the left nostril. Close off the left nostril, the right nostril activates. Because the sensory organisms that's here in your inside of the sinus bones in the area going inside of there down into the bronchioles. You have qualified the breath. When you breathe in, you qualify it through the word that you speak when you breathe. Come on. Through the word. And the word is W-O-R-D, fire, air, water, and earth. That is what you breathe in on higher elemental levels. If you close your ears right now in this silence, close your ears now, breathe in, and listen to the word that is spoken by the current of air as it cascades into your energy. Close your ears off and listen to the breath. All of us create sounds that we could imitate, and it's called onomatopoeia. Bang! Zoom! Cartoons do it all the time. Check? Well, the onomatopoeia of the breath is soham, which in Sanskrit means I am that. Now, let's do it again. Close your ears, breathe in, and listen to the word so being spoken as you inhale. And as you exhale, ham. You see right now, that part of your being and perception is not yet developed. But the more you do that in your stillness, you will hear the word of God being spoken into you, constantly saying, I am that, I am that, I am that. And you say that all the time of your life. I am that I am. Are you listening to the word? That's a Sanskrit word, ancient Sanskrit word, soham. And it comes from the breath that you hear in your head, the current of life. Soha. And it's closed off as because the is the seal of the mother. That is the chrysalis. That is the... See, every word dynamic and every syllable has a spiritual meaning. Those of you who have names that end with an ah has the flow of the spirit through you. So when somebody calls you, it's a mantra for that spirit to flow through you. Those of you who have names that close the mouth, like my name, Philip. I changed that shit quick. So I am Kura. Okay? Reason for that is it maintains the flow. Okay? You need to get a book called The Music of Life. by a Sufi. Itziyat, what was his name? Karan or Kazran. It was called The Music of Life. Heavy book written by a Sufi. Yeah, Sufi. Itziyat something, a Karyan or Kazran or something like that. But you'll get it. This likes for The Music of Life. And they have it up there. Now, the less a man needs, the more like a god that man is, or like that woman is. This paradigm of perception we now function in is the cave dweller. It is unique in its spiritual depravity. It has led to his new Bible for his new consciousness paradigm called the Holy Genome Project. The human genome, or the new good book. With the Holy Genome, he intends to define yet another paradigm of relativity so as to trap you into the new description of reality that he intends to construct. Beloved, if we do not see and envision ourselves outside of that impending description that he's about to give to you of who you are through this Human Genome Project, we are literally fucked for another 2,000 years. Once he fixes your attention to this bullshit Book of Life genome description of our cosmic temple, you will only be able to identify your biological, psychological, and spiritual paradigm by the given descriptions. And the corporate fundamentalist holy genome pushers will be baptizing a whole new multitude of believers. You see, beloved, man increases his burden as he multiplies his wants. The less a man needs, the more complete we become. Man gains perfection as he gains freedom from all wants and all needs. Man is not the end result of what we eat. An example of this is that no chemist can find in the ground where a tree is growing any of the ash, minerals, carbon, wood, or chlorophyll that is contained in the body of the tree or its leaves. Let me repeat that again. When you plant a seed into the ground, the constituent elements of the ground, after the tree has grown, the constituent elements of the ground do not appear in the tree. The tree have a whole new set of different elements. Which tells you that the tree gets 90% of all of its nutrients from the air and the sun. Wow. The minerals in the ground are nothing more than ground. All electrical circuits need to be grounded. And the minerals set up the charge for conducting electromagnetism from the air. Check? Now, if the tree needed the ground, there would be depressions around that goddamn redwood that's been up for like, what, 300 years, and you can drive a truck through it? The ground is the same. The ground remains the same, which means the ground just simply acts as a grounding force. The earth acts as a grounding force to set up an electromagnetic circuit, an electrical circuit, so that life may then fix itself to be able to set up the charge that attracts all of the energies that you see as solar light and water energy. The water that is put into the ground simply is a conductor for that electricity. Because sometimes when you water a plant, you be wondering, well, damn, how come it just came right back to life? Because you set up the circuitry for it to connect again to the minerals that were in the ground so that it can now breathe the energy that was coming in from the air. None of the ground around a tree is depressed, like the tree ate the ground, ate up the ground in order to become the tree, is it? No. So therefore, the minerals and what you see in the ground have nothing to do with the tree. Just to anchor this form of life to set up the charge for its existence. Truth be told, the roots of the tree is nothing more than an anchor. Okay? The relationship of the ground to the tree is a connection that links both to the life current that is without. Ground connections are necessary to compare or to complete the circuit of an electrical instrument. This is why some trees do grow well in certain areas. Different species require different ground materials to complete their circuit, one that supports the specific electrical personality of that seed. That's all. And to make the circuit more effective, the right minerals must be in the ground along with the right amount of moisture to act as the conductor. Now, beloved, listen very carefully. In the case of man, the only parts of the food we eat that can and do enter the blood are the gases and the fluidic elements. Gas and fluids only. That is all that the body economy allows into the life stream of the temple. All the rest is nothing but waste that passes through the bowels as feces, which does its part to overload and weaken the stomach and the bowels, with constipation being the primary cause of all diseases suffered by 95% of the people in this country. We must understand, beloved, that no effect can produce its own cause. No effect can create itself. Universal existence is eternal existence. What appears as the physical world that we call nature is the materialization of spiritual potential. If man did not exist spiritually, he could not have become a physical reality. And this is his appearance as a physical entity is a conclusive proof that the perfection of his environment at the time of his physical beginnings, you know that if he had to have been a byproduct of spirit, that at the time he was being created, the environment of spirit and matter were perfect for his manifestation. Because perfection could not come into being without there being perfect harmony. So man was perfect at his inception. So that you don't have to look at man as an improved ape. Now, but that's why the powers that be want you to think. They want you to behave like cattle. They create and cultivate artificial appetites, then sustain the resulting addictions through rampant promotion of suggestive behaviorisms. They know that the more needs they generate, the more commerce. Proof of this came to light on January 12, 1951, when Frank Abrams, the chairman of Standard Oil, made an address before the National Citizens Commission for Public Schools, where he said there can be no doubt that we are talking about something very fundamental to business when we talk about education. If only to maintain and expand its markets, the business world has at least as big a stake as anyone in the achievement of an educated, productive, and tolerant society. There is definite correlation between education and the consumption of commodities. Education has done more to create markets for business than any other force in America. How many educated Negroes out here? And it's the educated Negroes that is stopping us from getting where we got to be. It means that the constant push for commercialism by the corporate elite is to consume more, to create new markets and new demands, promote the production of commodities, employ new wage slaves, and increase the economic burden. Now back to the topic. Again, physical man is the product of a parent cell. I'm going to keep on giving it to you. The origin and work of the parent cell is a mystery, to medical science. This is the cell of which begins the building of the body, but that cell does not originate with the parent. The sperm that meets the egg are but two dynamics of atomic intelligence that fuse together to create a vortex. Metaphysically, what the microscope reveals as the parent seed appears to do nothing more than form a central electromagnetic point within which occurs the condensation of invisible substances magnetized from the cosmic reservoir. Now, if you see what happens when you become pregnant, the pregnancy takes on the same dynamic as you see the symbol of the sun. When you look at the symbol of a cell and you see the symbol of the cell, the first thing they show you of a cell, the first component of physical life, it looks like this. And the very representation for the cell with the nucleus is the sun. So the parent cell, which is what we carry in us as the dynamic expression of intent and feeling for the feminine principle, intent for the male principle. Those very components act as the electrodynamic, the yin and the yang components of the one thing. Now follow me. The foods we eat do not form or sustain this process of condensation. Foods ain't got nothing to do with the condensation of all the materials, the cosmic materials from the cosmic reservoir that is magnetized to the point that creates life. Food ain't got shit to do with it. Thus, the foods we eat do not form or sustain this process of condensation, nor does it come from the sperm or the egg, which are just two polarities coming together in a nuclear fusion to create an electromagnetic center for the crystallization and materialization of life. A pattern around which cosmic rays are synthesized into cells that form the growing body. So when you see the dynamics of a life form such as that, you are watching the very principle of critical mass that was reached at different levels of reality before we implode upon ourselves. Because the first symbol, this is what blows the minds of the doctors. When the sperm meets the egg, it's not an explosion they're looking for, it's an implosion. They don't know what the fuck is happening. They're trying to get in there and see what's going on, but an implosion happens. Because what happens is, when the sperm and the cell meets, hallelujah, hallelujah, when it hits, when that sperm enters, the implosion happens, and it is through the implosion, which is the same principle as the black hole, come on, that calls the life force into the physical world. So at the point of manifestation, or the point of fertilization, a black hole phenomenon happens. An implosion, then an explosion. The implosion is opening the gateway to the life force that's coming in, and the explosion is the nuclear explosion that you feel when that egg begins to start multiplying. The same dynamic that brought us from the other reality to this reality. And you'll see about that at the end. So why does man seem to die of starvation when he's deprived of food? Because the body has adapted to the kind of pathological stimulation that food provided from the very beginning. Beloved, there is no such thing as a natural death. The only death that God could ever suffer is somatic suicide. God dies a somatic death. The word soma is defined as all of an organism except the germ cells. Let me say that to you again, because we're getting ready to get deep. The germ cell is the cell that creates the parent cell. What you have as your sperm is a germ cell. That's the original component in you. Soma is defined as all of an organism except the germ cell. Now, where am I going, people? Stay with me. If the germ cell and the parent cell, being the germ cell, is the original cell, then what the fuck is a soma cell? Okay, I know it's going to be a little difficult, but we're going to catch up. We die a somatic death. There is no natural death. We are many creators and transformers of energies. So, if you look at the word soma, you will see it is all of an organism except the germ cells. Somatic means affecting the body as distinguished from the germ plasm or the psyche. relating to the wall of the body, mesomorphic. Somatic cell, one of the cells of the body that composes the tissues, organs, and parts of that individual other than the germ cells. Where am I going? I just told you that somatic cells are all of the cells of the body that comprise the organs except the germ cells and what issues from the germ cells. And the parent cell. Understand that the germ cell is not a somatic cell. It is the prototype. It is the archetype of who you were, the evidence of your divinity. But then if that's the case, and you have created cells that are not germ cells, what are these cells that they define? Are soma cells. Follow with me now. I'm going to repeat this. Somatic and soma. The word soma means all of an organism except the germ cells. The word somatic means affecting the body as distinguished from the germ plasm. What? I thought that that cell would be the germ plasm would come directly from that. What are they describing then? Again, relating to the wall of the body, from the affecting the body as distinguished from the germ plasm. Now, a somatic cell is one of the cells of the body that comprises the tissues, organs, and parts of that individual other than the germ cells. Now, somatogenic means originating in and affecting or acting through somatic cells. And it tells you to compare psychogenic. When you look at the directions here in the book, and if you need verification, I can call you up and get somebody to read it to you. The word somatogenic says originating in, affecting, or acting through somatic cells. Thus, psychogenic is part of the word. So you go up to psychogenic, what does it mean? Originating in the mind or in mental or emotional conflict. Wait! You ain't got the half of it yet. I'm going to go back over it again. Soma, all of the cells of an organism except the germ cell. Somatic, affecting the body as distinguished from the germ plasm, or the psyche, relating to the wall, parietal, mesomorphic. Somatic cells are one of the cells of the body that comprise the tissues, organs, and parts of that individual other than the germ cells. Somatogenic means originating in, affecting, or acting through those somatic cells. Originating in, affecting, or acting through somatic cells. So somatogenic means originating in the mind or in mental or emotional conflict. Psychogenesis means the origin and development of the mind or of a mental function or trait. Development from psyche as distinguished from somatic origins. Now, where am I going? Is anybody with me yet? Okay? All right. Somatoplasm. Check. Somatoplasm is the protoplasm or the first material of somatic cells. Somatic cells as distinguished from germ cells. The germ cell is an egg or sperm cell, or one of the antecedent cells that come from the sperm cell or the germ cell. Now, wait a minute. Hold on. If all life is supposed to be proceeding from the germ cell, what are soma cells? It just told you. Somatogenic, originating in the mind. Psychogenic, originating in the mind. Psychogenesis, the origin and development of the mind or of a mental trait or, and he told you to go to psychogenic. With the same somatogenic definition that was given in the book, underneath it, it says, see psychogenic. Listen, I told you in the last lectures that your fear began creating tentacles to match the fear that began to wrap around your nerves, and you didn't know what was happening. I'm going to say this again. Somatic means every other organism, every other cells that are created except the germ cell. Now we are decoders, and we are decoding a reality that we have been living for a long time. It's time that we are now waking up to realize with our real eyes who we are and why it is that we die, why we become ill. We must go into what it is that they have cataloged and even they don't even understand, so that we as the cosmic light seed decoders come back and begin to resurrect this whole consciousness paradigm. Because 1/10 of this planet begins to resonate on the correct frequency, and then we get accepted into the Galactic Confederation. 1/10. Now, somatoplasm is the protoplasm of somatic cells as distinguished from germ cells. A germ cell is an egg or sperm or anything that proceeds from them. Now, in that, we begin to see that in the germ cell, it says an egg or sperm cell or one of their antecedent cells. So an antecedent cell is one that goes before a preceding event or condition, the significant events, conditions, and traits of one's earlier life. A model or stimulus for later developments. A model or stimulus for later developments. Ancestors, see cause. Gamete. Now I'm going to go to that germ cell situation, but I'm going to check with this. Now check this out. The definitions we just read to you, we can now create a working blueprint of why God dies. God, man, dies a somatic death. Somatoplasm is specialized protoplasm. Somatoplasm is specialized protoplasm. Somatoplasm is specialized protoplasm. Specialized plasm that originates from psychogenic stimulus. I just told you that the word somatogenic in the definition said see psychogenic. Now, in other words, somatoplasmic cells are specialized cells created from the original protoplasm in direct response to the mind in a mental or emotional conflict. This leads to habits based on mental traits developed by the mind, which creates pathological soma cells psychogenetically. So again, somatoplasm is a specialized protoplasm as defined. It is the constitution of cells that over time become specialized by the habits cultivated by the individual. In this case, our species. The most profound addictive behavior pattern that we had cultivated by our degenerating cycles is that of eating. All unnatural, unwholesome addictions escalate, accelerate, and sustain the production of somatoplasmic cells. Throughout the millions of years of our bodies taking to crystallizing into matter, the greater the densities, the slower the spiritual resonance, and the more we begin to forget our origins in cosmic intelligence. The further we sank into matter, the further away from spirit we went. This began to create the presence of lack within the temple, which created the need to balance. Habits often give a sense of gratification, which give a false sense psychologically, sociologically, and even give spiritual equilibrium. Imagine this for the last 1,000 millennia. The more man lived in matter, the more God forgot. The more God forgot, the more habits and addictions we cultivated to bridge that sense of loss. The more continuous and pervasive our addictions, the more somatoplasm our temples made to respond to the dictates of their creator. The more somatoplasm we created, the more our species degenerated by degrees, until the temple now terminates due to somatoplasmic mutation of the entire archetypal structure. Check. Let you sit with that for a minute. Y'all gonna need to digest that. That's a big mouthful right there. The addictions that happened based upon our sojourn deeper into matter began to create the lack of what we knew that we were. The body began to create that need as we got deeper into the flesh. The more needs and wants and cravings began to happen, which were the result of the lack of our memory of who we were. Now, in that lack of the memory, certain habits began to take the place to gratify for the balance. Eating became a habit. And if you notice in your Bible, eating only became a habit after the fall. It is when man ate any damn thing is when he began falling. He didn't need to eat shit. It was after eating, and you can eat in any way. You can eat from the tree of life. The tree of knowledge of good and evil is eaten from the sexual energy. The tree that you're eating from, the fruit, any form of eating is a taxing in its co-responsive, its co-response to that act is a depleting response on you. So any form of eating takes. You eat of any kind of energy of your body at the time you are showing the strength, because power is only seen in its exhaustion, not in its conservation. Okay? And we have exhausted the cellular template in such a degree that the habit of eating now is something we must do, but we die as a result. But let me get you this. Every time we, throughout the degenerative cycles, ate, the more somatoplasmic cells we created to match the habit and the appetites that we created. Because the original parent cell needed nothing. But when you began to adapt certain habits and behavior, your body, through the laws of vital adjustment and adaptation, began to adapt. But in order to adapt, it had to create the circumstance based upon the habit. So it created cells, soma cells, outside of the parent cells, or what they call the antecedent cells of the germ cells, which the germ cells create of its own volition, its own intelligence. But because you now have adapted certain things, you as a creator began to take components out of the air based upon all of what you have done of your appetites and all the crazy shit that you've been doing. Your body had to create another body. And that's the body that dies. That body began overriding the programming of the one that was the original. So now you die a somatic death, because you create in your mind, all through the fears and all the shit, your fear creates the somatic cells. Your eating appetite for ice cream creates somatic cells, and it is the somatic cells that gets the yin for the ice cream, not your parent cell. So everything about us now, at this present stage of development as a species, 90% of your body is a somatic representation of all the appetites cultivated during your fall. God dies as a result of creating its own coffin, its own walking coffin. And that is the secret of Osiris, wrapped up as the mummified. And that's the secret of the prodigal son returning. And we're going to get into that. So God dies from somatoplasmic saturation and toxification. You create the tomb of your own death based upon the thinking and the habits that have come from that thinking. And you don't even know that you do this. But as a creator, you can tell that you are a creator because you could sit one place and think about the best fuck you ever had in your life, and all the juices start flowing. You start to twist it, and oh, body starts going with the memory. But ain't nobody touching you. It's all up here, baby. And 90% of sex is up here. Because if it was supposed to be for procreation, it should be over in about a minute or two. But we prolong it and get it on, and 90 at an hour and 2 hours, and that's not procreation. Procreation is the Big Bang. That's us getting the show enough jolly on that mama and daddy used to get on at the beginning. So because you are a byproduct and component of the Creator, you create your own conditions based upon, and you create the temple based upon your participation with what you perceive to be reality. And you have been perceived, you've been given perception that you have somehow to eat, and you got to take this vitamin, and you got to take that, and that, and that. You are dealing with somatoplasmic toxicity, somatoplasmic addiction. And that anything that makes you addicted is because you have created somatoplasmic cells that now voice the needs within your body. We are creators, beloved. We are God individualized. Through degenerative habits, the original programming of cellular atomic consciousness became distorted and perverted. Somatoplasmic cells grew to become the majority cell type, keeping pace with the adopted addictions of degenerating man. So all physical death is due to somatic degeneration. The cells that we create by the knowledge of habits are temporary and terminal. A habit is not something that's real. A habit is a condition that you create within yourself through repetition. And you can condition yourself to create any circumstance as a creator within you. And that is what you have done. And in here, they have hid that secret from you in the simple dictionary by saying that there was something called a somatic cell. When I found that shit out, I said, oh shit. Here is the key. Somatoplasmic death. We kill ourselves based on the illusion that we perpetrate as our relativity. And the relativity we create is what we respond to now, not realizing that we created it. The cells that we create by the knowledge of habits are temporary. These cells are aberrations of the archetypal protoplasm. Let me say that again. These cells are aberrations and mutations of the archetypal protoplasm called into existence and substance by the actions of the original parent cell. They are thought-based mutations that come about based on the illusion of lack. And that's what makes them temporary. And as a result, it's what makes you temporary. Since your habits are temporary and are not real, you no longer are either. Are we feeling like decoders now? Oh, yes, we are. Everything that we are here, everything, the mask you put on, the clothing we put on is all illusion. This is not who we are. This is what we wrote into the script. The whole world is a stage. Remember that one? And everybody's playing a part. The stage is set, the curtain goes up. The scene is a broken heart. You can say that humanity is a broken heart. Oh yeah, I sing a little bit too, sir. Now, as a result of this illusion of temporariness and lack, we die. It is this temporary somatic cell that is propagated and overruns the body by degrees, teaching the body to age, teaching the body to degenerate, teaching the body to deteriorate, and eventually teaching the body to die. In fact, our present cellular infrastructure and internal designs are not the same as our ancient ancestors. The eyes that we have are not the same because our ancient ancestors had big eyes, slanted, and they ended over here. In fact, there was no sclera. What you see as the white parts of your eyes, it didn't exist. This was as a result of, because of the atomic radiation in the sun, the molecular structure of the eyes, the cones, and all the rest of those nerves began to close down the iris, to shut down the sclera, because at the time that we were like that, we were taking in more light into the eyes. And now, because of the damage that was done, because the sun was destroyed, because everything that happened, the body adapted to the abuse by closing off as much light or radiation, harmful radiation, as it could. Because if you look at some of the animals, like the doe or the deer that has beautiful sight, you can't see sclera. It's all black. That was the original. They say in the Upanishads that if we were to gaze upon the eyes of the gods, we would go mad. Just to look at the gods will tell us where we fell from. Kind of makes you want to remember who we were, huh? You know, what are we doing down here playing this bullshit game? As humanity adopted and then adapted to new and more debilitating habits throughout the ages, it became necessary for the intelligence of the body machinery to adapt itself to these new patterns of destructive behavior or perish. This degenerative process occurred slowly, gradually, with the body surrendering to these new habits through the laws of vital adjustment and vital accommodation. These laws are activated only when the body's initial reaction to the abuse is disregarded, continued, or repressed. And the sad thing is that each phase of the adaptive process could only occur at the expense of a depression or a sacrifice of all of the body's vital functions. With this action, man, in his quest to gratify his habits, devolved from perfection to degeneration. This story was played out in the story of Adam and Eve and the tree of life and good and evil. See, the mythology of God not wanting you to eat of the knowledge of tree of good and evil, he didn't want man to experience knowledge, because once you know shit, that knowledge fixes you, causes you to live the habit of becoming what you acquired by that knowledge. See, once you eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, what happens? You shall die. Told you. Knowledge put your body into the resonance to create somatic cells. That's what your ancestors were saying, how you can degenerate and change the energy of the tree of life into the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The tree of knowledge of good and evil now goes about conducting the energy to start creating the somatoplasmic material of the habits you generate through your knowledge. Once you get knowledge, you become part of that knowledge, and that knowledge fixes you to the perception that you have gotten. And then that perception becomes habit. That's why I say to you, when you come, you study, throw this shit away. Give it to somebody. Don't be constipated by your knowledge. You do and act upon what it is that you have learned. Give yourself the benefit of being able to become proactive and dynamic in the being that you are becoming. Do not become stagnant with this shit, because this is just a bunch of hot air, me telling you shit. You ain't learning nothing, just sitting there vegetating. But God didn't want, this is what the ancestors were speaking, because you gotta remember, the ancestors were speaking in parables and analogs and shit. It wasn't saying no motherfuckers there, yo, God, don't eat that shit. No. God essentially was what our ancestors recognized them to be. And at the beginning, in the warning that they gave to the neophytes, because most of that shit came out of the ancient mystery schools that they were teaching to the neophytes. So the neophytes were told, God said, don't do this, don't do that. Why? For the knowledge of good and evil, boom, it fixes you, and ye shall surely die. Now, habits, on the other hand, okay, create conditions in matter, because we are all creators, where thought fixes our habits to our behavior. So the tree of knowledge fixes us to the ritual of habits. Let me say that again. The tree of knowledge fixes us to the ritual of habits. All right? Y'all want to know? What was that again? What does it mean? The tree of knowledge, which is the fact that you have acted upon certain things, that your knowledge now of material, the things that the material world are about, if you seek to try to find the knowledge inside of that thing and find yourself in relation to that knowledge, you become fixed by the judgment that you have gotten from that knowledge. And once you have fixed yourself to the judgment of your knowledge, it becomes the habit that you create and cultivate in your everyday lives. And once you have done that, then the cultivating of the habit of eating makes you believe, based upon your body now adapting to this abuse, creating the environment that comes from that habit of accumulating knowledge and trying to act on that illusory knowledge, you begin to create an illusory body. A body of death, when there is no such thing as death. The way you act in your illusion creates a body that is of illusion. And so that's the body that dies, because illusion is not real. Check. So, eating from the tree of knowledge fucked us up on the material plane, because it distorted our connections to the immutable laws of our cosmic origins and turned the principle of cosmic cycles into the physically degenerative habits of the material plane, which gave us the cycles of life and death. What was the cycle? What was the cyclic, eternal, immutable principles of God as perfection? Through knowledge became the habits, addictions, and compulsive behaviors of degenerative man. Let me say that again. What was at the point above that now imitates itself below was cyclic, immutable principles that the Most High has. Those cyclic, immutable principles of God degenerated into a lower resonating field to become the habits, addictions, and compulsive behavior of a man living in illusion. So it matches. Where you see the cycles of summer, winter, summer, and fall, just like you see the cycles of man, of God, the cycles of man became his behavior, his addictions to those behaviors, his compulsive behavior. Now, as I said in Matrix 3, the seed is the information. It's the knowledge of self for the thing that possesses it. This is the reason for the Human Genome Project. Somatoplasmic cell construction by the body came about as a result of the laws of vital accommodation and adaptation. These cosmic laws of intelligence carried out at the expense of your vital, they're carried out at the expense of your vital life force. In other words, immunity, check it out now. These laws of cosmic intelligence are carried out at the expense of your vital force, because it is literally a blood sacrifice. The first blood sacrifice was eating, not the menstrual cycle. Because as soon as you began to eat, your blood began to sacrifice its archetypal purity. And in so doing, you began to create this aberrant hell inside of the heaven that you were given. So, eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil was literally the original first blood sacrifice. Beloved, there is no such thing as a natural death. This is a contradiction in terms, a paradox a oxymoron, a natural death. That don't make no sense. Not when you are divinely an instrument of the one Most High. We die in degrees through systematic abuse of the laws of vital accommodation and adjustment. These laws are what the medical scientific community calls immunity. One New Age delusion presently promoted to the unsuspecting masses is this myth about good health equaling immunity. Good health does not equal immunity. Doctors continue to aggressively push this germ theory and resistance bullshit. The germ theory is a ridiculous belief of Western medicine which states that man is attacked by diseases because of a weakening of his natural body defenses. If this theory were true, humanity would have been wiped out a long goddamn time ago. All of the natural sciences show that man is a living organism. He needs a harmonious corresponding environment to be in good health. This is the primal fundamental condition of existence, to be in harmony. The health condition of a man's body can never be any better than the health condition of his physical, spiritual, psychological, and cultural environments. It is there that his body operates and functions in. Man is the most perfect and perfected of all living creatures. We can modify the condition of a hostile climate or adjust ourselves to it so as to live for a limited time in the hottest or the coldest regions on the planet. The law of correspondence states that a condition of harmony must exist between living things and their environment or they would die out. And this is not merely of mercy. This is the very fact of the adjustment and the adaptation. That is what they call the mercy of God. All right, and we're going to get to the next phase. I'm going to run this down real quick so we can get right up to what it is that actually happens when you become immune. The word immune and what that means has nothing to do with health. There is no such thing as immunity. There is no such thing as a healthy body that is immune. It is a contradiction, and I'll show you why. And let's just take another 10-minute break so that you can stretch yourself. Whoa, Brother Jamal, come on now. This book that I had extrapolated, Sister wanted me to explain. This book is a compendium from a larger work that I'm working on now called the Hotepic System of Natural Healing. It has to do with how our ancestors on the Sopedet system, what you call Sirius, we got to get out of that. It's not Sirius, it's Sopedet. SPDT, that was your ancestor's name for it. The system has to do with some of the ingredients you see us incorporating in what we're telling you about nutrition and so forth. But this book, this is called The Sacred Principles of Health, is a book for segueing you into how to get to that higher stage. It shows you, I put it together so that you could learn how to combine food if you're going to eat that way, how to put certain things together, what to know between cooked and uncooked, so forth. And there was a sister that came up that asked for the last copy. It just went. If you want a copy, let me know and I could send it to you. You can order it if you have anybody that you would like to send it to. And I'm very grateful and very happy and very thankful for what, you know, the family here did to help me because, you know, even though we're still trying to transit out of that space, we still have certain immediate functions. So the sister who asked for the book, where is she? There she is. You can give, yeah, you can give it to her and the sister can, you can give the money to the sister. There's one more that was left. Oh, I thought she wanted the wounded womb. I thought, oh, she wanted the wounded womb. Ah. All right. It's 20. You give it to her, the sister in the back. Okay. Much better. Great. Testing one. Yeah, much better. Are we all right, Will, with the last stuff that we put in? Because we put some heavy stuff on that tape. Did it get on there? All right, how's everybody feeling? Come on now. You want to get up and do some stretching? You all right? Y'all all right? We just doing it for a review now. You know? We in the house, right? See, this is what it is. I mean, we could be out partying. This is what distincts you and makes you so evolved and high in the energy and the resonance. You're in here doing what it is that everybody out there sweating to get. You're getting high on the knowledge and the wisdom that you called to yourself, because I'm just awakening the masters that you are. That's who you are. That's who we are. And we're just having a good time talking about ourselves as God. You know, we got God communicating with itself. And, okay, we're going over the questions now about eating, and that we eat to die, and the reason we die is because we have cultivated certain habits. Of course, the habits now led to certain needs of lack, and the greatest needs of lack, the greatest representation of lack that we could have ever exteriorized came out, and I'm fortunate, in the Caucasian man, because he has taken what would have been the innate consciousness abilities of our ancestors to create from the mind, and has taken that and began to become dependent on all of these components and all of these gimmicks and gadgetries that go along with being who he is. So who we are now and who we're becoming is showing itself. The fact that you all are here, you know, it's good, you know, because this is my time. This time I'm up and reading and trying to find stuff around about spirit and what else I could learn and know. And to have brothers and sisters like yourselves up at this time is like, does my heart good. But, okay, what have we learned about death before we go on to the next phase? Because what we're going to do now is learn about the different components of how life functions in the body and how health through what they call immunity is an illusion. Right? We kill ourselves. That immunity is an illusion simply because when you immunize the body, you don't strengthen it, you actually have to weaken it. So immunization and tolerance and adaptation is synonymous with weakening the body to tolerate the abuse. So there is no immunity, there is no defensive help against disease. The only defense against disease is the body weakening itself to accommodate the disease action. And we'll see what that means. But can you now show or feel what it is that we were touching upon when we began to speak of why it is that our body has trained itself to die? What were we speaking about when we were speaking about the reasons why the body dies? Remember? Or that part just shut down. Anybody want to just put their hand up and... All right. I said that there was no natural death. I spoke about the fact that there was somatoplasmic death. What does that mean? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And what does that improper thinking do? Mm-hmm. Right? And what does that negative behavior in the body do to the parent self? Overrides and creates a whole other kind of conditioned protoplasm. So there are protoplasmic energies in the body that don't exist, that only exist based upon how you began thinking, and from your thinking, you created these exponents of your habits and of your pathological thinking that began to match it. So as a creator, you began to create your own hell. These somatic cells, these soma cells, are not part of the germ cell, are not part of the parent cell. Even the medical associations know that. Even sisters said there was something different about these soma cells. What the hell was so different? Why is it making something completely different from every other gamete? Because it is not of the original structure. It obeys the rules of illusion. And because we are of the habit of illusion, and because we are constantly in illusion, we create these somatic cells, these somatoplasmic cells, and they begin to override and overrun and become the primary cell structure. And so we live by appetite from day to day, and not from the sun, not from the divine energies that come from the Most High. We live based upon what the appetite motivates us to do from day to day. Our appetite for money, our appetite for power, our appetite, all these appetites grew out of the one appetite of eating. Appetite begets appetite. So when you begin to understand that the appetite and the habit of behaving a certain way has created the conditions to match that bad habit, then you see why we die. And it's something that you got to sit for a minute and say, well, damn, my cellular structure is now overrun with somatic cells, which means that the primary thinking base to my reality is based on bullshit. And the thing about somatoplasmic cells is that they die hard. Because you just try fasting for a little while, see the motherfuckers kick up. Say, shit, you better go get something to eat. So I'll get you the motherfucker. You start playing with them somatic cells and you try to get them in, that's when the hell comes in. That's what they talk about, hell. You start creating them demons, the somatic body is the demon. Because it's not real, and then it is keys you into appetites. That's your devil, Mr. Christian. All right? It's not Lucifer, it's Soma. So when we begin to see that, and we begin to understand that we do not die naturally, and we begin to see that our thoughts are being conditioned constantly by this beast, constantly giving us this bullshit to go out there and buy this, buy that, run there, do this, do that. That is what creates the somatic body to continually create that. And I'll tell you this. Here's the deepest secret. The white man is the somatic representation of our degenerated psyche. I thought I dropped that on you. That's the original vampire. He knows that. He told me that. That's why the sun causes him to go that way. So if you want to deal with degenerative cycles, especially how the so-called black matter man or the dark matter conscious man became subservient to a recessive degenerative aspect of humanity, you would now know that based upon our addiction to somatic behavior, we created in our psyche and our essences this offshoot that came out through the germplasm. And the germplasm began to multiply, and that energy that you saw that's up in Europe became the somatic representation of who we were. So the same body that dies, the same dead kind of consciousness that you have, exteriorizes itself and lives today to rule you, just like your appetites rule you. And that white man is the one who lives on your appetites. He creates appetites so he can live. A parasite conditions his environment for him to live in. So see who he is on the spiritual level. Begin to change the focus of your attention, which is what he wants, is your attention. Because once he has your attention, he has your behavior. Decoding. decode it. Now, immunity is a weakening process, like when you enter into a room that has 100 people, you partying and shit, smoke is going and it's confined, and when you walk in from outside, it's like, oh shit, I can't breathe. Stay in there for about an hour and you right on in there. Right? Okay, now, but when you adapt to that pathological condition, there is a blood sacrifice at that point. And what happens is, the way you adapt to that environment is based upon a depression of all of your vital functions. In other words, immunity reduces your body's power to resist. Listen carefully. Immunity reduces your body's power to resist. The hermetic secret of the law of vital adaptation is a riddle that continues to stupefy the medical priesthood. Again, they call this harmonic or hermetic law the law of adaptation. What they don't understand is that the body acquires immunity to dangers by reducing its power to resist them. Exactly the opposite of what the medical church preaches. They say that vaccinations and immunizations are there to strengthen the immune system. Lies. It's a fact that no other or no matter how filthy or polluted an environment may be, we can endure it provided we are given time to allow the body's power to adjust. To prevent a violent reaction of vital activity from one extreme to the next. See, if a healthy person walks into a pathological environment, 9 times out of 10 they'll drop dead. But if that person, just like the bird, they did an experimentation. They took a bird and put it under a glass cage. And they only had a little bit of oxygen in there, and the carbon dioxide in the bird cage grew to such a level where the bird began to tolerate its own toxins. They took a fresh bird from outside and put it in there, and it dropped dead. The bird that was in there for the while stayed alive, though. It adapted. That's what immunity is. Immunity is a deterioration of your ability to resist so that you can accommodate the abuse that you're in. And that's what you did as you began to fall through the levels of matter. You began to accommodate. So the more you accommodated, the weaker you got, but you sacrificed in time what you got in the immediate gratification. So when you look at the Bible and you see that Noah lived, Methuselah lived 900 years, and as you go along, you begin to see that the people that came out of his lineage lived shorter and shorter lives. That was the representation of man going deeper and deeper into the realms of matter, getting into the habits of matter, and thus sacrificing time. Sacrificing his time in the body, dying sooner as a result of him exhausting his vital force. Only sudden and violent changes became immediately destructive to life, even where it concerns changing bad habits into good. You can't just drop something like that and think you're going to go ahead and start taking sprouts and think your body ain't going to react, because your body will react. Remember the somats, we call them. We call them somats. What the fuck? They seriously adapt, but they have their own laws. They are serious. They're like, don't mess with us. You like ice cream? You're going to eat ice cream for a month? You put that shit down, I'm going to let you pay. You're going to know about it, too. You're going to have that craving. I got to have that ice cream. I got to have it. I got to have it. So anything that you use, you abuse. Now we know that by the reduction of its vitality, the body pays the cosmic price by slowly dying in the process of becoming immune to pathological conditions, to poisonous substances, or destructive habits. This is what happened to the indigenous peoples of North America and Africa when the Caucasian man descended upon them. The Caucasian of Europe was historically born and raised in sordid pathological conditions. You can read a book called Dirt by McLaughlin. The white man's physical constitution was already acclimated to his degenerative habits and thinking. He had adjusted to them, but the bodies of the melanated indigenous peoples had not. That's why I was saying that he eats denatured food because of his denatured nature. All scientific evidence proves that the more vital an organism, the more quickly it succumbs to unhealthful conditions and harmful practices. This is the grand paradox of holistic health and healing. It is truly a paradox that the body temple in a weakened condition will tolerate and endure longer than a more vital body. It will endure a wide range of pathological practices and various life-draining influences that it cannot control and which it must endure or die. There is a saying that the devil speaks when you sign a pact with him. That which does not kill you makes you stronger. But this is a pathological mindset of the Caucasian elite around the Human Genome Project. He screwed up the planet so completely that he needs to create a somatic clone that will be able to live longer, adapt periods of life in the most perverse of environments. He is now trying to find, see, his somatic cells work faster on him. Because he's a degenerate creature to begin with, he now creating somatic cells speeds up his life force to the end. So he ages more quickly based on the fact that the material that he has overruns his body. He is a somatic cell. Check? All right? This strain of mutated humans would forever surpass or suppress the appearance of the ancestral God seed, since it could not live in the toxic environment that he has made. So what he is getting ready to do by the Human Genome Project is to toxify this environment so greatly that when the star seeds begin to manifest, they couldn't live in the environment that he created. That's why you got your chemtrails and comtrails going. He's acclimating your environment. He is slowly degenerating you to his level. The Caucasian will create a body that will make them the gods of their own filth. Because if they were to return the earth to its pristine balance, the black matter gene of the biospiritual perfection would once again rise and he would genetically disappear. The black gene holds the dimensional key to human resurrection. He knows this, but he cannot have it without becoming us. That is why you are seeing now all these black and white couples. The black and white couple is to strengthen the gene pool. This is why the black womb is so touted now. This is why you saw in that movie, Mission Impossible 2, is to tell the white boys it's all right to pursue them black girls. They're ready now. We done paid them enough money. The Negro, the brothers ain't got enough money to keep up with all the women that's out there, PhDs out there. They're in our camp now. Well, we need to strengthen the seed. So go ahead and chase the black girl. She can't go back because 9 times out of 10, she doesn't go back to get a brother who's a carpenter or just a street cleaner. But I guess she's there. She's definitely in the camp where she will wait for a brother who is a basketball player to take her, who is just a hairdresser. Thank you. The sisters just can't wait to be white. And I mean, the hairdos is like, who the fuck are these black women wearing these white girls' hairdos from the 60s and shit? And oh, man, blonde. No time where it's reference to living and aging. You are in the illusion of time. Does the sun eat? Hell no. Detrimental or degenerative changes in the body are not the work of time. Degenerative changes in the body are caused by harmful habits, a hostile environment, thought pollution, and yet, most dramatically, in today's society, at the very beginnings of your life, with the medical rituals of treatment and immunity. Your body is poisoned and weakened right at the very start of your physical life. Thus, it is given, I would say, half a chance. When they inject that child and try to give it immunity, they start destroying the body. Your body neither ages or wears out. It neither ages or wears out, but it does weaken by degrees. Your body weakens, it does not die. Aging and death happens in stages when the organs of response to degenerative habits progressively become dormant. Let me say that again. Aging and dying happens when the organs that respond to your abuse, like your stomach, like your heart, like your liver, all these things are dealing with the abuse of you eating and the traumas of your everyday. All of that is what causes the body to degenerate and die. As your organs, glands, and systems become progressively dormant or semi-dormant, the body and all its functions changes its cellular nature to adapt to the terminal influences that reduces much of its integrity and efficiency and thus reduces your life. Let me say that again. As your organs, as your glands, and as your systems become progressively dormant or semi-dormant, and you know what I mean by dormant, right? All right. When it becomes dormant, the body and all its functions changes its cellular nature to adapt to the terminal influences that reduces much of its integrity and its efficiency. So if you keep fucking with it, it keeps dying by degrees because the abuse saps the life, because the response of that organ is the life-giving process that would have retained its integrity. It's giving up its life integrity because of your abuses. Somatogenic cells are matter-conscious cells only. Let me say that again. Somatogenic cells are matter-conscious cells only. They are not in tune with the spirit. That's why you are so dull and dead and into this fucking book and Jesus Christ and all that bullshit. You are dead. You are a walking corpse based on somatogenic death. You are a corpse. You cannot even touch the spirit anymore because somatogenic cells are based upon the habits of matter. And as matter is something that ties you to the realms, causes you to go through all of the shit that matter represents, you die gods, not knowing that you are gods. Now, somatogenic cells are formed based on our reactions and our participation in the illusions of matter. This is why you lose touch with your spirituality. You have lost touch with your original parent self. You lost touch with your parent self. This is the parable of the prodigal son, the prodigal S-U-N, son. Who got good eyes right here want to read this with me? You can read? Come on over here and read with me, brother. Come on, let's hear it for Brother Mark. It's our young brothers here now, standing with us. Standing with us. All right. All right, now it says here. And what I want you to do, test. All right. What I want you to do is to read along here, and I'll tell you how to stop. Yeah, start at 11. Now, this is Luke chapter 15, verses 11 on. And this is your parable of the prodigal son. Go ahead, brother. You can hold on to this.
And he said, a certain man had 2 sons.
2 sons. Hold on a minute. You can stand up, brother. You're good. And he said, a certain man had 2 sons. S-U-N-S. All right? Check. Keep going.
And the younger of them said to his father, Father, give me the portion of goods that falleth to me.
Okay, now hold up. Which one? The younger one. Ah, the younger one. The one that came after the original, the first. The younger one is the one that did what? What did he say?
Give me the portion of goods that falleth to me.
Right. Give me what was belonging to me as the second creation. And what were those things that he did?
And he divided unto them his living.
His what?
Living.
Spell it.
Living.
He divided his life. Wait a minute, I didn't even think you understood what that said. See, you think it's about some story about some white man standing at the door waiting for his son to come back home. And they push that bullshit in Christianity to you. Christians don't know shit from Shinola when it comes to what's in that book. Now go on. He divided his living. He divided his life from the parent cell to the somatic cell. Go ahead.
And not many days after, the younger son gathered all together and took his journey into a far country.
A far country. What is the far country? What did I tell you you did? You went so far from yourself, you don't even know who the fuck you are anymore. You have now strayed so deep into matter, into a far country. Check? Go ahead, little brother.
And there wasted his substance with riotous living.
Look out! Wasted his substance with riotous living. Now, I don't know if you understand what's going on in here. Check the science. He wasted his life. You can't waste life. Life is life. But what they're saying is they wasted the life within the body by his riotous living. What is riotous living? Hanging on and dealing with all the appetite. Oh, yeah, come on, get it all. Party! Go ahead.
And when he had spent all, there arose a mighty famine in that land.
Repeat that again.
Okay.
And when
he had spent all, there arose a mighty famine in that land.
Hello! The land is the body. There arose, now wait a minute, this boy, listen to what he's saying. See, you ain't got it yet. He went to a far land. And, read that line again.
And when he had spent all, there arose a mighty famine in that land.
Now, wait, see, listen to that line. When he had spent all, there arose a famine in the land. Who the fuck was he? If he spent shit in that land, them motherfuckers should be rich. But when he had spent all, see, they're not talking about the shit you think they're talking about. But when he had spent all, there was a famine in the land. Because now there was the lack. Check? Go ahead.
And he began to be in want.
Hold it! Listen! He developed the appetite. Based on the lack, he developed the appetite. Now, with the appetite comes the fall. And with the fall comes all kinds of abusive behavior. And then you begin to look like the abusive behavior. Go ahead, brother.
And he went and joined himself to a citizen of that country.
Right.
And he sent him into his fields to feed swine.
What? Hold on. To feed swine. To go along in the lowest of, look at what you are now degenerated to. Feed swine. And swine at that time represented the lowest. The swine was the most diseased. That means you're feeding a diseased nature. Go ahead.
And he would fain have filled his belly with the husk that the swine did eat.
In other words, he would have ate any fucking thing based on his degenerative habits. See, read that line again. They didn't get it.
And he would fain have filled his belly with the husk that the swine did eat.
In other words, he would have ate any damn thing. He was so poor and so fucking out of it, he would eat any damn thing. And that's exactly what y'all are doing. Eating any damn thing. Go ahead.
And no man gave unto him.
And no man gave unto him. No man, because no man gave unto him means nothing could satisfy him. Go ahead.
And when he came to himself, he said, how many hired servants of my father's have bread enough and to spare, and I perish with hunger?
Okay. How many, read that again.
How many hired servants of my father's have bread enough and to spare, and I perish with hunger?
How many hired servants, how many of the outgrowths of the parent cell who cleave onto the father cell, the parent cell, are getting more than him? Go ahead.
I will arise and go to my father, and will say unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and before thee, and I am no more worthy to be called thy son. Make me as one of thy hired servants.
Listen. Everything we've been talking about. Look at what the Bible is speaking about. The recognition by that son cell that he had created a somatic condition within himself. That he now recognizes that the parent cell and all the things that serve the parent cell, or all the things that offshoot the parent cell, I would be as one of the servants, even though I know I am one of the parent cells as well. I would stoop to that. I would even do that if I can. That is his recognition, and everything that you all are going to now do to try to bring yourself back into phase with the parent cell energy. Go ahead.
And he arose and came to his father. But when he was yet a great way off, his father saw him and had compassion and ran and fell on his neck and kissed him.
Agreed. The father cell, the mother cell, the parent cell awaits your return. Awaits for you to change the habits that have created this somatic hell that you now function in, so that you can now enjoy the benefits of the Father's house. So that now you could stop thinking the way you've been thinking. And because of your thinking, acting the way you've been acting. Go ahead, brother.
And the son said unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and in thy sight.
Now wait, hold it. I have sinned against heaven. The body that was the archetypal space of perfection. And in thy sight, in other words, that which the parent cell created as heaven, I have sinned against that. He said, I have sinned against heaven, the condition of what the Most High creates in the temple, and in thy sight, that which being the father or the parent cell that overlooks to make sure that in the original programming of the parent cell, all else that proceeds from that is now protected and under that auspice. Go ahead, brother.
I have sinned against heaven, and in thy sight I am no more worthy to be called thy son.
Ha! Thy son, S-U-N. Go ahead.
But the father said to his servants, Bring forth the best robe, and put it on him, and put a ring on his hand, and shoes on his feet.
Representing the cycles, and representing the principle of Pisces, going up and going down. Go ahead.
And bring hither the fatted calf, and kill it, and let us eat and be merry.
Okay, it's not the fatted calf, it's the fatted cow, K-A-L-P-H. It's a Jewish word. And it means that which being consciousness. We have opened up the door of consciousness. We have killed the illusion which the fatted calf represented. And now we will feast on the light of knowledge and wisdom that comes from that. Go ahead.
For this my son was dead and is alive again.
Come on, wait a minute now. Say that again.
For this my son was dead and is alive again.
Hello? Hello? My son had died a somatic death, and now, understanding of his condition, going through the dregs of matter, he now resurrects to come back to the essential self, the one Father. Go ahead.
He was lost and is found, and they began to be merry.
Come on, he was lost. Ain't we lost the way we acting? We some lost motherfuckers. No, truly, we are some lost motherfuckers. We don't know where we are, who we are, what the fuck we doing from day to day. We always looking for instructions. We always want to know if Massa is all right with this before we do it. You see what I'm saying? Lost, but now found. Go ahead.
Now his elder son was in the field, and as he came and drew nigh to the house, he heard music and dancing. And he called one of the servants and asked what these things meant. And he said unto him, Thy brother is come, and thy father hath killed the fatted calf, because he hath received him safe and sound. And he was angry, and would not go in. Therefore came his father out and entreated him. And he answering said to his father, Lo, these many years do I serve thee, neither transgressed I at any time thy commandment, and yet thou never giveth me a kid, that I might make merry with my friends.
And what did the father say?
But as soon as this thy son was come, which hath devoured thy living with harlots, thou hast killed for him the fatted calf. And he said unto him, Son, thou art ever with me, and all that I have is thine.
Listen. Thou art ever with me. That son did not go anywhere. That part of the energy did not have to move. Thank you. Let's give the brother a hand right there. Go ahead, brother. Thou is with me. Period. That means that you did not stray. You are not a byproduct of somatogenic degeneration. So thou art always with me. You don't have to worry about that. We have to rejoice now because in the life, death, and resurrection is all things. Matter now becomes conditioned to spirituality. Matter goes through phases to be resurrected. And that's what that was about. That was another story of the resurrection. So now, after having lost touch with who you are, now you begin to understand where we're going, brother. Why do we die? Let me show you where you start your death and your conditioning for your death. Now check the picture on this shit. Now, a hyperextension of the mouth, trying to eat constantly, that's where this brother lives from and dies from. Now, it is the somatosensory cortex of the brain, the area within the high father, the Abraham, up in this area here. Right there. The somatosensory cortex of the brain, the area of the high father Abraham, the area dealing with the touch sensory stimuli, the area represented in Masonic symbology as the capstone removed from the body of the pyramid. It is in this area that we become degenerated in our habits. This area became hyper-materialized by degenerative habits, became overstimulated and overdeveloped, becoming too gross to receive the more sublime light code transmissions. This area became locked into the illusion of sensations, converting the sensory input of the outside world into the somatogenic cell receptors of our inner being. We progressively lost touch with our spirituality. The overwhelming proof of this can be found in the overcrowded insane asylums, the overbooked psychiatrist's office, the countless bullshit workshops we take so that we can learn things that should already be known to us if we were in only half of the possession of our archetypal instincts. So it was up here in this area right here. If you look at this part of the brain, right here, that's where it is. See here? That's the somatosensory cortex right here. And the somatosensory cortex, as cut around, shows you what it is that it influences. It is about the sensory apparatus. This is where the sense of touch, taste, feelings, everything becomes quantified as your material reality. This area shows you the viscera, the pharynx, the tongue, the teeth, gums, and jaw, the lips, face, nose, eyes, thumb, fingers, hand, arm, shoulder, hand, neck, trunk, leg, foot, toes, genitals. This is the part of the brain that causes you to become conditioned to your habits, because you become sensorily addicted to the habits that you create, or to the habits that you create from being in touch with these. Your face, lips, thumbs, all of this here is based upon how you have become conditioned to that reality. And it's this part of the brain, right up here, at this area. Somebody had a hand up? No, it maps all the way around. It depends. Yeah, it maps the whole top of the brain. Now, it is common knowledge that so-called civilized, or better yet, Europeanized man is mentally functioning with only 10% of his brain. And those very few of us left on earth still sane enough to see the light are those who are killed off, jailed, threatened, and ridiculed in the media, and very often by the very peers that they're dedicated to helping. Now, this particular energy is what it is that you are going to be facing based upon the knowledge that you are now becoming inherited, or inheritance thereof. This information is not something that is going to be accepted worldwide, because too many people are so somatogenically addicted to their ways of being and behaving that they are not going to stop doing what they're doing, no matter what it is that it's doing for them. They want their drug, and their drug could be any damn thing. Anything that keeps the perpetual habit of a comfort zone. That comfort zone is based upon the habit. Now, I wanted to get to the next point so that you could see the hermetic laws of matter. We can go from one. First of all, let me just say that in the law we are talking about the energy that is only behind the law. So the law of gravity doesn't govern anything. The law of gravity is just to show you that there is a force behind that energy, that an intelligence behind that energy that makes someone on paper call it the law of gravity. So a law is nothing without the force that is behind it to show that law, or it manifests. So I'm going to give you time so that you could read, see these things and read through it. So we'll get here, and we'll go to, let's start first with the law of action. The law of action states, whenever an action occurs in a living organism due to outside influences, that action, which has the power to act, and not the dead thing, that action is which has the power to act, and not the dead thing that was introduced, whose only characteristic is inertia. So when you introduce a herb or a drug, your body enacts something called the law of action. The law of action says that the outside influences are not that which acts. It is the body which acts on the thing, because the only characteristic that that dead thing has is inertia. Now, there's a vast difference between living protoplasm and dead protoplasm, we said. Chemically, they may be the same, but physically, they can even look the same, but we see that there is no life proponents in them. The living organism possesses the power to act. Dead protoplasm does not. Lifeless matter may be moved. It cannot move itself. Living matter can move itself and other matter as well. All responses to stimuli are from within the living organism. This power to respond is inherent. So, when the power of response is lacking, and as in dead protoplasm that is introduced to drugs, herbs, or potions, there is no response to the changed conditions by dead protoplasm. The work of vital force is directly proportional to the amount of force summoned up or exerted. This is what laxatives and bran fiber do to your body. This is why your bowels are reacting. When you put bran into your bowels, the bran is not acting on your bowels. Your bowels are acting in self-defense. So the secondary reaction to the bran is the removal of the bran, which is, you say, oh, well, it made me move. Oh, yeah, I had me a little bran muffin in the morning, a little bran this and bran shit. Bran, if you look at it under the microscope, looks like glass. It has sharp edges and it irritates the colon. It causes another kind of hydrochloric acid in the system in order to break it down. Number two, the law of power states any power that is employed by the body and consequently expended in any vital or medicinal action is vital life power. That is, power from within the organism, not without. In other words, if you put a herb into your body or ginseng or any of that shit, it ain't got nothing to do with the ginseng acting on your body. Again, your body is acting on the ginseng. The law, or the Hermetic law of power, states that it is the living thing that acts. It is vital power that produces all response. Give a dose of Epsom salts to a dead man, and there will be no action in his bowels. Neither will the bowels of a man who is near death, because his power to respond is virtually gone. It is the life power, not the drug power, that is behind the action exhibited by the body. Vital force is the cause of the action. The danger that threatens the organism, which is the herbs or the drugs, is the stimulus that called forth the power of action. All remedies like drugs, herbs, and vitamins can cause a defensive response only. There are no causative powers in herbs, tonics, potions, vitamins, or pharmaceutical drugs. They don't cause shit. They cause problems, but they don't cause any action that they are said to be able to do. Always remember, beloved, that the body's response to remedies is self-preservation. Any remedy you put into your system is based on self-preservation, which exerts itself as a temporary relief of symptoms. This is how it expresses itself. This is done by the body to remove the abnormal or offending material. It sometimes wears itself out in the struggle, and it may even die. And that's when they say, well, we couldn't do any more. Ain't it strange how physicians tell you when you just happen to pull through all the bullshit that they give you, they say, well, we did it, we helped them. But when you die under their administration, well, God did it, the answer. God said you couldn't live. Well, we have to say, put it in the hands of the Creator. So they're alive because the doctor helped you stay alive, but you dead because God called you. That's some crazy shit. Remember that power, listen carefully, power is felt only in its release or its expenditure. Let me say that again. I'm sitting at rest. You don't see the power that I have to be able to lift you or whatever it is because I'm not exerting that power. But when I exert that power, I exhaust the power as well. So when you put an action, something that causes the body to stimulate it to action, you have shown the amount of power based upon the concentration of the poison that you've given to it. That's the response of the amount of power that the body has. So the concentration of energy in the body is exhausted when you introduce a toxin to the body and it has to expend its power. You see. So the expenditure of power is not giving it power. You think you're getting power because you see this thing activate the power you already have. But if you got a horse and you kick the side of that horse with a spur, it may run faster, but I know you don't think that the spur gave the horse any more power. And that's exactly what's happening. when you put a herb or a drug in your body, just because you get a reaction, it don't mean the herb gave you the action. It means your body has responded to that drug, which was inimical to that particular system. So, for example, a man drinking a herbal tonic of 5 different herbs is led to believe by his initial reaction that he is being strengthened by it, when actually the noxious herbal formula is really causing the expenditure of the power he already possesses. In this way, burdock, ginseng, and golden seal may appear to strengthen the liver, the heart, and the kidneys, respectively, but is actually exacting a toll on these vital organs from taking their vital power. Remember, the law of power reveals that increased strength is always followed by progressive weakness. Listen carefully. Increased strength is always followed by progressive weakness. Now, I hope you're sticking. I love it. Because this is the kind of information that is going to make you see, because you can go home and experiment with it now. You can see what it is. Increased strength always followed by progressive weakness. Third one. This is the Hermetic law of selective elimination. The selective law of the Hermetic law of selective elimination states all harmful substances that enter the conduits of your life force are counteracted, neutralized, and eliminated in such a way and through such channels as will cause the least damage to the organism. All right? This law explains why it seems that certain drugs, herbs, or vitamins act on specific organs alone. Some on just the liver, the kidneys, or the bowels. In fact, this localized effect represents the area that is selected by cosmic intelligence to process the poisons for removal. This is where you get the different classifications for medical, pharmaceutical, and herbal apothecaries. For example, emetic herbs or vomiting herbs do not act on the stomach. They are actually ejected by the stomach. All right? You don't get diuretic herbs, don't act on your kidneys and your bladder. Your kidneys and your bladder are acting on that to get rid of them. And in the case, that way, it sacrifices the water from your system to get rid of the water, to get rid of the toxin. Number 4. This is the selective law of dual effect. The Hermetic law of dual effect says it represents itself as the secondary effect that occurs in the living organism as a result of any act, habit, indulgence, or agent, and is the opposite of and equal to its initial effect. What am I saying about that? You cannot gauge the truth of a specific toxin until the secondary effect. And all you naturopaths out there know what I'm talking about. The initial effect says that the action or work or exercise that arouses vital activity, which gives the appearance of increased vigor, is the first effect. Now listen to what I'm saying to you. The first effect is increased vigor. So when you take that shot of whiskey, you up. When you take that whatever that you get, that snort of cocaine, you are up. But, as it says here, the exact opposite and equal to the initial effect is it reverses. And with that high comes depression. Because it was not the inner thing that gave you the energy, it was the body that sacrificed its energy. The secondary effects is the tiredness, decreased vigor, and exhaustion. Now, when you are resting, it appears that the first effect is weakness, stupor, and disorientation. You're starting to sleep, it's like, You ever try waking somebody up who just went to sleep? It's like, They're like, oh, leave me alone. Stupor, weak, right? But that first effect of weakness is stupor, but the effects of the rest is obvious. The feeling of recuperation and increased vigor. So when you take the drug and you up, get ready for the crash. But when you're all down and you're all tired, know that the time you look the weakest is the time that you're getting the strongest. See, that's the secret to healing. You are fearful of the pain and the suffering that comes when your body is being healed by cosmic intelligence. You start to cry in the moody blues. Do something. Help me. Oh, God, Jesus, Jesus, lift this up a minute. I've been in pain, and that's it. Jesus heals you. These motherfuckers are out their minds. I mean, looking at this shit, this carnival and theater by the church. But it is the exact opposite. You should not fear the works of divine intelligence, because nothing that divine intelligence does is towards its own death. There is no such thing as death in the minds of divine intelligence. Let me say that again. There is no such thing as death in the mind of divine intelligence. So whatever it is doing, based upon your own ignorant behavior, is bringing you back to life. That the time you look the worst is when you're getting better. Know that. All right? All right? Now, this is the case with people who constantly go to steam baths and hot tubs and saunas. The initial feeling is one of invigoration. Oh, I just had me a steam bath, girl. I'm feeling wonderful. I feel so invigorated. I feel that, yeah! Because you have hyperstimulated your body into a defensive response. And sweating is a pathology. Because in sweat, the exact same nutrients that are in sweat are in your blood. You say, I gotta work me up a good sweat. Well, you work up a good sweat, you work up and work out of your body all of your basic nutrients. Your life force goes out. You are sweating your life force. In fact, they admitted it in a Nike commercial. How many of y'all got my book? You got my book, Wounded Womb? Read the part where women acting like men. And there's a part in there where in the book of Nike said that you see your life and everything is running down your back. What do? Go get Gatorade. Yeah. But the dry fit, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But because your life and everything, all your nutrients and your life force is running down your back in the form of sweat, what do? And of course, it's for Gatorade. But when you sweat, your life principles ebb from your body. Your ancestors, I don't give a damn how hot it was, they never sweated. Now, living in a perfect condition and in a perfect environment, you don't need to sweat. If your body is in perfect balance, you don't even need to exercise. The fuck you need to exercise for if your body's in balance? Exercise is essentially the expression and activity of a body that is imbalanced. How do you begin to exhaust the body and hope to find balance by unbalancing it? Exhausting the body and calling up the vital force energy of the cells to constantly work out makes you addicted to the activity, because if you keep doing it, you keep liking it. Because the high you get from them endorphins going off in your head is there. I used to do it. Played ball till 2 in the morning. Couldn't get enough. But it takes a toll. Now, in the initial response when you go into that sauna is well-being. An apparent increase in your physiological and mental alertness and function. But this activity is always followed by an equal amount of mental and psychological depression. Saunas, hot tubs, steam baths, and cold showers act on the body much like cocaine and alcohol, and even ginseng and yohimbe. The temporary exhilaration is soon followed by a decrease in function. Let me say that again. The temporary exhilaration is followed by a decrease in function. Heart action is reduced. Circulation and respiration is reduced and slowed. Nerve activity is decreased, and muscle activity is decreased. This is not accidental. So the degree of weakness is proportional to the degree of the stimulation that preceded it. Let me say that again. The degree of weakness is in proportion to the degree of stimulation that preceded it. This is why some people get addicted to saunas, steam baths, hot tubs, yes, and even exercise. They become addicted to the primary effects because the majority of the time they are suffering from the secondary effects. Let me say that again. Tired, stiff, I got to work out, I just don't feel it, I just got to feel I got to work out. Pent up kinetic energy that is called up by the somatic cells in response to the habit you cultivated. The somatic cells are now, it's like, damn. All right. The habit that you have to exercise, you create somatic cells that like to exercise. And because of that, they have an influence on that part of your brain that needs to deal with that, because in somatic, the somatic cells that are created by exercise have a tension that they create that needs to expend certain kinetic energy that is impulsed into it. So your muscles now begin to feel the need for the rush that your body gave to the muscles when you were exhausting your energy. We fucked up. We are fucked up. Our actions betray our ignorance. Now, whip a tired horse and he works harder, but he becomes exhausted sooner. If you got a 40-watt bulb and you put 120 watts through it, it'll burn bright for about, what, 2 or 3 seconds? Oh, look at how bright. Pop! Pharmaceutical companies list in their physician's desk reference only the primary and temporary effects of a specific drug, never explaining how or in what way that drug poisoning results in health. Anybody ever seen the physician's desk reference? The physician's desk reference always gives you what it is they're telling you is for, but then the whole list of side effects is down there. The word side effects means poisonous effects. Do not let them, wordology is putting into you, telling you this side shit. It's wordology. Side effects means poisonous effects. Now, the energy exhibited by the taking of medicines and herbs is the energy of vital defense. Only that which arouses the organism's energies to a desperate act brings about the prompt response. Let me say that again. Only that which you introduce into the body, all right, that causes the body to respond desperately brings about a prompt response. Now, number 5. This is the law of vital, oh, that's, okay, all right. This is the vital, is that vital economy or vital conservation? Yeah, same thing. In other words, it says here the vital organism, when working under favorable, I spelled it wrong. Conditions, that's a D, conditions. I'll do it over, people. Stores up all excess of vital energy outside of any involuntary expenditure as a reservoir to be employed in the time of special need. Now, what it's saying is, in other words, that power in reserve will guarantee protection against disease. The body always seeks to maintain a reserve of power, and we release this power only by creating circumstances that the energy was stored up to meet. So herbal irritants, pharmaceutical irritants, vitamin irritants, all of which are erroneously called stimulants, produce the emergency situations that calls out the body's reservoir of power in a desperate effort to overcome and eject them. Let me have 6, brother, because I'm getting ready to go to AIDS. The law of vital distribution says the proportion of power distributed to the various organs, tissues, and systems is based in their specific needs, whether great or small. This law reveals that the body's ability to summon power in the organs and systems is proportional to the reservoir of force that it has stored in it, and its ability to be directed to any given point at any given time. In the distribution of power and nutritive substances, cosmic intelligence permits no part to suffer want so long as these components are all adequate. But where there is scarcity of power and nutrient, these few are distributed to preserve the more vital structures. In other words, if your vital structures like your heart and your brain need the energy, your toe and your other parts of your body that can shut down will get the energy first before the toe and the other energy, because the body in its intelligence knows that that's not the thing that's necessary for your life to continue. It will go to where it needs to be continued. So when you're sick and there is a withdrawal of power from some organs or systems, and power is redirected to other organs and systems, this is being done by and organized by cosmic intelligence. All right? The law of vital distribution will always be very discriminating in its allocation of power. Number 7. This is the Hermetic law of vital limitation. The vital limitation states that whenever or wherever the expenditure of vital power threatens to cause a fatal exhaustion in the organism, a check is put upon the unnecessary expenditure of power, and the body rebels against the further use of the irritating agent. What is being said is that you keep giving this person herbs constantly, and they keep giving him the herbs. And in the beginning, because his vital force is up, you give him the herbs, it welcomes it. He's saying, give me the herbs. Oh, I feel better now. But, right, what happens is, when you take the herbs, sooner or later, the body does not have the power to respond, so now it begins to revulse. It can't take it no more. I can't drink that shit no more. Because the body is now rejecting. The law of vital limitation states that so much abuse will be taken before the body itself will revulse against it. They won't want to take another drug, another tablet, nothing. That shows you it has nothing to do with life. It's exhausting your life. All right? The next one. And lastly, the Hermetic law of vital accommodation, which says any response, which is an S, to the vital organism, to toxic external stimuli, is an instinctive one. That's an instinctive one. Based on the dynamic expression of atomic intelligence, which adapts the body organism to whatever influence it cannot destroy or control. We talked about that. The very fact that your body, since you want to keep on smoking that damn cigarette, and you want to keep on doing that shit, the body now begins to accommodate to the abuse, just like when you get vaccinations. Vaccinations weakens your body so that you will accommodate the abuse more and thus not be sick. But you are living in a kind of quasi-pathology, quasi-health as a result. Check? Yeah. All right. All right, now we're moving to the next phase. Y'all ready? I hope y'all up. Y'all up. All right, good. Yes, brother. Say what? Yeah, well, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. We ain't going to just do with solar power. But see, that's what I talked about, setting up consultations for you. Because everybody's going to be sitting up here and I'm going to say, okay, what do you need? Well, you needed to... Nah. We got to segue you from the abuse through certain components that are less abusive until the time when your body is ready to be able to deal with the higher qualities. I told you, you can't just jump from bad to good, just like you can't jump from good to bad. Here you are, brother. I had to give it to you one at a time. AIDS! Bullshit 2000. It is the biggest lie, the biggest lie. Listen to what is being told to you by the newspaper every day. I don't give a shit. They never show a white person with AIDS again. The only people having AIDS now in your subconscious or conscious is people of color. This shit started with white homosexuals, and now, for the last period, it's only been killing black folks. Something wrong with this picture when they can't explain to me what the cause of AIDS are, how people catch HIV, not by no damn sex, and tell me that a deadly poison is what it is that they're using to prevent my people from getting HIV/AIDS. They just had that dumb shit on CNN just today, where this white woman is over there and this white man is over there holding on to all these poor black children. That was the nastiest looking sight I could ever see. I'm so tired of that missionary shit. Now, let's just start working on what this is. Brothers and sisters, there are no such pathologies as HIV and AIDS. No such pathology exists, as described by the medical church. There is no fatality called AIDS, as described by the priesthood of the medical church. The only pathology and the only fatality directly associated with this hoax is the legalized killing mechanisms sanctioned by the mother church. AZT, DDI, DDC, DDL, acyclovir, all of these sacraments of death administered like a perverse holy communion to the hapless faithful who believe in evil demons and devils concocted by the medical church. We have become psychologically inebriated by a manipulative, sterile, dead-letter, medicalese language crafted by an elitist fraternity of doctor priests to distance themselves from the average man and woman and to conceal rather than reveal the truth behind diseases. Understand, overstand, and understand. There is no such thing as AIDS. In fact, just look at the word for a minute. Y'all don't even think about what it is that y'all are reading off in the newspapers. Y'all just say AIDS. You go to any brother in the street, any sister in the street, you ask them, what's HIV? And they will parrot only what it is they've been told. All right, those of you who know what I'm doing, don't do it with us so we can get it with the people. What's AIDS? Okay, a lesson in contradictory wordology. AIDS is an acronym. It's not a word. It's an acronym pieced together to give you a wordological contact, point of reference, so that it now becomes something that they parrot over and over again, and with pictures to reinforce the explanations, you now are made to believe what the medical church is telling you. But then when you take it and you begin to break down the words and see what those words mean, they somehow don't make no damn sense. What does acquired mean? It means something you got. Check. What does immune mean? You can't get it. What does deficiency mean? You ain't got it. And syndrome means you just might get it. Wait a minute. I mean, is it me that was like, are you just see what I'm saying here? Acquired means you got it. Immune means you can't get it. Deficiency means you don't got it. And syndrome means you might get it. There it is. How the fuck do you acquire a deficiency? How do you acquire something that somebody don't got? Let's just start with what the words mean. Let's just start with what they're trying to tell you by what they're writing up here. Acquired, let's not even say this, acquired deficiency. You can't acquire something that someone doesn't have. Listen, we're going to get there. When you make love to somebody, can you catch arthritis? They tell me that AIDS and HIV is a degenerative disease. Arthritis is a degenerative disease. Cancer is a degenerative disease. Diabetes, these are degenerative diseases. So how in the hell are you going to catch a degenerative disease that is supposed to happen over a period of time? So what they had to do was to introduce an agent that grandfathered you to that area. The lie was that you could catch AIDS or a deficiency. In other words, you could catch something that somebody didn't have by having sex with them. Start breaking down the wordology, because if you look at the simplest way that they have structured this lie into this complex bullshit, breaking it down and asking the simple questions begins to show you just where the lie originates and just how it's being perpetrated. Now, the reason why AIDS became as strong as it did was because the cancer industry was being deregulated. And they needed the money. So they had to create a whole new industry. At the time the cancer industry was being deregulated, they knew that Reagan was going to be the president, and he promised to deregulate the cancer industry because the cancer industry had blown up into this belching, huge oligarchic machinery that was sucking all these tax dollars out of the Congress. Everybody in their fear was looking for a hope to find cancer. Nobody found it, and now, in order to generate the destruction of the cancer industry, the news began to promote the story of cancer being healed by alternative means, which then now caused the cancer industry to start finding ways to get that dollars that comes with what? With begging the people or making the people fear that, hey, something's out there going to get you, boogeyman going to get you. We got the way to help you here. So the way you get people to give up their tax dollars is to generate fear. And they took the whole cancer industry, lock, stock, and barrel, moved all the protocols, all the doctors, all the researchers from the cancer industry into the AIDS industry. And as I was saying on the radio show, if you check the word industry, you will see what it is that they have to do in order to maintain the industry. To maintain an industry, you got to have product, you got to have consumers, you got to have workers, and they are making billions of dollars on your ignorance as well as your suffering. So the AIDS industry must first be investigated, and the raison d'etre, why they are even around, where this disease came from, how it was propagated into the consciousness of the people. Now, all the other shit about what it is and all that, let's get out of all that crap. Let's take it back to the beginning where this whole thing started. It started supposedly with a homosexual that had sex with an African who ate a monkey. Ate a monkey or fucked a monkey? What the hell? That's why this beast is demonizing Africa by telling you that the AIDS virus started in the Congo. This is bullshit. And this Negroes from the pulpit is believing that bullshit and propagating until you go get tested. Now, I needed somebody to be up here to read the shit that this guy, this white boy, Peter Duesberg, had put out. Now, Peter Duesberg ran some heavy shit on the whole industry, telling them that they full of shit. Now, they got pissed off with him and pulled his grants because they gave him the grant so that he would agree with them. He didn't agree with them. They pulled his grant. I would think that you would take the top virologist in the world, and what you would do is, if he says something, you would think about looking at it. But the top virologists in the world that they wanted to get some information from turned the tail on them. Now, let me just bring this around to you. And this is very important because you've got to understand the protocols of AIDS. And I know we're getting late, and I don't want to have y'all, you know, saying, oh, yeah, I hear you. I want you alert. Now, pay very close attention to the following, brothers. ancestors for your black and Latino leadership on AIDS, they know not what they do. All right? Because there's a lot of people who are out there, black folks, who really believe that they somehow are now or are helping us by going out there and getting the AIDS testing and got all these stars talking about you're going to catch your HIV, take your damn condoms. Them damn condoms are death. You know, if the Most High was necessary, you know, where they go, we would, you know, man would have been born with a condom on his dick. And he is actually born with a vestigial vulva. That's the degeneration as well. Just like the woman is born with the clitoris, man is born with the prepuce. And that's why your ancestors trying to recover and trying to deal with the degeneracy used to take it off, the clitoris and the prepuce, as the sign of you going into manhood and womanhood. Because the removal of those things removed your deeper connection to the opposite in yourself. The clitoris put you closer to your man, and the prepuce put you closer to your woman. And that's why they removed it in the circumcision, both types of circumcision, which they have lost the science of removing it painlessly and bloodlessly because of the incursion of this devil. And now because of the shit that they're doing over there, and because of the ignorance and because all it went down, the women over there are, well, quote-unquote, mutilating themselves because they don't have their own tools of their culture to do what they did for 10,000 years. But, of course, you got these women over here, white women over there, who's going over with, what's the face of that female who did Color Purple? Walker, Alice Walker. They said, get the fuck out of here. We're going to do what we do. He said, men don't circumcise us and we don't circumcise men. This is what we've been doing for 10,000 years. And even though they forgot why they were doing it, to remain and retain the integrity of their feminine nature, they do it still in their secret societies. There are hundreds of secret societies of black women in Africa. And they don't even take that in consideration. You know, they kicked her ass out and tell her, get the fuck out of here. We don't got nothing to do with you. Educated. Anyway, listen carefully and listen, because this has got to go down, and you all going to take this, and this will be your argument. All right. Now, AIDS is not new or unique. This acronym was concocted as an umbrella term to cover a complex of diseases which had been medically prescribed and described as far back as 1539. Let me say that again. These diseases that they're telling you about, that's supposed to be devastating the planet, was out, and the symptoms of these so-called disease has been out since 1539. AIDS as an acronym was fabricated with malice and forethought, way in advance of the disease's introduction to the public, to add the terror of contagiousness and to promote a rampant death, or promote and the promise of rampant death to non-communicable and easily reversible disease. This is a non-communicable disease. AIDS was first reported to have started in the white homosexual and black intravenous drug users. Suddenly, we were to read that the disease mysteriously somehow decreased in the white gay population and literally exploded all over black and Latino communities. And not only black and Latino communities, but heterosexual black communities. AIDS was actually embellished upon to include a wider general population by the eugenicists elite through the pharmaceutical industries, research organizations, government agencies, the media, and the hospital agencies. Item: the media has aided and abetted this conspiracy by quoting and devoting unprecedented amounts of publicity to create and perpetuate hysteria and panic amongst the population. And most importantly, they have patently refused to publicize evidence that would completely undermine the validity of this so-called disease and the true purpose of this conspiracy. Item: AIDS evidence said to support this epidemic and pandemic, the etiology or its origin, does not, in fact. All so-called evidence is based on the tissue of popular medical notions, specious theories, phony scientific discrepancies, and manufactured research findings tailored to produce the necessary data to support this hoax. Item, the Center for Disease Control, or better yet, the Center for Control by Disease, and their fellow alphabet conspirators, maliciously changed or abandoned all previous medical rationale deliberately to trap more people into the AIDS numbers game. Like, up in New York, the headlines were blazing. What did they say? AIDS jumped 17%. Why? Because medical science had just moved cervical cancer under the umbrella of AIDS. Remember? It was back in 1996 or 1994. They moved a whole statistical number of women who had so-called cervical cancer and said cervical cancer will now be called AIDS. And now with this big, the banner and the headline to support that says AIDS jumps 17%. Why? Because they just moved the shit. It's paper shuffling. Vaccinations, now check this out. Didn't they tell you that antibodies was evidence, evidence that somehow you were protected? Now they're telling you that AIDS antibodies somehow tells you you're going to get the AIDS virus. Now, how is it that they vaccinate you to get you the antibodies to protect you, but when your body kicks in and protects you and shows antibodies to AIDS, they tell you you're going to get AIDS? Think about that. They vaccinate you so that they say your body can now, what? Patrol itself. Yeah. Excuse me? Ah, the death is in the cure. Of course it is. There is no disease. You're not dying from a disease. You never die from disease. You die from cure. Let me go to the next one. Item. AIDS as a disease has been progressively expanded to include ever more numbers of suffering people to give the appearance of an epidemic. In fact, by 1987, the number of deaths from AIDS had significantly dropped to that of 1986, specifically in the homosexual communities. The guidelines for diagnosing AIDS were first expanded in 1983 to include any opportunistic infection occurring in any person of any age or any sex. Now, think about this. When you expand guidelines, you incorporate more and more people into the numbers. Once you get more people into the numbers, it's more money. It generates the need for you to start dealing with research dollars and shit. And that's exactly what they've been doing with the AIDS. They've been blowing the shit up so they can get the research dollar. But over in Africa, right now, it's about destroying all of... Come here, let me show you this. Put this one up, right? And put this one up afterwards, all right? The reasons why they are now giving you what it's about as far as AIDS is concerned. This is not what's actually happening. The newspaper is giving you information that they are now trying to effect. It's not happening yet, but they are conditioning you to believe it's happening so that when they go in with the killing machinery, you have already been conditioned to believe that's the way it is. So ain't no lifespan drop yet, but they intend to make sure that whatever conditions they're creating over there, they're going to deal with lifespan dropping. The other one, brother. This one is more insidious because look at what it says. In Uganda, birthplace of the AIDS epidemic. Birthplace of the AIDS epidemic. They have given you Another, I mean, they used to put the jigaboo face on toothpaste. They used to have you buck dancing and insulting your shit. They are coming right out. A generation is gone, its offspring devastated. What do they want to do? They want that melanin. They want the land. They want the wealth in the land. They want the new loan because they see North America, most of North America in the West is gone. In the Gathering of Masters, we had a map that showed that most of the United States will be devastated by floods, oceans rising, melting of the polar caps. Africa, as well as parts of Australia, South America, you're going to see white boys and white people in droves leaving out and relocating. Saudi Arabia is going to be the new polar cap. There's going to be a 17-degree shift in the magnetic flux of this planet. And they are getting ready to depopulate Africa, so you're going to see a whole lot of white people moving into Africa. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. But to tell you that in Uganda, the birthplace of the AIDS epidemic is telling you that they've already targeted you for extermination. You have been targeted. Now, item. These were the names of herbs. In 1952, AIDS symptoms were already described in something called the Merck Manual. And these symptoms of AIDS were A-gamma globulinemia, agranulocytopenia, adenopathy, these names and shit, agranulocytosis, alymphocytosis, basopenia, Kaposi sarcoma, leukocytopenia, lymphocytopenia, monocytopenia, neutropenia, pancytopenia, lymphadenopathy, neurosyphilis, DeGeorge's syndrome, splenic deficiency, eosinopenia. Now, these were back in the Merck Manual in 1952. Nothing new about it. The Merck Manual also listed the causes of what today are called AIDS, long before AIDS was even conjured up. They are immunosuppressive drugs. Let me say that again. The cause of AIDS is immunosuppressive damn drugs. They told you. That's why they revamped the whole Merck Manual. That's why they started putting shit in there that didn't exist before. I want to get this thing so you can see this shit. Where is that thing? Where is that thing? Where you at? Where you at? Well, I guess I won't see him when I... Oh, here it is. I thought I might have left this back at the hotel. But if you look at this, this is a signpost for AZT. And on it you will see the skull and crossbones. And it says here, azithromycin. Toxic by inhaling. In contact with skin and if swallowed. Toxic if swallowed. Target organisms. Blood, bone, marrow. If you feel unwell, seek medical advice. Show the label where possible. Wear suitable protective clothing. Just to handle AZT. To handle AZT, you need suitable protective clothing. As a matter of fact, my beloved brother, Kwame Ture, I was there with him in the last days. And I sat next to that brother. And, oh man, my heart, you don't know, close to tears. There's this warrior brother under the auspices of this doctor. And he's sitting next to me, and we went as an entourage. 3 of us went. 4. And we sat there. Emaciated, his hair thinning, had a robe on, and he was sitting right there next to me. and we talked. And the doctor friend of mine who came as a PhD in hematology, my student and friend Curtis Cost, who wrote the book Vaccines Are Dangerous, and Sister Valerie Shepard, who runs the Shepard Foundation, of whom Isaac Hayes is the national spokesman. We sat there as a delegation from the grassroots nature healing community trying to reach this brother. In the kitchen, they were preparing his food. When he came out, he had a glob this high of mashed potatoes, chicken, I don't know, nothing was alive on the plate. And in a bowl this big, he must have had about 12 goddamn pills he had to take. And we looked at one another. And there we were telling this brother, you're not dying from any disease. They are killing you. The brother passed. Yeah, he still took it. That's what gets me pissed off. Here we have our revolutionaries. The white man don't like you any damn way. Why do you think that because you don't believe in the fucking system to begin with, then you run to the system at the time you need it? That's a contradiction in terms. But when you got niggers in the system who promote their credentials from the system, their massa give them some credentials, this woman now overrides reasoning to tell him that he could take these. And it was through her that she was being given. She was giving him, she was in his care, and she was giving him, yeah, it was Barbara. She was giving him the chemotherapy through her. So she was getting the kickback from giving him the chemotherapy. 30 pieces of silver. And she did the same shit to somebody called Cedric Sanford, the brother that's supposed to have gone over to Africa and got the Chemron. But that's the one I blew the hole in. And they were supposed to be promoting this shit. They were promoting Chemron on the black stations over there for like 2 weeks. I called together the community at the gathering of the masters, and I dropped what the fuck AIDS was and why it is that it ain't real, and that they're about to perpetrate another fraud by bringing another goddamn drug to suck the community dry one more again. It fell through, thank God. And everybody knew about that thing about Chemron. Well, the Chemron shit hit so heavy that they had to come back and retool. And now they're pushing it as some kind of Immunex. And that they over there telling you to go get your testing, get your AIDS testing. Can you imagine that shit? First of all, the AIDS test don't work because the ELISA and the Western blot don't work. It gives you at least 30 to 40% false positives. Not only that, to actually take an AIDS test, you have to dilute the blood 200 times before you take the test. Now, wait a minute. Let me just say that to you again. In all other tests to isolate shit for whatever disease you have, you take a blood test, you dilute 1 or 2 times, maybe 3 times, 4 times. 200 times! Because if you didn't dilute the blood 200 times, everybody would have HIV. Everybody would. Because any reaction of the body to inimical situations is a defensive response. So what we have is a pathological norm that these doctors have set up. So if I'm supposed to have something like, what, 250 white blood cells per square millimeter of blood, let's just say. That's the norm. If you want to go up and climb 5 and 10,000 millimeters of blood, 5 and 10,000 white blood cells, 5 to 10,000 white blood cells per square millimeter of blood means you got leukemia coming. Why? Because if you eat a pork sandwich right now, your white blood cell plates, your white cell platelets would jump to the same level as a person with leukemia. As a vegetarian, vegan, fruitarian, because my white blood cell count would be lower based on my ability and my strength to not be polluted and filthy, because I don't eat no meat in the American diet. And it's from the people who eat the American diet that they gave the national norm to. So I'm not one of those national norms. I fall below the criteria and into the criteria of one who has HIV. And the very fact that you have melanin, your molecular structure, gives false positives to the ELISA and the Western blot. How many people died because they believed they had this shit? What the fuck is ECE? Who? Oh, Eazy-E? He didn't die from no AIDS. He died from the fear that the white man put into his ass. See, you don't die from no AIDS until some doctor tells you you got something wrong with you. That doctor passes a sentence on your ass. You take that programming home with you and start killing yourself with the somatic cells you create from that shit. You do not die. They say, oh, you can have it for 15 years. Shit, yeah, I can have it for 20 years if I don't see a doctor. The doctor is trained through diagnosis to label whatever drug targets he has got to find in there. He don't find things to deal with for your healing. He finds drug targets based on the symptoms that his tests give. And his tests are biased because his tests are structured to find only one thing. Just like AIDS and HIV testing, it is only made to find that. And is discriminatory and it is discriminatory to the point where nothing else can be found. So that thing, matter of fact, when Gallo introduced this bullshit hoax onto the market, he already had created the AIDS testing kit. Now, if he came on the market saying, we don't know what the fuck this is, how the hell do you set a test up for something you don't know what the fuck you're looking for? And then in the same breath, go in and then recommend AZT to be taken. A peptide bond destroyer in the DNA. You can't even touch this shit with the bare hand. And you're going to assign that? No. What about isobutyl nitrate or poppers that the homosexuals use? It is a chemical. Isobutyl nitrate is a chemical that you pop and inhale like that. It is a mutagen. It changes, the cell defends itself by mutating and creating a somatic cell from that particular experience. All right? Now, this isobutyl nitrate is created by Burroughs Wellcome, the same people that makes the AZT. The faggots that were using the see, when you smell that poppers and you open that isobutyl nitrate, your asshole opens up. So right before they start to get it on, they crack open that isobutyl nitrate and the asshole relaxes. So as the jargon goes, are you a pitcher or a catcher? So the catcher pops open the nitrate. And then the pitcher pitches. That, constantly doing that, along with sperm in the anal canal constantly, causes the body to defend itself. And thus, by degenerate, because most of them are out there all nights eating hamburgers and doing all that kind of crazy shit, taking drugs. That's what degenerates your body. All right? All right. Now, the virus. Motherfucking virus. Y'all believe in viruses. Y'all think viruses cause shit. Retroviruses and protroviruses and all this old bullshit. You know, the medical, boy, they are something else. You got to hand it to them. They worse than the church. They give you all kind of shit to believe in. A virus, in the old terminologies and the old books of microbiology and virology, states that it is a poisonous substance. See, you got to go back to before the hoax and to read the medical books before the hoax came out and before they began to retool. A virus was simply called a poisonous material. Now it's got properties that is stealth-like. It ambushes. It outsmarts our antibiotics. What the fuck are they talking about? Let me tell you what the Guyton's Book of Medical Physiology says about a virus. Are you ready? Yes. Quote, they have no metabolism. This is a virus. They cannot process foods. They initiate no energy formation. They exhibit only inert template qualities or patterns. They have no faculties of action, movement, or locomotion of any kind. They have no nervous system, no sensing or decision-making faculties. They cannot reproduce or replicate themselves, depending exclusively on something called obligate reproduction. Now, hold on. Hold on. What have I just described? Something dead. Let me say it again. No metabolism. They can't process foods. They initiate no energy formation. They exhibit nothing. They have no faculties of action or movement. They have no nervous system, no sensing or decision-making faculties. They cannot reproduce or replicate themselves, except they tell you that they get into the cells and then force the fucking cell to reproduce them. Get the fuck out of here. When y'all son heard that shit, what was y'all doing? What y'all thinking? Because right at the same time they introduced that shit, the movie Aliens came out. They just told you that the thing had no life, that you just now was introduced to an organism that reproduces through obligate reproduction, which means it gets into the cell and tells the fucking cell, reproduce me. Don't reproduce yourself no more. Reproduce me. Now, listen carefully. A cell, in proportion to a virus, is, by its largest component, 1/billionth the size of a cell. Listen carefully now. A virus is 1/billionth the size of a normal cell. That's, according to T.C. Fry's analogy, a bull elephant or blue whale and the head of a flea. The head of the flea, not even the whole flea. The goddamn head of the flea. They are now telling you that the head of the flea, which is dead, what is a virus? The head of a damn flea gets into the blue whale and tells the fucking blue whale, reproduce my head. And then they tell you that what happens is it reproduces the heads and then blows up the blue whale, and then you have 1 billion more of these heads that ain't alive. That's what they're telling you happens to your cells. That was one of the first protocols. That the virus gets into your cells, reproduces themselves, and then explodes the cells, and then pollutes the bloodstream. But they hurried up and got that shit out of there because it was so stupid that even the other doctors say, I can't sell this dumb shit. Yeah. Even the dumb motherfuckers would say, well, goddamn. Now, viruses under microscopes are never seen to act. Never act. And when they tried to play a hoax on it, when they showed you an AIDS virus entering, Gallo was slick. He showed you what was known as phagocytosis. The phagocytosis is you watch a cell that's round, and all of a sudden it invaginates itself and surrounds whatever the material is, and the material gets inside of the cell. Now, when you look at what they told you was, what he was telling you was the virus, and what was the cell, you saw this gigantic, when they focused on the virus, they couldn't even put the whole cell on the screen. That's how small it was. But they showed you, they were saying to you, now it's like, who do you believe, me or your lying eyes? Because you're looking at the screen and you're seeing the cell invaginate around the thing, but they're telling you that here's a virus entering the cell. And I'm saying, no, people can't be believing this bullshit. Yes, they were believing it. What you saw was this thing that's just sitting there, doing nothing, and the cell closing around over it. That's all you were watching. That's all you were watching. Now, symptoms of AIDS and their naturopathic explanations. I don't want to get too deep into the AIDS because I know that your brain is losing focus here. But I want to touch upon this shit here. Ain't you sick and tired of this? I know you've seen this shit here. Brothers and sisters, don't believe the hype, because they are now coming at us full-fledged. They are coming at us to such an extent. The other way. All over the United States of America, you are seeing this bullshit here. Living proof. Now it says here, because he works out to stay focused and strong. Because his little sister looks up to him. See how he brought the family in with that shit? Because he's found HIV medicines to fit his lifestyle. Come on. He's found it. Not that they promoted this shit until they told him he got it, but he found it. See, that shows that you the one that's looking for it. See, you got to look at the way they word that shit. All right? Because he's found HIV medicines. Because his viral load is still undetectable. The fuck is a viral load? And what does it have to do with life? Not a damn thing. All of these are medical terminologies that ain't got shit to do with divine intelligence. Because he has Combivir in his combination therapy, drugs proven to help people with HIV live longer, healthier lives. Wait a minute now, hold on. We done told you, first of all, that you don't need food. Combination of the virus. What you say? Oh, beautiful. Read the bottom here now. 2 powerful anti-HIV medicines in 1 tablet, taken twice a day with or without food. What did it say there? See, niggas always want to know that they smart. So you put smart on there, and immediately, folks who don't know, dumb as a motherfucker, will think that that's for them. It's only the dumb motherfuckers think that word means them. Make sure you see your doctor regularly, because serious side effects can occur. Serious. We ain't just talking about side effects. Serious. Such as muscle damage. Now wait, what was he saying out here? Because he does what? But the motherfucker's taking shit. Serious side effects, muscle damage. And the very thing he's taking it for, decrease in red and white blood cells. Damn. Wait, it gets better. Rarely, a buildup of acid in the blood and an enlarged liver, including what? Fatal cases have been seen. But you see, that shit is at your bus stop. Y'all ain't reading shit. Y'all ain't reading. It wasn't even down. You can't even see that shit. So why the fuck ain't they got that shit in bigger print? Now here, the most frequent side effects are headache, upset stomach, malaise and fatigue, runny nose. This is the exact same symptoms that he came there for. See, an educated consumer. Lastly, low risk of fat wasting, tingling or burning in the hands and feet, or problems with your pancreas. www.treathiv.com. Yeah. But wait a minute, check it. It tells you living proof, right? Then it tells you what? You're not looking at what it is that they're promoting out there because we're not paying attention. We are consumers by nature, so if he says living proof, the first thing we go to is look at this bullshit. And then now and then we qualify the picture with this bullshit. And then you don't even read that shit because if you ever look into the magazines, they show you the cover, the front part. On the back, the whole goddamn page is about the symptoms you're going to feel. But then I'm trying to figure out how is it that they could get away with promoting that bullshit poison and you going and taking it. Who in their right minds? Well, of course, you can't be in your right minds going to see a damn doctor anyway. They have become very proficient at melding you together. If my fucking hand cut off, your doc, sew it back on. If I get shot, yeah, doc, sew me up. But if I get sick, fucking get the fuck away from me. Leave me alone. Don't touch me. Because they done got good being doctors. You know why? Because the white man society came up under war conditions. He had to become good at surgery. His medical technology advanced at the same pace as his military technology. As a matter of fact, in his medical technology, he has adopted the information and the way to approach disease the way there's military tacticians do. The war on AIDS, the war on this, the war on that. We got to go in and attack this, and we got to treat that. You look at that shit and you see that he's attacking nature. Like he does anything else he does, he attacks a natural process. So military technology, after they blow up shit, has to look to medical technology to patch shit up. So medical technology has to do all this shit. Who's the head of doctors? What do they call him? I rest my case. Goddamn Surgeon General. The fact that they call him a Surgeon General tells you that the very basis of all surgery is an attack. and a strategy. The fuck you need a general as a doctor? Not unless you're getting ready to go to war. That's right. So the doctors and the military people have they're like in bed together. So in reconnoitering, brothers who soldiers here, reconnoiter, right? Check it out. That's your diagnosis. You come back with your information and you summarize what you're going to use. How many men, ballistics. That's your prognosis. And then you go in for the attack. That's your treatment. Same protocols. The very fact that you think something is attacking the body means that you're dealing with this defense shit. That's why you got to get vaccinated so you can defend yourself. That is bullshit. Can't defend shit. Now, if you should take the HIV test and are diagnosed with one or more of the following, you go down on the medical books as having AIDS. This is a stigma on you and every succeeding generation. That's why I say, do not take the HIV test. Stay away from that because it is useless, and all it does is put you into that big echelon computer, and they got you tabulated for the rest of your life. Now, swollen lymph glands. If you should ever have swollen lymph glands, those are not only procreative of so-called T and B cell lymphocytes, which are misleading immune faculties, but they are organs of detoxification. The lymph organs are the spleen, the lymph nodes, tonsils, and adenoids. When they become inflamed, this simply means that they have been overwhelmed with poisons and toxic debris, either exogenous toxins or endogenous toxins. Now, the lymphatic system moves in only one direction. It moves based upon what it is that you need to address toxins in the body and poisons. It moves again in only one direction. So if you do something to cause problems, you have a swelling in one direction, it stops, you start feeling miserable and you get that swollen gland. So the glands are down here, here, and up in the neck. You start feeling that swelling down here, under the armpits. These places are because the lymphatic system moving only in one direction. It doesn't move back. It moves only in one direction. If you impede the flow of the energy through that system, and I don't call it a system only because for identification purposes, because remember we established there's no such thing as systems. But in that action, that part of the body itself, when you put too much filth, like too much protein, too much fat, and you begin to rob the body of an element that they identify as iodine, then the lymphatic properties, the cells and the nervous energy in the lymph system begins to attenuate, and you get a backlog and a clogging, which means that the body now rushes an inordinate amount of blood to that area, swelling the area, inflaming the area, to put more energy into the area, to liquefy the crap that's blocking the area. That's what happens, say, for instance, when you got sick and you eat too much. You start catching a cold, quote unquote. When you catch a fever, that is the body, through the hypothalamus, raising the temperature to melt the mucus or the filth that's in the way. It marshals the higher temperature, gives you what is known as interferons. The interferons interfere with all the actions of whatever it is that's going on in there. It acts as the buffer to you and the cells and so forth. The cells are so dynamic. What happens then after you've raised the temperature? You drop the temperature. You go from being very hot to being chilled. That's when the body drops the temperature, constricts the vessels, and your nose starts to run. Because as soon as you start getting chilly, your nose starts running. Well, the body is now ejecting what it has processed through the heating process. Magnificent instrument. You never try to down a fever, because a fever is generated based upon the body's need to get the body working faster to get the poison past the delicate instruments, the delicate tissue, the delicate vessels. Everything that happens to you when you are quote-unquote sick is the direct result of divine intelligence. And it got nothing to do with a virus or a germ. It is the body reacting to what you do. All right, weight loss. Loss of weight happens when divine intelligence of the body jettisons all unnecessary bodily weight or elements. It downsizes, it streamlines to address the disorder. For example, in a disorder like cancer or other such afflictions where poisoning of either the faculties of metabolism or assimilation or both occur. Now, sisters who just become pregnant usually come to me and say, I'm losing weight, I can't put on weight, I need to put on weight. In the beginning, when a woman gets pregnant, the first thing that the body should do, if it's healthy, is lose weight, because the body begins to jettison all filth in preparation for the baby. But the doctors, in their wisdom, begin telling you, well, you got to eat, you got to put at least 30, 40 pounds. Get the fuck out of here. So let me tell you something. Being pregnant ain't being sick. Pregnancy is not a damn disease. So why you got to see a damn doctor? When you go to piss, you got to go see the doctor and get permission? It's ridiculous. The doctors have you lock, stock, and barrel because they're part and parcel of the government who's got to tabulate your shit. They got to put a $1 million tag on that birth certificate that you hand over. Do you know that the brother said that on the birth certificate it's not mother's name where you put your name? They put you down as mother's name. Next to it is called, it doesn't say mother's name, it says informer. In other words, you are informing on your child. You are turning your child over to the state. And what a birth certificate is actually a description of the property that you are handing to the state. So get ready. All right, diarrhea simply means that the body has toxic substances in the intestinal tract, which the body is expelling through an internal enema or colonic using its own fluid system. The toxins is such that the body expels it as quickly and as often as possible. That's all it means. Aplastic anemia. This is a condition where the body is failing to produce sufficient red blood cells. These red blood cells are produced in the bone marrow, just like leukocytes. So, what destroys the productive faculties of one can also affect the other. So, whatever it is that you are doing to destroy the so-called white blood cells, you'll destroy red blood cells as well. There is no targeting drug. Any kind of chemotherapy or radiation therapy is what they use. They use this word in Desert Storm, collateral damage. All drugs create collateral damage. All of them do. Liver disease or dysfunction. The liver has problems with poisons. The body selects to detoxify. Now, again, wherever the body selects to detoxify the filth, that's the organ that gives it the attention. Now, it has a particularly hard time dealing with alien proteins, like what is injected through blood transfusions, vaccines. Hepatitis and other hepatic problems always come from transfusions. Another associated problem is the drug given to suppress immune response. Now, when the immune response actually came up, when you began to take transfusions, you had to force the blood to become accepted by the other person. Now, what that did was to destroy the body's ability to resist. They would give it a drug like factor 7. Factor 7 destroyed your own immune response to the new blood going in. It destroyed, because you see, your blood is consciousness. And the main thing is when you're trying to put the life consciousness of one other person's somatic cells into somatic cells that don't recognize them, so you got to force those somatic cells to keep chilled so that these somatic cells go in and take over what those somatic cells couldn't do. I mean, we all fucked up. Pneumonia is simply an acute inflammation of the lungs. When the body selects the lungs to expel its waste, it can be overwhelmed and become inflamed. Inflammation is an expansion or accommodation process where the blood vessels expand to accommodate the poisons with more fluids used to dilute particularly irritable, noxious substances. All right? Now, any inflammation, any kind of substance where you see swelling, right? That is the body pouring more fluids into the area to dilute it. All right? That's what happens when you're thirsty. Thirst is a toxic reaction. Anything you eat that causes you to become thirsty means that it's become noxious to your system, and your body has created the thirst so that you can dilute the poison. Anything. All of it. So when you have a noxious substance in your system, anything you drink that makes you drink water afterwards or get thirsty, that has poisoned your cells. So if you take in like soft drinks, Coca-Cola and coffee and all this shit, you get thirsty. Just like when you drink alcohol, you got to keep drinking alcohol because it makes you thirsty. As you drink it, it poisons you. Now, I'm going to wrap this up and get you into the human genome. Now, what? Where y'all? What's the matter? Oh. All right, now, you all right? You want to take a break? All right, we'll take a break for 5 minutes. Maybe 10. And don't y'all go and sleep, because I'm going to go find y'all. Now, there's something that could not be answered by all the people pushing that AIDS bullshit, because there were certain pieces of information a disease and what to look for and why a disease exists. It was called Koch's postulates. K-O-C-H. Not Koch, but Koch. And they have 3 laws to Koch's postulates, which state, Law 1, a suspected microorganism has to be present in all cases of the disease. HIV is not. Between 10 and 20% of all AIDS patients shows no traces of HIV whatsoever. Law number 2, the microorganism must be able to be taken from a host, which is an animal or human, and further spread in pure cultures. This cultivation not only be done under, it can only be done under 50% of all AIDS patients. So let me say this again. The microorganism must be able to be taken from a host and further spread in pure culture. This cultivation can only be done in under 50% of all AIDS patients. Law 3, the inculcations of pure cultures of the microorganism into animals must produce in them the same disease. HIV has been injected into thousands of laboratory animals, and not one has developed AIDS. Not one. Now, another thing. Antibodies, check this, y'all. Antibodies are the indication of a past disease, not a disease to come. So how is it that AIDS antibodies is going to give you AIDS? Don't make no damn sense. If you have antibodies to AIDS, celebrate good times, you are safe. That is, if you buy into the whole damn antibody theory, because there is no such thing as antibodies. Antibodies were only created at the point where they began to inject the toxins directly into the bloodstream. You see, you have 2 specific protective areas. You have your skin and your mucous membrane. That mucous membrane, you can't get past it. It's there, it's intelligence, and it passes whatever crap that may come through your skin or into your nostrils or into your mouth. The mucous membranes take over and get that shit to flush right out of your system. What do they do in immunology is they go past both of these protective systems that what the body has generated and go directly into your bloodstream and put stuff into your bloodstream that never, ever would have reached your bloodstream had it gone through normal channels. And in so doing, the body now has to create a whole heroic and unique way of addressing this problem. So now it creates what it calls antibodies by sacrificing blood plasma into the area, creating all these pathological elements that have cancer properties in them to surround the material, and now they call those antibodies. All right? So now, the medical church has convinced the public to believe that antibodies is evidence of a disease to come. Now, in summary, there is far more evidence to expose AIDS for the hoax that it is than I have time to enumerate. But in closing, I will capsulize to the best of my ability. Fact, why AIDS happened. In 1980, two things happened that made the demand for more. I told you, CDC was reconstructing into 6 operational units. This gave each unit its own impetus to grow, thus acquiring more power and prestige at the head of each center. Ronald Reagan became president in 1980 and began to cut the federal budget in an unprecedented amount. CDC saw it was a threat to their existence. No more handouts in the name of research science from the feds. The CDC needed a financial shot in the arm. Their success in convincing the public they were needed were failing miserably. They tried the swine flu vaccination, remember? They killed off a few people. They had some jackass senator went up there and said, I will take it. Motherfucker died in 4 days. CDC now needed another one for no research, and they started dealing with the grids, and they went from the swine flu and they went to Legionnaire's disease. They thought they was going to get the money for Legionnaire's disease. Shit didn't work. So now they did their best, and they tried to get their shit into the gay-related, all this type of stuff. So they went into a catalog of all the old shit. And they started bringing out all the old shit, and then they started tabulating with that. Now, a good book to get is by T.C. Fried called The Great AIDS Hoax. Now, here's how the beast works. Thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. All right? In the thesis, there is a generation of a great problem that is said to be dire, life-threatening, earth-shaking, and have consequences far-reaching into the future. That's the thesis. And that's how the Medical Association attacks you. That's how they use the media. The media comes out and gives you the thesis. Then they introduce the antithesis. The antithesis, in the antithesis, the generation of fear, panic, and hysteria concerning the problem by what is called recent history of the Hitlerian big lie. So they go in there and they got some motherfucker arguing, oh, we're going to die, everybody going to die. You better hurry up and do something. So we don't know, and then you have the politicians, well, we don't know. We'll have to talk. We're very concerned, and we'll have to deal with the budget. And, of course, I'll have to go to the Appropriations Committee. And all the while, it's the two of these motherfuckers playing your ass, thinking that one, well, we're going to you for funds. Bullshit. You ain't going to me for funds. You're going there to play that shit in front of the public, just like opinion polls. Opinion polls are not there to find out what the public's thinking. It's to tell the public what to think. So what you're doing now is when you see somebody crying that Africa is dying from AIDS, Africa ain't dying from AIDS because I know Africans that's over there that's saying that's bullshit. Now, the actual dealings with Africa when they started coming up with the AIDS statistics was because you know that the World Bank and this other motherfucker, what's his name, IMF, had pimped the people of their resources with this high interest rate on these fucking loans they gave to them. So all the money that was going out of this public, of the countries, was being snatched out of the rehabilitative and regenerative and the growing capabilities of these African countries. They were constantly being repressed by the debt. Now, with that repression of the debt, they began going back and trying to find monies to put into things to feed their people and so forth. It wasn't working. Now, what happened? With the reports of Africa going into AIDS and all this problem, that was the way that the WHO was channeling money into Africa. The way to get money was to say that you had HIV/AIDS problems. Millions of dollars poured in, and they began distributing the monies amongst the things that they needed. So they had to sacrifice a part of their population to this bullshit scheme, and meanwhile to save the whole population. So they got Africans over there, and this beast is continuing that shit, as if they're going to help us out with any drugs. Bullshit. And then finally, the synthesis is the final stage where a solution is found, which a preconditioned hysterical populace fanatically embrace, but all the while they set up the thesis, antithesis, and synthesis to have the final reaction of the public is what they were actually going to get. And they already had the legislation waiting for the public once they had gotten the pulse of the public, got the public all hyped up, all scared. They already had the solution, but they had to play you into believing that you got what you wanted. And they already gave you what they wanted to give you. All right? All right, so 99% of Americans have a pathological norm in their white blood cells, which means that all of them have near leukemic heights in their blood cells. All right? Chill. All right, now, here we go. Wait a minute, hold up. Let me see, there's something else I got to tell you. Statistics paint a mind-numbing picture of what AIDS has done worldwide. It has already killed 18.8 million people and infected another 34.5 million people, some 85% of them Africans, according to the United Nations. Come on. This is some real bullshit. Again, the only thing that people are dying from is malnutrition. All right? Okay, we're coming into a final stage. I know such thing as a waterborne this and all that crap. That's all pollution, man. If you shitting in the pool and drinking from it, something's going to happen after a while. All this here old bullshit. You got people that's damn near at the level of poverty. You got people that's all fucked up, that ain't got their own economy. They can't grow their own food. They can't do their own thing. And you're going to tell me that they got AIDS. Yeah, right. That's the best way you can. I mean, they already told you that they were going to repopulate, not repopulate, but to recolonize Africa. They told you that. What's the name of that big-ass Illuminati motherfucker that went in there and said that for its own good, Africa must be recolonized? For its own good. Devil, boys. Devil! The devil! You got to give it to him. He know he's the devil. All right, now where am I? Where's my genome shit? Genome, baby. Come on, genome. Where at, G? No, wait a minute. Come on. All right, final phase. Let me show you how they clone. Come here, let me show you something. First, let me show you this shit here. Look at the hysteria of this white man. Check this white man out. Check this shit out. You got to look at the psychology of the white man as him conditioning you to believe in a certain way, but when he puts his shit together and he's got you looking at it, he's got you looking at it the way he wants you to see it, but makes you believe that you've come to a conclusion that made him feel he had to change his mind, but he ain't ever made him change his mind. He plays out his own psychosexual deficiencies and depravities and degeneration and who he is by nature as a degenerated creature. So, possibility of custom designing humans is troubling. Troubling to who? That motherfucker's custom design itself. President Clinton called the near completion of human genome mapping a stunning, humbling achievement and the most wondrous map ever produced by mankind. Remember the map that they made of the Americas? Remember the map they made of Africa after the Berlin Conference? Well, there go your map. Now, hold on a minute. There's something I want to show. Here it is. Listen up.
I'd also like to pay tribute to President Clinton's support for the Human Genome Project
and for the huge role the United States has played in it. As befits an undertaking that can benefit the whole of humankind, this project has also brought together the best of the global scientific community. Many of the giants of our generation have been involved. Nobel Prize winners like Fred Sanger and Max Perutz, who are here with me today. Thank you for all that you have done.
This wasn't told.
From Japan and Germany, France, China, and around the world have been involved, as well as the UK and the US. And this undertaking, therefore, has brought together the public, private, and non-profit sectors in an unprecedented international partnership. In particular, I would like to single out the Wellcome Trust, without whose vision and foresight Britain's 30% contribution to the overall result would not have been possible.
The Wellcome Trust.
And I would like, too, to mention the imaginative work of Solera and Dr. Craig Venter, who in the best spirit of scientific competition has helped accelerate today's achievement. For let us be in no doubt about what we are witnessing today, a revolution in medical science whose implications far surpass even the discovery of antibiotics.
Far surpasses that of discovery of antibiotics. What is he talking about? Antibiotics? What did that ever do? It's the plague of medical science today, because antibiotics has degenerated the body so much that their antibiotics ain't working. More and stronger, which means that the body is giving up its vital force. Remember we told you? The more antibiotics you use, the more you have to use until the body can't use the shit no more and rejects it. And he says, well, we have antibiotic-resistant viruses for the lungs, and now, you know, the asthma now and the bronchitis in black people, they're now resistant to that because you just degenerated the lungs of a whole generation of people. Yeah, well, antibody means against life. Anti and bio.
The first great technological triumph of the 21st century. And every so often in the history of human endeavor, there comes a breakthrough that takes humankind across a frontier and into a new era. And like President Clinton, I believe that today's announcement is such a breakthrough. A breakthrough that opens the way for massive advances in the treatment of cancer and hereditary diseases, and that is only the beginning.
What did you just say? Mm-hmm.
Ever since Francis Crick and Jim Watson, another great Anglo-American scientific partnership, made their historic discovery in the middle of the last century, we've known that DNA was the code to life on Earth. And yet I guess for Crick and Watson, the process of identifying the billions of units of DNA and piecing them together to form a working blueprint of the human race must have seemed almost a superhuman task beyond the reach of their generation. And yet today, it is all but complete. Nothing better demonstrates the way technology and science are driving us, fast-forwarding us all into the future. But with the power of this discovery comes, of course, the responsibility to use it wisely. As with the greatest scientific achievements, the ethical and the moral questions raised by this astonishing breakthrough are profound.
The last time they had a breakthrough like that, they bombed Japan. Remember?
We, all of us, share a duty to ensure that the common property of the human genome is used freely for the common good of the whole human race. To ensure that the powerful information now at our disposal is used to transform medicine.
Now remember, these motherfuckers is talking to each other. This was not broadcast worldwide. This was a private thing that I got hold of on C-SPAN. They only showed it one day. and you had to catch the shit. All right? They're talking to each other. They're talking only to each other, not to you. Listen to the coded way that they speak. Remember, they big-time Illuminati, 33rd degree Mason. You know you got to suck a dick to become a 33 degree Mason. All right? So, they 33 degree Mason motherfuckers. Oh, yeah, you didn't know that shit? No, I guess not. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit, yeah.
Abused to make man his own creator or invade individual privacy. For most of us, today's developments are almost too awesome fully to comprehend. They underline the extraordinary scale of economic, technological, scientific change that sweeps across the modern world.
What did he say? What's missing? No spiritual. Nothing to do with spiritual. Economic, he led off with. Technologic. All money.
I'm proud that Britain has played, with others, a pioneering role in that. But I believe it said something very important about the process of change. We cannot resist change, but our job, indeed our duty, is to make sense of change, to help people through it, to seize the massive opportunities for better health and a better quality of life, and then, with equal vigor, to minimize the threats such developments pose. The scientists have presented us with that opportunity, but now we, all of us, accept the responsibility to make these advances work for all our people in all our countries for the common good of all humankind.
Our people. Remember, he's a Mason, and he's talking to his people. Yes, sister. Yeah. That's right. Right. The way he drones and talks. That's right. With Edmund O'Brien. That's who the star. But the book is better than the movie, though. Yeah.
So, Bill, I believe that this underlines the fact that we do indeed, as we've often said together, live in a global community. And the importance now of working across national frontiers to safeguard our shared values and put this remarkable...
Shared values? Oh, yeah, there's no shared values between our system and his system, because his value system is what brought down the system of humanity and spirituality on the planet. His shared value is money.
Full scientific achievement at the service of all humankind.
You got to hear the scientists.
Tony, if I could, I would like to pick up on your last remark. I think everybody genuinely is concerned about the issues you raised, the privacy issues, and the whole general set of ethical, social, and legal issues. And it strikes me that our scientists, the British and the American scientists, our French, German, Chinese counterparts who worked on this, we're working toward a single, clearly defined goal. In all those countries and in the other countries of the world that will have to live with both the benefits and the challenges of these discoveries, there are different legal systems, different social mores, but I think that it would be a very good thing if the U.S., the U.K., and anybody else that wants to work with us could have the same sort of joint endeavor we've had with the human genome to deal with the implications of this, to deal with the legal, the social, the ethical implications. We may have differences from country to country, but I think that if we work together, we'll give a higher sense of urgency to the project and we'll get a better product. And
we'll get a what? You understand?
So I'm offering you another partnership. It's easy for me to do because you'll have to do it and I'll be gone. But
well, Bill, I entirely agree with that, and I think the fascinating possibilities of this scientific breakthrough is that it gives us a chance to do so much for our people.
Oh, give me a fucking break.
Really difficult ethical and moral and legal questions, and you know, the decision for us really as humanity is whether we are going to engage in the right cooperation across national frontiers so that we shape our destiny in a way that genuinely does benefit all our people, that makes the most of the possibilities and faces up to the challenges and the dangers that it poses. And in a way, I think that the scientists that have been involved in this great undertaking have shown the spirit of cooperation that should now motivate the governments in taking this forward another step. They have given us this opportunity, but we, all of us, are going to have a common responsibility in using it in the right way. So, as we now go to join our separate events on either side of the Atlantic, I think and believe that spirit of cooperation, along with the scientific achievement, is something that we can all celebrate. And I'm once again proud to have taken part in this event with you, Bill, and all the very best to you and all your team for the work that you've done.
thank you.
Now, since when is the president the head of a team of
Thank you very much,
scientists?
Johnny. Now, in a few moments, we'll hear from...
Did you hear what just happened? Since when is the president the head of a team dealing with scientists dealing with the Human Genome Project? I was wondering when anybody was going to get that. Of course, we're a little tired. Uh-huh. Well, you know, they're two kissing buddies, him and Tony. It's Bill and Tony's show. Tony Blair is the Prime Minister of England. So the two of them work with one another. But, I mean, when he said that it was your team, and Bill Clinton in his earlier speech said of your team, the English team, your team.
Solera President Dr. Craig Venner, who shares in the glory of this day, and deservedly so because of his truly visionary pursuit of innovative strategies to sequence the human genome as rapidly as possible. And I thank you, Craig, for what you have done to make this day possible. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Francis Collins to the lectern.
All right, here you go.
I also want to congratulate him from his development of some of the central methods for finding human disease genes to his successful application of those methods to the discovery of the cystic fibrosis gene in 1989, to his current leadership of the International Human Genome Project. He has combined the talents of rigorous science and a profound sensitivity to ethical, legal, and social issues. He's a physician-scientist of great faith, compassion, energy, and integrity.
He sounds like he's dead reading.
More than anyone else, to understand how the marvels of genome science will actually improve human health. So,
which human? Yeah, not that kind of man, yeah. Yeah, that improve human health. How could you improve upon something? How can you improve upon divine and what do you call it, intelligence?
Dr. Collins, please come up.
Now, there's 2 or 3 doctors that speak. 2 doctors, I think. And I want you to listen to what they're saying. Carefully.
Mr. President, distinguished ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, it is truly a humbling and profound experience to be asked to speak here this morning. First of all, I would like to thank most sincerely President Clinton for his remarkable leadership in getting us to this point.
Aha. Okay. His remarkable leadership. Now, either they're just kissing his ass or something else is going on.
His strong and consistent voice for the importance of innovative science and its responsible uses to better the human condition has been an inspiration to all of us. He knows that genomics is one of the truly interdisciplinary fields of science, requiring vigorous and creative involvement from physics, chemistry, engineering, computer science, and biology. I have also had the privilege to witness time and again the President's personal conviction that we must apply just as much energy and attention to solving the ethical, legal, and social issues as we do to the bench research, and you saw that demonstrated again a few moments ago. His effective leadership in this area has moved us substantially closer to the time when no American need fear that information about their genome will be used against them.
First of all, there's Americans right now whose genome is getting their asses kicked in the streets, in the courts, in everyday life in America. So what the fuck is a human genome going to do to help us black folks who's getting our asses kicked over here any fucking way? Are they going to do something to make us change something different, or we going to make everybody one color so that we're going to stop the conditioning? What the fuck is that going to do for anybody? And they actually make you believe that somehow what they're finding out for their damn self is somehow going to parlay over to you. And watch some dumb niggas come up with some shit.
Science is a voyage of exploration into the unknown. We're here today to celebrate a milestone along a truly unprecedented voyage, this one into ourselves. Alexander Pope wrote,
Could you imagine? Into what part of yourself? I keep telling people that the white man builds technologies as a reflection of his own discrepancies, degeneracies, because he needs the Hubble telescope to look into outer space. But what the Hubble did is, he's always looking at surfaces. What the Hubble did is just move the damn thing closer to the surface. It didn't put him inside of anything. It just put him closer on what it is he was looking at. Same thing with this. He can get as deep as he wants because the mind, the lens of the mind that is doing the processing of what he finds is warped, contaminated, and sick any damn way. So what's going to come out is warped, contaminated shit.
Know then thyself. Presume not God to scan. The proper study of mankind is man. What more powerful form of study of mankind could there be than to read our own instruction book? I've been privileged over the last 7 years to lead an international team of more than 1,000 of some of the best and brightest scientists of our current generation, some of them here in this room, who have been truly dedicated to this goal. Today, we celebrate the revelation of the first draft of the human book of life. Now, this milestone could only have come about with a happy combination of vision, determination, creative innovation, and teamwork, and we stand on many shoulders here today. Beginning 15 years ago, leaders in the Department of Energy, the National Academy of Sciences, and the National Institutes of Health began to dream this dream. At first, many thought it unrealistic and unattainable, yet inspired by visionaries such as James Watson, who's here with us this morning, creative geniuses such as Waterston, Fulton, Lander, Branscombe.
Creative geniuses. Creative geniuses. Yeah, better idea.
Gibbs and many others here with us this morning entered the fray. The vigorous involvement of talented colleagues in other countries, now including China, France, Germany, Japan, and the United Kingdom,
all white.
This project particularly gratifying to me. I would also like to recognize publicly the dedicated leadership of my friend and colleague, Ari Petrinos, of the Department of Energy, in moving this project forward so effectively here in the U.S. Surely, the human genome is our shared inheritance, and it is fitting and proper that we are all working on it together. Now, thus far, every milestone set by the International Human Genome Project has been met, on schedule or in some cases ahead of schedule. Today, we deliver ahead of schedule again, the most visible and spectacular milestone of all. Most of the sequencing of the human genome by this international consortium has been done in just the last 15 months.
In the last 15 months.
During that time, this consortium has developed the capacity to sequence 1,000 letters of the DNA code per second, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. We have developed a map of overlapping fragments that includes 97% of the human genome, and we have sequenced 85% of this. The sequence data is of higher quality than expected, with half of it in finished or near finished form. And all of this information has been placed in public databases every 24 hours, where any scientist with an internet connection can use it to help unravel the mysteries of human biology. Already, more than a dozen genes responsible for diseases from deafness to kidney disease to cancer have been identified using this resource just in the last year.
This jackass is looking at the effects, not understanding the cause. So he's looking at effects at another level, but the conditioning of the mind is making him look at the condition the same way his predecessor looked at it, and he's going to fail.
So there is much to celebrate. But I have to tell you that this morning is also a bittersweet experience for me personally. Less than 24 hours ago, I attended the funeral of my beloved sister-in-law, a wonderful marionette artist who brought magic and joy to thousands of children with her art. She died much too soon of breast cancer.
She didn't die of breast cancer, the doctor killed her.
All of the genes in the genome and applying this knowledge to the development of powerful new tools came just too late for her. I think I speak for all of us in this room and for the millions of others who have come to believe in the remarkable promise of biomedical research that we must redouble our efforts to speed the application of these profound and fundamental observations about the human genome to the cure of disease. That most desirable of all outcomes will only come about with a continued, powerful, and dedicated partnership between basic science investigators and academia and their colleagues in the biotechnology and pharmaceutical industries. As the President has said, we still have much to do. Many tasks lie ahead if we learn how to speak the language of the genome fluently. Today is most certainly not the end of genomics, but perhaps it's the end of the beginning. Together, we must develop the advances in medicine that are the real reason for doing this work.
Why did he just emphasize that? The advances in medicine that are the real reason. Here you got the fucking book of life, and all you want to think about is medicine? You mean people ain't going to want to know about origins and where everything else comes from, who we are and so forth? That's the real reason? Oh, you put that in there. Somebody wrote
with just as much vigor, we must provide the protections against potential misuses of genetic information. If there is anyone within the sound of my voice who has not seen that as a priority, I hope today's announcement is the necessary wake-up call. It's a happy day for the world.
Happy day for the world.
Now listen to the egotism. We discovered something. World, get happy.
It is humbling for me and awe-inspiring to realize that we have caught the first glimpse of our own instruction book, previously known only to God.
Listen to the fucking egotism of this stinking devil. Wait, you gotta hear that shit again.
Uses of genetic information. If there is anyone within the sound of my voice who has not seen that as a priority, I hope today's announcement is the necessary wake-up call. It's a happy day for the world. It is humbling for me and awe-inspiring to realize that we have caught the first glimpse of our own instruction book, previously known only to God.
This is why they didn't play the whole thing for you on television. Listen to what he is saying that he and his group achieved. The knowledge of God. It's a happy day for the world. We have now got into some information that was previously only known to God. So now they're telling you, we know what God knows. That's some sick shit. But that's how he thinks. And that's why he'll fail. Because that's the same shit, if you look at it, Walt Disney came out with something called the Sorcerer's Apprentice. And anybody who ever saw that cartoon with the Sorcerer's Apprentice? That little boy took the book of the sorcerer, thought he could do the magic, and fucked up shop. And that's exactly what he thinks. He thinks because he found the book that he can do the magic with the book, but he's going to fuck up. Because he don't have the spiritual acumen and the spiritual insight to be able to understand and understand what is written within that book. Because you see, you can't read it with the two eyes. You got to read it with one eye. There's only one eye that can translate that book. Only one eye. And he's got two that are dysfunctional any fucking way. So he's going to fail anyway.
What a profound responsibility it is to do this work.
Oh, we'll take it upon ourselves. We are so responsible. Just look around at how responsible the air is. Just look how we've been responsible with the earth, and look how responsible we were with the water.
Historians will consider this a turning point. Researchers in a few years will have trouble imagining how we studied human biology without the genome sequence in front of us. I particularly welcome the opportunity to celebrate this moment jointly with our scientific colleagues at Solera Genomics, and I wish to express my personal gratitude to Dr. Craig Venter for his openness in the cooperative planning process.
Now, understand that the white man is looking for a sense of an identity of himself. And he puts little signals to that effect constantly so that you could see it. He seeks an identity that he does not have, but every time he digs into it, he sees someone else. So when he goes into a magazine called what? So when you discover, you find shit out. So what he is trying to discover is who? His sense of self. And what? Him and the damn monkey. He is looking for his reality through this beast, and the closest thing that comes to him in recognition of himself is this beast. And how is it the Tarzan syndrome is what you call clamoring for a sense of yourself? The Tarzan syndrome is a motherfucker get what? Plane crash, completely isolated from all forms of his reality, from who his people were, and was raised by apes, raised by aliens. Now, if you're trying to find a sense of yourself because psychologically you Tarzan, and you living in a place that you don't belong, because if you look around where Tarzan is, every motherfucker out there is black. And you the only one white there yelling, oh, swinging through trees. You ain't seen nobody living in all of Africa swinging through no motherfucking trees except this white man. So what is being said by him is that he is discovering himself slowly in the lower forms of life. Every time he goes into the higher forms of life, he cannot find himself. Every time he goes into the lower forms of life, he finds more of himself. So, when you understand what it is that he's searching for, constantly he is looking for himself. But every time he digs up into the graves, he can't find himself. So what you got? Now, product. Product. What's the product going to say? Product saying, now, Website offers eggs, but maybe just for browsing. Bullshit. These white women are selling their eggs to other white women who ain't got none or can't make none. The white genetic strain is dying out. The white genetic strain is becoming so degenerated that they're getting ready to try to come at us in such a way as to do their best to circumvent realities that are now beyond their control. Some scientists predict that by 2100, our descendants will live to be 200 years of age. Bullshit. The earth won't survive their shit that long. They are now coming and trying to ask us, what is it? How is it that I can survive? What will be necessary for me to be able to do? Will I? Can I? Is it going to be necessary? Will we still have need to have sex? Listen to what the white man is asking himself, because you know he ain't talking to us when it comes to this. Who the fuck is he talking to with that? What? 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 Will we still need to have sex? He ain't talking to us. He's trying to stop us from having sex. Birds do it, bees do it, but we may no longer have to do it, except for the fun of it. Some 100,000 test tube babies have been born in the United States alone since the arrival of Louise Brown, the world's first, in 1987 or 78. Listen to this. By what? It may be possible to what? Check. Now, at the same time, greater tolerance of homosexuality signals society's acceptance of non-reproductive sex of another sort. These changes are only continuations of a trend that started perhaps 1 million years ago. Who's he talking to? 1 million years ago, if we was faggots, we wouldn't be here. Wait a minute now. Remember I told you that he searches for himself in the lower forms of life? Well, will we still need to have it? Well, I'll tell you what. Lots of creatures already reproduce without sex. Whip-tailed lizards, aphids, dandelions, microscopic rotifers. And of course, human beings. Right? Since the birth of Louise Brown, the first test tube baby in 1978, hundreds of thousands of human beings have been conceived in laboratory glassware rather than the bed. If human cloning becomes possible, which is bullshit, it's already possible, and since the birth of a sheep called Dolly, few doubt it will be feasible to clone a person by 2025. Even the link between sex organs and reproduction will be broken. I'm killing a motherfucker, come and take my sex shit. No, hell no. They're going to link taking your sex act away from reproduction. Now you know that the organic act itself is necessary for transmitting consciousness. When you are born in a test tube, something is taken from you, and there is a, what do you call it, to your consciousness? Completely void. They cannot find, you cannot find yourself coming together in a test tube. Here. Now this is how they clone. Yes. Oh. Yeah, which one? Source is time, I believe. No, time. Yeah. All right. Here is cloning DNA plasmids. Now, here's the idea behind cloning. The idea is you cut DNA molecules with restriction enzymes to generate a complementary sequence on the vector and the fragment. Now, the vector is the one that you're going to use to take the material from. There's the chromosomal DNA fragment to be cloned. You take the vector, which is the area that you're going to use to clone, and you use the chromosomal DNA. You join the vector and the chromosomal DNA fragment using the enzyme DNA ligase. Now, the recombinant DNA molecule introduced into a bacteria, the bacteria now takes the information and with the protoplasm creates what the information said to create. So how you clone is by taking a piece of the information that is there, that has all the properties and the information of that person. And then you take some of the same type of somatic shit. That's why clones are so dead. And they don't have souls, they don't have no auras, nothing. You're taking the somatoplasm that is just basic protoplasm, dead protoplasm, putting information in it, and because it's a material consciousness, it is now generating the information inside of the protoplasm to become this copy. But you have to first fix the DNA, put it into the cell or into the nucleus of the cell, and get that motherfucker to do what you want it to do. And then you got a face, same everything, same features, because all the information is now grafted onto the communication signal processor, and then that gives the information. You become a whole nother person, or you become that same person duplicated. Some don't know that they're cloned. Most people don't know that they're cloned. They can't really feel that they're cloned because essentially the information that they're given is just basically a part of the course. They have to act according to the instructions that they've been given from inside. So they don't know no different. They can be told and they can be given information about that, but they don't know that they're clones. You can tell by the dead look in the eyes. Oh, they got a bunch of these motherfuckers walking around here. You can find them. You can find them in the high offices where these white folks live, and work. Among the elite, they're all over. Like Reagan was a clone. And so was Carter. Carter's a clone. Carter's family was wiped out. They killed Rosalind and the little one and Jimmy. Gore now, no. Gore was actually spliced. They used him as a clone, but they took the grafted material of supposedly the dead Romanovs, and they impregnated this woman, because you ain't hear nothing about, you don't ever see nothing about Gore's mother or no shit. But Gore's mother had him in Arlington, and they said the beast will be born in a cemetery. Well, in Arlington, Virginia, there's another cemetery called Arlington Cemetery down in Washington. So a beast was born in what do you call it? Now, he's supposed to be the next president. But they said the beast had a pet, and his pet would be a bull. And when you look at Al Gore, when he was a boy, his pet was a bull. They got shit about Al Gore that nobody knows about yet. That's the motherfuckers y'all sleeping on. Oh, Nelson definitely was a clone. Something wrong with that boy. When he came out, he didn't look right. When they gave him a parade down Jewish Fifth Avenue, they gave this motherfucker a parade. We know it was problems. Nelson Mandela is definitely cloned out, man. Oh, yeah, after 20-something years of somebody, white man hitting you upside your head, you think you're coming out right? You're coming out conditioned. Now, the white man is trying to get into America, and what he is doing is all the artifacts that he is finding, he's claiming as his own, and he is snatching that information, and he is now rewriting the history. Now, what he has done is he essentially taken over the past of the Native Americans. Whose past is it anyway? The Skull Wars is the name of the book. People, the Native American peoples are saying, we want to go in and investigate the bones and investigate the artifacts, because every time you get your hands on shit, you begin to start saying what it is you want to say about who we are. and then you put your ass in there like you belong here. So right now, Skull Wars is the battle for Native American identity. Now the problem with that is we got a lot of white people calling themselves Native Americans. When they started to deal with the retribution and or the reclamation, the reparations, they said that Native Americans can get land and certain amounts of money. You should see how many white people talking about, oh, I was Sioux and I was this. Dead-ass, white, blue-eyed motherfuckers going up there saying they're Native Americans. So that just fucked the whole damn thing to pieces. Huh? Oh, yeah, got paid. Down in Florida, they were taking money. Big-time money. African Americans, ain't no such animal exists. The fuck is an African American? Here's a good one. African American, that's a virus. This came out of a magazine. How much for a white baby? It was the week before Christmas, and Christian Butler was sitting in a tiny rundown. Check that way that the story, you know, kind of realms out there. In the heart of Crawfish Country, wondering what the hell had gone wrong. A tall, thin blonde with soft blue eyes, Kristen had come to Eunice, Louisiana, with promises in her pocket. An all-expense-paid stay in a pleasant little housing situation, counseling, careful attention to her medical needs, but as what passes for winter on the prairie Cajun capital of Louisiana descended upon her, she was feeling betrayed. Because 23-year-old signal with a boyfriend out of work and on parole. She was pregnant for the 5th time in 8 years. Oh, you see, white people go through that problem too? No shit. You wouldn't know it. 4 months in, but still hiding from her family, she had flown down to Michigan in response to a classified ad in her hometown newspaper. In the ad, a financially secure white couple had pledged to help provide living, medical, and legal expenses for a birth mother who will allow us to give a wonderful life to a special bundle of joy. Now, I told him I was pretty and that I had a boyfriend, John, who was built like a brick shithouse. She laughs. All right, now, this question has more than just what it is that this story was about. For wealthy couples desperate to adopt. Why are they desperate to adopt? Because they can't have babies. Why is it that it is a premium to have a white baby? Not because the parents want them, because there's so few of them. Whatever is happening to the balance, they are killing blacks and trying to get white people to procreate. They are paying white women in Europe to have babies. They have camps, listen people, camps in Sweden for women to get pregnant. No, I don't know what they clone or not, but they're trying to get as many white women pregnant as possible because the strain is down. What has happened is the white man is at war with the white woman. That's what this reproductive birth control shit is about. The white woman says, you want this womb, you got to pay for it. I want equal rights. Yep. You got to pay for it. Then he asked the question, can I do what? Can I replace my damn body? And what does he say? You can do that right now. You can replace your breasts, girls. Do you know that? They got artificial breasts now that you can rub some shit on your titties and it starts swelling them up. Now, anything that agitates your tits to swell up means that it's going into a defensive posture. You keep doing that shit, problem happens. Get your man to rub your titties. Keep rubbing them damn titties, you put blood into them. Energize them. They swell up any damn way. That's what Dr. Moore used to say. Damn all that other shit. Get a man to rub on them. That gets them swole up. Your heart bypass pieces of organs. Baboons, they can give you pieces of shit. Organs. Now, small slivers of liver tissue can be grown in a lab. Ears. Today, cochlear implants. Implants that will be adjusted to pick up a wider range of frequencies. Eyes. Laser surgery. Tomorrow, permanent lenses, implants to correct vision, leaving the cornea intact. Hair transplants. They got everything to recreate a whole new composite body. Because every 10 years, the strain of humanity degenerates just that far. So, thank you. She gave me a little signal. And what do we have now? Finally, sisters, I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. This is all that you're going to be starting to see. Oh, yeah. That's what it looks like. If you look, wait, check it. If you look at who's sponsoring this, AT&T. This sister looks unconcerned. White boy looks like he's going off. I'm there, I'm here, it's a job. Yeah, you see where you got the hair, the passion? The same kind of massive big house, sneaking in the wood pile, pulling her in, same plantation shit is going on. But the necessity now has become greater because it's an imperative for his survival. He needs to have more and more of these pictures programmed directly into your psyche constantly so that the next 2 and 3 generations now are comfortable with the conditioning process. Oh, yeah. We have, Kobe, went to the other side. Most of them do. I mean, psychologically, Dr. Francis Chris Wilson told you, if you do a job and your business is putting a brown ball into a white hole, psychologically, that's going to be easier for you to do in real life. The idea is that when you get to a certain economic bracket, you become isolated. Your money is isolated because your money don't belong to you. That's why most of the money these people make don't come back to the community they left. And a lot of brothers and sisters knew what that shit was about. Michael Jordan knew, and they killed his father because of what he tried to do. Michael Jackson tried to do something even with his sick-ass self, and they got to his ass. And so did Magic Johnson. They got to his ass, too. And all he is a poster boy for putting up theaters. And they got to Cosby and sacrificed his son. That was a ritual. And they got to your boy, Dr. J, sacrificed his son with a ritual. So if you don't think that they're doing rituals on us and they're killing black folks for another ritual, that this is necessary because these are the gods that they deal with. These are the vampire gods that they deal with. But this is the picture that you will be seeing for the 21st century because the black woman's womb is the one that they're going to use to try to survive. I don't remember if you saw an Essence magazine cover where they showed you this light-skinned sister with almost brownish green eyes and blondish almost locks and said, the face of the future? You got it. Essence magazine was once owned by Playboy. Yes, she's blonding herself so that the black woman now looks like the white woman, and now the white woman is going to look like the black woman. Because you're going to be Watch out for the next 4 or 5 years. They're going to be coming out with something that's going to bring, there's something called Sorolin that the white people used to take that turned them black. They're getting ready to put that back out. Well, no, this shit turns you dark, and they're getting ready to take shit that's going to turn them black. Well, mixed couples are not, yeah, the reason because the black strain is so degenerated. You can't even tell the baby's a black. When a black man and a black woman, that baby is supposed to be black, damn near, because it was dominant gene. If you got a black woman or a black man giving birth to a white baby, there's something wrong with the strain. And there's got to be something wrong psycho-spiritually with that motherfucker if he's giving birth to a white baby. That means that she's the dominant influence. Now, I was going to touch upon this, and I'm going to put this down for the record, and I want you to just listen, and we're going to wrap this up so that I can mercifully let you all go. I got to put this down for the record. I'm woke now. Listen carefully, brothers and sisters, just for the moment. Those who would continue to rule and control us know that the present mental fixtures of concepts which frame our reality are destined to crumble because the very movement of our universe into a new space-time-less index will awaken us from the stupidity and the illusions that they have plagued us with for the last 2,000 years. In other words, we are a species migrating to a brand new electromagnetic consciousness index that they have no control over. The only thing left for them to do is to cripple the vehicle that is making the journey so that it will not make the journey at all, or when it does finally arrive, is unable to function at its highest capacity. Our ever-growing ability to see the bullshit from an inner awakening of awareness and perception will be based on how we organically adjust to the increasing flow of light-coded transmissions dictated by the galactic mind of God. To maintain the ceiling of our present paradigm of awareness, the beasthood of this order, which is the New Genome Project, through the work of their scientists and geneticists, must cripple the biospiritual molecular atomic lens through which the light code instructions must focus to reveal themselves. If the body's bioelectric antenna receivers are damaged, then the light code information received will be either distorted, incomplete, or even never processed. This is why the practice and culture of mind control has been elevated to a new horizon in order to contain the cattle and restrain the sheeple. And if you think this function and this particular thing we're talking about is fiction, by the time you see that it's real for yourself during the next 20 years, it'll most likely be too late. In fact, it may already be too late for the majority of us because for the last 50 years, the beasthood of the ill order, through their Elohim geneticists, already have instituted the practice and policy of DNA, RNA resequencing and recoding of the human being. Now, DNA, RNA resequencing and recoding was first accomplished by interfacing two electromagnetic fields so as to create a null zone or a neutral space within the DNA frequency harmonic. Listen very carefully, brothers and sisters. This demonstrated that the DNA, RNA quanta of a particular species, that is, a specialized portion or indivisible unit of energy in the DNA, could be manipulated or adjusted to accommodate a chosen frequency of light, that is, a chosen frequency of specially or spectral-based instructions. They also found that by inserting, listen carefully, by inserting analog or artificial light codes within a neutral null zone surrounded by a higher electromagnetic wavelength environment, the common heterocyclic ring, which is a ring composed of atoms of different elements, can be broken, like I showed you in that circle, all right? Allowed, listen to me, allowing the inherent archetypal life codes contained therein to be reprogrammed genetically so that a body can be created to function at a less dense
or greater density life form. This means that the new protoplasm that is created now functions as the base material for a whole new organic arrangement, a whole new physical shell. It also demonstrates that they are nanogenetically operate and created a form of pre-chosen frequencies of light, even in light waves that travel faster than current portions of speeds of light. We'll get to this other point quickly. Aha. It is said that a great many of us chose to deactivate 10 of the 12 etheric life threads or filaments of dark matter consciousness, which on the third dimensional planes of matter crystallize to become the DNA helix. Some say that we didn't choose to do this ourselves, but that we were tampered with, altered by regressive beings to contain us in light code lockdown to serve their own purposes. Well, come what may, by choice or by coercion, we are expanding and ascending back to a light zone of awareness where we are reclaiming the use of our dark matter consciousness filaments, and the beasthood knows this. These dark matter consciousness filaments pre-existed in the human biospiritual archetype as melanin. Melanin. Just get it right now, and then I'll close. Now, the beasthood found that by, check this out, discorporating the double helix forms and by changing the structure of the hydrogen bonding that holds together the long helical chains of nucleic acid, they could modulate the present body design of man into other double helix matrices, thus creating whole new design patterns of humanity who possess either high intelligence with high spiritual capabilities as well as entities with lower to subhuman intellectual and spiritual capabilities. I just told you something that you just, did you hear what I just said? Yeah. You can create beings of higher spiritual capabilities or subhumans. Or subhumans. Either one. Now I'll close this out. This is for everyone here, brothers and sisters, as I say good day to you all, and tomorrow we will hook up for consultations and for whatever we're going to be speaking about again. Now, listen carefully, because I'm going to close it out with this. All right? About 66 trillion years ago, our time frame reference, we existed as sparks of deity in a reality focus akin to that of unity. Did you hear what I just said? All right. What we perceive as physicality was the last of the realms that coalesced or solidified into what we call our universe. At the time of our crystallization, there existed 12 densities or material creating planes of existence. Wherever we occupied ourselves within that dimension, black holes appeared as we began to devolve, making us become more and more dense, gaining more mass. This is how we came into being. By gaining mass, we started to fill black holes, and at some point, when adjacent universes reached certain frequencies, those of us who remained to accumulate density broke through these dark matter doorways and created the present space we call our universe. 66 trillion years later, the same process, or something similar to it, is happening again. We are said to be hovering at the crest of an 11th density vortex that on March 23rd, 1994, a color and sound frequency started emanating from the black holes of our immediate reality. In 1994, 11 black holes appeared. They didn't tell you about that. All black holes appear as a result of an implosion process in the reality that you are existing in. It means that the same implosion process that I told you happens when that sperm hits the egg before the explosion, that's exactly what's happening now. A new holograph program is being created by the, the imperatives of consciousness. What we perceive as third dimensional, I wrote this right before I walked in here, by the way. This is for you. What we perceive as third density is beginning to fold in on itself, because as the third dimensional sequence of matter starts to ascend, those who choose to leave this reality will pass on. Many who feel safe in their religions and their religious fixtures of awareness will fear this movement and choose to stay. Our DNA vibrates. The atomic intelligence that designs the molecular response to higher light code emanations is being slowly reignited. The programming of cosmic intent has created life streams of different qualities. These all emanate from the original intent, which we could only witness through our evolutionary journey in consciousness. Between 2002 and 2007, all DNA coding, which involves the species memory and racial memory of the 22 races that we are said to be constructed of, will begin to be sequenced and unlocked. Let me repeat that again. Between 2002 2007, all DNA coding, which involves the species memory and racial memory of the 22 races that we are said to be comprised of, will begin to be sequenced and unlocked. By 2007 to 2012, virtually everyone in the present species form of humanity will begin to regain full memory of who, what, and where they came from. And that's what we're doing here today. We are essentially the byproduct of 22 star seed races that came together to create who we are. We are royalty. We are royalty. Because most of the other races that are out there need to create through artificial means. We are one of the very few species that can create with thought. At this very time of our awakening, we will all witness the birth of a new galaxy in the Vega system, just before we make the consciousness shift to what is perceived as fifth density. Right between Sirius and us, that's the reason why there's so much extraterrestrial traffic, because there is a hole right in between us and Sirius Star. So everybody's piling in that shit. They want to get the fuck. Only a few of them can get out. The ones scrambling to get out need to have the proper sequencing in their DNA to get the fuck out of here. Hello? They know that there's a star shift happening. They can't make the quantum leap, and they're going to be stuck in this paradigm because they need to resequence the code. They need to readjust themselves to the proper frequencies for them to move out of here, and they can't. They're going to try to look for it. There will be a 17-degree pole shift because the Earth will be slowing to its spin to a dead stop. We are going into what is known as a zero-point relativity, or zero-point reference. That zero-point reference is based upon the Earth spinning over a period of time around the sun for a particular amount of years, and then after the spin has reached a certain crest, it looks like the Earth stops for a minute, and then in its vortex begins spinning again. When it stops spinning, the magnetic field drops and the electrical field rises, which means that the transport of information from spirit to you is going to be accelerated. At the time, it isn't that the Earth shifts and turns upside down. What happens is the magnetic flux around it begins to shift. So that now the poles, or the polar shift, the top of the poles will be Saudi Arabia. So when the time comes that Saudi Arabia is going to be the new pole, it means that we are going to definitely have to find new ways of alternative energies. And the very shift is going to force man to have to deal with alternative energies. The Olmec Mayans predicted that there will be a stopping of time. The sun will stand still until the earth begins to spin again. This is in your Bible. In Isaiah, I believe. All you Bible thumpers, you know what I'm talking about. I believe it's in Isaiah. Correct me if I'm wrong. But they say that the earth, the sun stood still in the sky. Well, that's because at that time, the elder, the ancestor, was actually chronicling a time when the earth had gone through a previous zero-point reference. During this time, a doorway will open due to the near complete attenuation of the Earth's magnetic field. With the magnetic field virtually evaporated, the electrical energies will accelerate within our bodies, propelling our consciousness to fourth dimension, or fourth density. This will begin to disrupt the frequencies of our planet and its 2,500-year lock on our perception of time and space relative to where we are in the creational holograph. As we press or pass through this fourth density shift, we will see with a more geometric perspective. In other words, we will be able to see things in reference to what the fourth dimension is. See, we ain't going to stay in fourth dimension. Fourth dimension is a transit to the fifth. Fourth dimension is an acclimation point, like a decompression chamber. You can't go from third to fifth. You can't even go from third to fucking fourth. But fourth dimension is abstract. It's based upon geometrical, it's almost like the girders to the building. You can go from one room to the other and see how the girders fit the two rooms together. But the transit between third and fifth is that fourth dimensional abstract positioning, the acclimation, the decompression. All right? As we pass through this fourth density shift, we will see with a more geometric perspective. But first, the habits of third dimensional perception will jam or distort the incoming light code frequencies, and there will be a great disorientation in our behavior. You begin to see yourself going through changes. You begin to see yourself having problems. Shit starts looking dizzy. You begin to forget shit. You begin to do things that doesn't even seem like it's you. Like right now, I have this thing where I don't know what's going on, but I know it's probably in my kidneys, but look at what happens to my hand. It jumps every now and then, see? That's not me. I'm being shifted. My thumb is the place where it's right, and that's in the head. The head energy. And my head energy is being fixed. I got a lot of energy coming through my head, and it's causing the thumbs, which is the head energy, to jump. Now, in our present space-time reference, listen to me, time is the fourth dimension. In our present reference, time is the fourth dimension, and space cannot be sensed as a condition or conditioner wherein we project and reflect temporal illusions. As a result, we have trained ourselves to be concerned with ideas and magnitudes to which ordinary logic no longer applies. We look at our own concepts as containing a path to the discernment of realities that we are not, that is not ours and not our own. That they are bridges to the very poles of thought. The shift is going to shock most people out of their most sacred illusions of reality. When these motherfuckers start seeing whole new planets damn near close enough for them to touch, when they start seeing spaceships that's been seen by NASA flying like buses on a route going downtown, Christians are going to start shitting bricks, and pastors ain't going to know what the fuck to tell them. You're going to say, all them damn people live all the fuck out. How come we don't know nothing about it? Are they saved? That's the first question these motherfucking Christians going to ask. Motherfucker land from another planet, do you know Jesus? Hell no, I don't know no damn Jesus. As our awareness changes, so too does our wisdom of space develop as well. We condition it according to our awakening awareness. So the space you have is conditioned based upon your awareness. So what appears to be time and motion is actually the movement of our awareness upon a higher frequency influence of space or dimension. This is what the Olmec Mayans meant by the year 2012, according to the resequencing of date by the Roman Church. This is what the ancient Olmec Mayans meant by the end of time. Because what they meant by 2012, the end of time meant that the end of the way we sequence perception. Because time is the intervals of units of perception. And how we perceive according to units of perception, and how light codes itself within our brains. So we perceive time based upon fourth dimensional reality. We see it as linear or peripheral. But our spatial relationship to each other and our spatial relationship to what we see as consciousness is going to change us up drastically. So be ready for all kinds of little quirks that begin to happen. The fact that you don't want to be around certain people anymore, and it's going to be easy to jettison them.
That's right.
Even your damn family is one people you're going to say, thank you, mother, I'll talk with you tomorrow. Bye-bye. You know, fuck with me, I ain't got no time. You know, I'm getting ready to make my transit. You know, they're going to say, well, this motherfucker crazy. Go get him. He said, get the cookie wagon and get that motherfucker out of here. You are going to be the nuts. I have a saying that I say in my book, the misfits of today are the messiahs of tomorrow. The misfits of today are the messiahs of tomorrow, and that's who we are. We don't fit in today. Like Jimi Hendrix said, I don't live today. We are here just visiting from another tomorrow. And all you who stuck it out with me, all of you all are the graduated masters, the decoders, and the Percepticons. Give yourself a shown up black hand. Thank you very much. Good night and be well. Yeah, Q&A. Anybody want a Q&A? Yeah,
All
show me
right.
up.
Brothers and sisters, give yourselves a black hand. All right. Now, we're not going to belabor the Q&A too long. Some of y'all can barely stand up at their microphone anyway. But those of you that can stagger over there, get to the microphone with your question, the rules still apply just because the hour is late. I want you to ask a concise question. Yes, a question. If your question begins to take the form of a lecture, then it's not only jeopardy, it's
yeah. Get him out of there.
There you go. We don't have time for that tonight. Or excuse me, this morning. I feel like I got to work in a minute.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm already hearing the front page theme in my head. All right.
Yeah, true that. That's a consultation.
All right. So if you have a question, please line up at the microphone. Think about your question. Make it a
They might be too tired. They're questioning, you know, where my bed at? Yeah.
Yes. Several nights ago on Ted Koppel, they had a segment on the Amtrak's vaccination shot.
Yes.
And they said that they were going to make it mandatory for the masses, for the population in the United States to take the shot. I wanted your view on that. And then my second question was, what do you know about the concentration camps that are set up across the country?
Yeah.
And the third question is anything about the microchip.
Oh, that's a big load there. Mama wanted she wanted a Whopper sandwich. She wanted everything on it. Okay, the first one is the vaccinations, and it's not mandatory because they still have things in place based upon quote-unquote religion. We give a vaccination deferment, and we have the vaccination deferment statutes for all the states in the country. So if you want one, we provide that as a service, as an affidavit. And I have a quote-unquote a church. And my church is what is called a free-moving church. So where two are gathered in my name, according to the Bible, that's my damn church. And as such, as a free-moving church, as a sovereign church, I can write based upon being a sovereign. My religion is health. And as such, whatever I do is based upon health. So I can bracket it to help you. If you want to be a member of the church, you can call. You ain't got to come to church and do all that bullshit and shout hallelujah. It is your belief and what you are about is what I'm helping you to provide. If you have any problems, you have them call me as your minister. My number is area code 718. Now don't be bum rushing my phone now. Unless you bum rush. You talk to them and say hello, yeah, goodbye. No, it's cool. My number is 718-264-9497. Nah, mama. The actual numbers you call, I do consultations as well for people long distance, and I do the vaccination deferments. That's the first question. The second question had to do with the anthrax. The anthrax itself, oh no, the second question wasn't the anthrax. The concentration camps. A woman named Linda Thompson. I got a chance to meet her about 10 years ago, and she told me all about that for a while. The concentration camps are normally going to be put near railway yards, and the railway yards are normally by waterways, so that they can transport you to specific barges that they will have floating concentration camps. They got all of these decommissioned big-time ships that they got hooked up out there, jails for out there, and they have whole camps that they built up, property houses. Now, from what I understand, it may not be for us, but for members of the government. Now, I can't say too much, except that if they try to bottle up people into concentration camps, all heaven will break loose in America. They can't afford it. They can do it quietly, but there's too many people on the alert right now. What's getting ready to happen is a shift in consciousness of government. And what's happening now is you're going to see a whole lot of changes that you would never have believed would have happened. I can't say too much more about that, but I can tell you that it's going to get real raw for a while before it get better. Now, the other thing is, the last one was the microchips. If you are born after 1950, you may have one. Well, at the time you were born, yeah. You can either have it in your heel, or you could have it at the base of the neck, or in the frontal lobes here. Children who have a lot of heavy sinuses, they may have it. Now, there is a chip that is made out of organic material, silicone, that has a biological intelligence that projects. It feeds off of your own body's electricity. It's self-generative. That chip was put in the mid-1980s. And these chips, I think over 164,000 of the children, starting from the Midwest on to the West, have these chips uploaded inside of them. These chips are being monitored by what are called LEOs, low Earth orbiting satellites. And these LEO satellites are going to be watching everything that you do, and they are conditioning. Again, they're looking in the Human Genome Project, they are looking for the Messiah sequence. Hear what I'm saying? They are looking for the Messiah sequence, and they're going to find it in blacks. And I didn't want to go any further with this, but they were talking about the people that they had checked out. It was 3 women and 2 men, and all of them from different perspectives. Caucasian, they said black, white, Latino, like that's a race. And that's what it's saying, Latino as a race, and I think Asian. And it's 3 women and 2 men. And that's where they took all the sequencing from to do the Human Genome Project. Okay? How they did it was they took the DNA and they took the gene and they blasted it like a shot. It's called the shotgun sequence. They blasted it, and after they got it obliterated in all these pieces, began to pull it together to get the sequencing. All right? So they're looking at the fragments thinking they're getting the real sequence. And remember, they're taking the DNA sequencing of pathological people. See, white man keeps studying sickness and believes that he's studying health. He is looking at a degenerated body and not realizing that the degenerated body is in response to the degeneracy that was created hundreds of thousands of years ago. So he's reading a corpse. In the vaccinations. Yeah, in the vaccinations. No, you ain't got, 9 times out of 10 you ain't got the chip. That's why I say to you, sisters, have your babies at home. Yeah, that's that time test. Yeah. No, if it was just a closed needle, they were just pricking the blood. Again, they're taking the DNA sequence. They're checking the DNA. Of course. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the blood. They want you to get that child. All black children, they're going to be wanting your blood. Remember, they're looking for the Messiah sequence. The Messiah sequence is the one that's going to get them through that damn threshold. They're going to start building themselves. They're going to start finding out how to artificially deal with the sequence for their damn selves. You got to remember, they're looking for something. Yes. No more questions, huh? That's it, boy, y'all. Ain't something. Au revoir. Bonjour.
That's it.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hotep.
Hotep, beloved. Yes, beloved.